defensively. Did you see some of the defensive plays he made? Yeah. Tremendous play anticipation. He's got some handles. He's got the ability to find people. He's very good in transition, pull up mid-range, phenomenal range, as we already knew. I'm telling you, I usually don't care about Summer League, but the way he got to shots was very big-time basketball. And now, knowing that he can play point, like this is going to be this is big because Amen Thompson is going to end up being a wing player.
Yeah.
Maybe he can switch off and play bigger point guards because Amen can guard multiple players. You have Jalen and Whitmore. And by the way, Whitmore's been phenomenal too in Summer League. You have Jalen and Whitmore getting time at the two. You don't need – who's the backup point guard got to be? You've already got one.
Well,
you got one in
I
Reed
think this
Shepherd.
just ensures that Fred's here one more year.
Yeah,
you don't pick up that next option.
Nope.
You got Amen and Reed.
Well, you've got a guy who's proven he can play point guard in the Summer League.
Yeah, no, I understand. But
what you're
seeing
saying,
a skill level that translates.
No, what you're saying about what he can and can't, what he can do, I agree with. But as far as the day-to-day of running a team, I imagine the Rockets are going to, give him a full year as potentially the backup
Did you
point guard.
see what Trae Young said? Trae Young.
Yes, I saw.
And then Ja retweeted it.
Yes.
Trae Young said, "Reed Shepherd, nice y'all."
Yes, I did see that. Yes,
Reed is nice, y'all. Did you see the one where he had the step back hezzy and then he penetrated by and then he pulled up? It was in game one.
Yeah.
That was the nicest move, and then he had a little sideways.
I didn't even know he was on the floor because that's all they talked about was Bronny.
Oh, well.
It was a slurp fest and just
While
awful.
Reed was getting 4 of 6 from 3 and scoring 22, or was he 25?
23.
Then he gave you 25 the next game. Or maybe it's 25 the first game, 22 the second. I don't know. The second game he didn't shoot as well. But Reed Shepherd was an absolute find. And then what we're finding out is that, the Atlanta Hawks admitted that they had him number 2 on their board. Reed Shepherd was number 2 on their board. And there was a real discussion. But my concern is he's 6'3", 187 pounds. How are you playing two guard? You're not playing two guard, apparently. You're just going to be a 1. And apparently you also have not only vision but anticipation. He's got some handles. And for me, I see Mark Price with Springs. And Mark was awesome. Mark Price was so good off the bounce. He was a great shooter from distance. He could get to his shots off the bounce. He was great with screen and rolls. I see a lot of Mark Price in Reed Shepherd's game, and somebody got mad. You need to make it you need to go cross-racial. Just do black guys. Stop doing white guys. He's more like CP3. See, I don't see him as C3P. I think he's a much more explosive.
Well, you're right about he's not CP3. I see Dwayne Wade.
You don't see Dwayne Wade.
You don't see Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let me go back into time and let me think. Vince Carter.
You don't see Vince
Carter.
Well, what about Steph? Everyone wants to call him Steph, but
I can't make
Steph
the white-to-white comparison.
No.
I don't know anyone that's Steph.
I see more Manute Bol.
Now you're being ridiculous.
Well,
we were having a fun little game until you did
Carter.
that.
At least I picked guards and swingmen. You picked the guy who's over like 7'5".
Somebody else said
stop being
Harper.
ridiculous.
I'm like Derek Harper.
Oh, there it is. Deron Williams. That's my comp.
No. I don't know that he has.
He's
a great
quicker
comp.
than Deron.
Not at the moment.
Williams.
He has a great
Deron
comp.
Williams actually.
He's got more athleticism than Mark Price.
And Deron Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has been. If we're talking about certainly rookies, I mean, there's some second-year players who are out there playing just to get some reps in. But as far as the new class, clearly the best player playing right now. And the Hawks, if you thought he could have been a Patrick Mahomes type guy, maybe just take the Patrick Mahomes type guy. Then, if that's what you thought,
That's what they thought.
then
Apparently,
take him.
but they decided to go with the Frenchie.
Yeah,
instead.
let's take the Mitch Trubisky type then.
Yeah,
I guess.
nice job. They're going to regret that forever. Of course. Well, I don't know how long is Trae going to be there.
Well, that's the thing. We talk about Fred VanVleet being a placeholder. If Trae Young's going to remain there, there's
already talk that he's not going to.
Well, yeah, but they don't have their own picks, so they got to try to win games unless they're going to regain their picks back from the Spurs. So if Trae Young's going to be there, having two guys under 6'3" in the backcourt's not a great formula.
No.
So if they're keeping Trae, the problem is the top of the draft wasn't great. So Reed Shepherd maybe just take the best player and see how it works out.
Yep. And if you need locks, there's one place to go, Houston Safe and Lock. See my guy, Derek DeSola. Derek is awesome. Derek is going to put you into that lock that is perfect for you, especially for you businesses out there. Are you still using a key? Because that's not good. You want to be able to track who's coming and going in your businesses. Key cards, fobs, PIN codes, how about smart device credentials that get you indoors? You can do that as well. This is the way to go. It's the future of locks in businesses. Know who's coming and going. You got security cameras, but you also need to know who's coming and going with their fobs or key cards. This is the best way to do it. Houston Safe and Lock is the leading provider of innovative commercial access control. So you got a business and you need to rework the locks. You got a home and you need to redo the locks. They'll do that as well. I mean, no job is too small. No job is beneath Houston Safe and Lock. 2 locations, Westheimer and the Beltway, or on I-10 at Wirt. 2 different names, King Safe and Lock and Houston Safe and Lock, but they're the same company. They do all of the same things. They've got all the best brands. They have got the Medico lock, which is the best, especially for you houses out there. And if you feel like you have any kind of security problems, Medico is the way to go. Find out about how great that is. All you need to do, you need any lock whatsoever, Derek DeSola is here for you. 713-522-5555 or 975safe.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. The number, if you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. We've got a call. Larry wants to talk about Ken Hoffman. Let's get him in here. Hey, Larry.
Oh, boy. This is tough.
Yeah.
First for Fred Sauer and now Ken Hoffman. One of the reasons I subscribed to the Chronicle back in the day was so I could read his drive-through, the fast food gourmet columns. He ate a bunch of junk food, but he was not an obese guy. like, you know, he rode his bike, he rode an MS 150, he played tennis with Charlie, you mentioned. And I would email him occasionally. Like, I would ask him, if you were on a desert island and you had one fast food option, what would it be? And he said the Burger King Whopper. Now, of course, that was years ago. Burger King sucks now, but I would email him just about different things, so like on Culture Map. And so that's tough. I had a few other things, including a question for you and Lance. Real quick, though, Richard Simmons, I recommend going to YouTube, typing in Richard Simmons on Whose Line Is It Anyway? He used to be, he was a guest when it was on ABC. It's on CW now. And just watch the last 10 minutes of Whose Line Is It Anyway with Richard Simmons. One of the funniest things you will ever see. I mean, you don't have to watch the whole episode. Drew Carey was the host. He couldn't contain himself. He was laughing so hard. So I recommend that. Now, a question for John and a question for Lance. Lance, you, I think, mentioned a restaurant you went to, Katami. Is that correct?
Yeah, Katami, yeah.
Now, I read about this restaurant, and they're one of the 4 restaurants in Houston that serves this Matsuyaka Wagyu beef in the whole country, $70 an ounce. So you're talking like $500 just for one person.
Well, depends on how much you're. No. They don't serve. They serve. It's a sushi restaurant, so you're going to. A lot of times it may be a slice of it, but yeah, they have, and that's one of the most rare cuts that you're going to find anywhere. But that's not really like that's one of their crazy top shelf things that they have. But yeah, they they have all kinds of things. It's not a steakhouse per se though, Larry.
Okay, so you didn't go there just because you had heard about this.
No, it's a sushi. Yeah,
who's getting $70 an ounce?
No, I can't do that. I can't fade that. No, it's a sushi. It's a sushi restaurant that has a lot of different takes on. Yeah, it's great. I didn't know about that particular cut necessarily that they had, but yeah, this is a high end, really high quality restaurant, Katami. It's from the same group that does Kata Robata.
And finally for John, now that you're going to be in LA, you're going to be a member of Riviera Country Club. Have you played there?
I have not, but I have an offer to go play. I will, Larry. I can't wait to play it. As a matter of fact, I have not. I haven't seen any of the good golf in LA yet, but I'm planning on it. I've got a couple of buddies who are plugged in, so it's going to be really nice to be able to see that golf. That's going to be fun. So yeah, Riv is coming. As a matter of fact, I had an offer to play Riv, but I was leaving yesterday. I had an offer to go play yesterday.
Oh, that's heartbreaking.
I know. I said, well, I got to. He said, well, change your flight. And
Yeah.
with Southwest, you can change for free.
Then why didn't you do it?
Because I had to do the show today or something.
Oh, you the show got in the way, as opposed to when you went to what was it, Cancun? Where'd you go to play golf?
I wanted to, Cancun to play golf.
Oh, okay.
This show got in the way a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
So
sometimes.
So at some point the
I'm
show
a man of the people.
So at
No,
some point
you've
the show
lost that.
does take priority.
You've lost that title.
Interesting. I'm glad the show takes priority for once.
The show took priority. It's taken priority of my whole life. You don't think I come every day?
That room is full of guys who've put the show on the back burner.
Yeah. Well, Are you?
What are you talking about?
Okay.
I just realized you were taking
It's
a shot
not
at
even
me,
on
too.
your back burner.
Lance was like, "Oh, look at him attacking John," and
I
then
was like, hey, wait a minute.
I'm involved
That's
in
me
that.
too.
I'm involved.
Says the guy who won't bring up certain things on this show because he
You
puts it
guys
on the
have-
back burner to put it on
you
this
guys
show,
have
John.
painted that as something that I'm holding back. You guys don't want to talk about the things I want to talk about, so I
Yeah,
don't
we
bring them
do.
up.
Right.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah.
Like, for example, it's a big day today. You haven't even mentioned it once.
Today's a huge day.
A huge day.
Home run derby?
No. you would never guess it because you don't want to talk about the things I
No,
like
it's
to talk
college
about.
Caitlin
football.
Clark against
No, it's
Angel
college
Reese.
football 25. It's the day it comes out.
The release
The
at
release at
3
25.
p.m.
How about right after Trump
No,
got
it's
shot,
already-
somebody said, this better not mess up the release of NCAA 2025.
I mean, if I was on social media, I might have tweeted that too.
I am reading all the tweets and everything, and it really is like it's a dystopian. Like I can't believe all the different people have to respond immediately and say whatever's on their mind immediately. All the different types of conspiracy theories I saw over the weekend on like a variety of things. I think some things were obviously Secret Service is going to be in some trouble. And there's some questions that need to be answered for sure, without question. Because they're sitting there.
Well, there's
with
already
the sniper,
a congressional hearing.
A sniper's already got a set on, you just have to shoot that guy before he does anything. Sorry, you shouldn't be up there with the rifle. You should get shot immediately. You don't wait for him to shoot. But anyway, that's something they'll talk about or they'll handle, I guess. But it is dystopian. Like Twitter's the worst place. I can't wait till I don't have to use it anymore.
Well, and
I really can't.
And the Secret Service leader is a woman, and she wants to have 30% women in the Secret Service in the next couple of years. And there are some videos of the women who were there with Trump. It's not good. It's not good. It's not. It's bad, as a matter of fact. So I don't know. We'll find out. But there's a congressional hearing already.
Are you though?
There's a congressional hearing already set for her that she's got to answer questions
so you
about
mean
this.
when a
Because she wanted to cut back Trump's Secret Service.
So you're saying when a political candidate who was a former president gets fired at and a piece of glass hits them in the ear, people are going to have to be held accountable for it?
Yeah.
You mean there's accountability
Yeah,
for
some accountability.
not sweeping a building?
Yeah, it's not going to end well for
most
people
saying,
involved.
"Hey, there's a guy up there with a gun. Guys, there's somebody bellying.
Yeah.
There's somebody doing an army crawl up there."
There was a guy doing an interview that people thought was wearing like a fake redhead hat, and that guy was.
Wait, that's real hair?
People, I guess.
Oh no, the guy he was telling the Secret Service guy, there's a guy up there with a rifle. What are you guys doing?
That guy can identify a threat, and you guys aren't going to react to it.
And you can't. Right.
Yeah, I think there may be some accountability over all that. I have a funny feeling. So, yeah, no, college football's still being released, guys. Don't worry. So that's what Dell. Although I think it's. Are you sure it's not until 3? I think people have downloaded it already.
Well, no, it's a placeholder, and then you have to download the full game at 3 p.m.
This is so ugly. Some badass white male Marine or Army Ranger was passed over for Melissa McCarthy.
I don't know their hiring practices.
I don't either, but she looks a little like her.
She
looks a little
and by the way,
does.
before women were on the Secret Service, presidents got shot too.
Yes. No. Listen, everybody. Oh, these times are so awful. Look at the rhetoric. It's making people shoot at the president. We've been shooting at presidents for a long time.
One guy
people.
shot at a president to impress Jodie Foster.
Yes. I mean, well, that was a movie. But
no, Hinckley.
Oh yeah, Hinckley.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's what's
I
real.
was thinking of Taxi Driver.
No, I saw somebody go on there. All these Democrats who have tried to kill, I don't think most of these guys who tried to assassinate presidents.
Well, by the way,
I don't think it was political. Like you said, Hinckley was deranged. John Wilkes Booth.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not. And it turns out this guy, I guess he's a registered Republican, but I don't care about that. We shouldn't be in a place where people are trying to be assassinated. I don't care what your political beliefs are. It's not, although someone did make a point that I thought was like, oh, it's actually a decent point. If you call Trump Hitler, you can't also say, man, we shouldn't do that in our country. And, thoughts are with Hitler. Thoughts and prayers with Hitler. Hopefully Hitler recovers quickly.
Yeah.
I saw that and I'm like, well, that's not a bad point,
Yeah, if you've called them that, how many situations, well, if you could go back in time, wouldn't you kill Hitler?
Yeah.
You can't call them that and then pretend that.
I don't willy-nilly call people Nazis and Hitler.
No.
That's a very serious accusation.
No, absolutely not. And the kid was a registered Republican.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I guess
he's 20 years. What was he? 20? Like
20.
The timeline for people trying to figure out who to blame.
How'd you like to be his parents or sister?
Well, we think about this all the time. The people who do these things.
Yeah, the people that they hurt.
And of course, the people beyond the people who he actually hurt. No,
and everyone was doing their studying like he donated $15 to Biden, and it turns out it was a 69-year-old man whose name Thomas.
Oh, really? Some misinformation
Stokes,
came out?
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
people.
misinformation
The
came
man
out.
fired into a crowd, almost
Yeah.
killed a political candidate, and actually killed someone. Why do we care?
He's a deranged.
Why do we care?
Yeah, what is political? Yeah.
Well, you have
Well,
to. You
why?
have to
Why?
find out.
Well, in
Find out what.
today's
If
Well,
someone
to-
put him
to
up
make-
to it, what are we looking for?
No. Well, first of all, you got to know that it's not a conspiracy, that there weren't other people involved.
Well,
And
that's for the police
secondly-
to this, or the
And secondly, you can learn from these people to maybe prevent the next time.
well,
well,
the conspiracy is that
You got to know what kind of, if he was a nut job.
no,
or
the
Well,
new
not that.
conspiracy is the FBI was in on this was an
What his
inside job
political-
to take out Trump. That's the new
Yeah,
conspiracy.
I'm not saying don't investigate, but it isn't our job, obviously. But his political ties, a nut job's a nut job.
Del, when there's a mass shooting, what do people do? What's the first thing that people do online?
Well, they got to dig up the background of the person who did.
That's
We'll
right.
find out
Including their race.
We'll find out what
They need
what
their
they look
race.
like.
They
yeah.
need their race and their political affiliation.
Well, we're going to find out if he's got
not the mass shooting. It's not the dead people. You got to find out who was.
More
it so we
importantly,
can-
we're going to find out if there's any N-bombs in his Twitter.
Well, he's dead. I don't know
It
if it
ain't
matters.
gonna matter now.
I think he's been permanently canceled, John. I don't think it matters.
Well,
Yeah.
but it's going to be worse for him.
Ooh, I saw the
It's
picture. of,
going to be worse for
I
I
him.
don't know
saw the
how.
after picture. It can't be worse for him. Man, it is. I don't know where that Ogrish isn't around anymore, so I'm not sure how that picture got out, but it is not good.
All right, 916 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for me to talk about my peeps over at Chastain Ford. I haven't been able to talk about them for a couple of weeks now, it seems like. It's awful that I can't talk about them because I love the Chastains. I love what the Chastains do. I love what they stand for. I love what they stand for business-wise. I talk about this all the time. It starts at the top, right? That's how you find out. That's where you know where the direction of the business. If there's some slimy scumbag that's running the business, guess what? The business is going to be a bunch of slimy scumbags that's going to be trying to just bilk you out of all your money. That's not the case. The Chastains have been doing this for over 80 years in the city of Houston. You're not going to find nicer people, and you're not going to find people who have more integrity in the business world. They're going to make sure that you get that truck or car at the best price that they can possibly give it to you. They're not going to add on. They're not going to mark up. They don't actually, their business plan is this. We're not going to gouge you out of every second, out of every dollar we can get out of you. What we're going to do is we're going to give you the best vehicle that we can, or the best service. We're going to get you so you're in the payments that you can afford, right? So that you're not choking on the car, so that you'll have your great car buying experience and come back again. And you know what? That's what everybody does. And I'm going to go back again. I've already bought a couple from them. I'm going to buy a few more. I know that. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got a couple of segments left, then we hit News of the Weird. If you haven't been here for a while, so come on in. 713-780-3776. We've had basically 2 weeks of not really having shows, so this has been a rough stretch for us. We apologize, but we do have the interwebs back, which is nice. We are at all systems go, right?
Well, I don't know about 97.9, but 92.5, 97.5, stream, app,
Twitch,
YouTube.
all of them?
Yeah.
YouTube? Good. Nicely done. Way to go. You know what? We're just a machine.
This one you can't put on us.
No, this wasn't us. This was Beryl. Beryl did that to us. There's no question. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. So many things have happened since the last time that we were here. We're on the All-Star break. Astros are 1 game back. Astros with 2 losses over the weekend, but Seattle lost 3 straight going into the weekend. So the Astros just 1 back and will be in first place by next weekend. I told Eric Layden we will be having him on the show. You'll remember what Eric Layden did, Dell. He's this year's tombstone.
Is he wrong if they don't make the playoffs?
No, he's not. Yes, he's wrong. He said they were dead. They're not dead.
Well,
they're certainly not dead.
If they don't make the playoffs,
we're not dead.
But if they don't make he's
they were
considered the
very
season
much
over.
alive.
That's fine. But if they don't make the playoffs,
he was wrong.
They don't make the playoffs.
If they don't make the playoffs, they don't make the playoffs. But
yes.
he was wrong. They're not dead.
I get it.
He played taps.
Who cares if they don't make the playoffs? I don't care about the semantics.
Well, by the way, they're making
this.
the playoffs.
I said that's why I asked a question. If they don't make the playoffs, I don't care if they fight back and don't make the playoffs. When this division stinks, you better make the playoffs. This division sucks.
It really does. Seattle's not any good. We play them next weekend.
Oh, by the way,
at Seattle.
For all the talk of Seattle sucks and burying the Rangers take 2 out of 3. They're only like 4 games back of you.
Yeah. That's all right.
They stink too, but this just speaks to what this division is.
Well, right. We're 50-46. Okay.
Tallest little person.
We are. We're the same record as the Cardinals right now. But look at where we were and look at where we are. Okay?
But you're not getting any healthier.
You are. Verlander's coming back. And we got Jake Bloss
when is
back.
he getting better?
We got Jake Bloss back.
Oh, comforting.
Yep. Rookie. Thank you. And Verlander's going to come back.
When is he coming back?
At this point, we don't know.
So why do you just say he's going to come back? When is he going to come back? Do they have a timeline?
No, but I did see – did you see Kate Upton on some show? I don't know what the name of the show was. But she said his neck is better. She does – I don't want to talk about when he's coming back or whatever.
What's going on?
Well,
like how is – if he had a sore neck, somebody's going to have to explain this to me. If he's got a sore neck, how is this – you had a sore neck, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Remember when you went and had the chiropractor gave you a ring dinger or whatever?
No. Oh, well, I talked to a chiropractor and said that is the most dangerous thing you could possibly do.
When they
do not get a ring dinger.
You mean when they take your head and yank it as hard as they can?
Yeah, they can paralyze you. They can absolutely paralyze you. So don't get a ring dinger if you're out there.
Coward. You should try to see people online do it. You should do it.
My neck is still – I don't know if I could pitch today. I don't know. I'm not going to try to go out there and pitch today.
What day could you pitch?
Well, with my neck's not feeling bad.
No, but in the last 20 years, what day could you pitch?
It doesn't matter. He could go out and throw.
I could go out. I threw a lot of Little League. Are you kidding me? In Little League, I was the dad has to the coach has to throw BP.
Yeah.
Have you coached Little League in the last 20 years?
Yes. In the last 20 years, yes. JT is 27. 15 years ago.
I feel like JT's 35 at this point.
No.
Do you remember the last time Justin Verlander pitched?
Justin Verlander pitched.
He's on the 15-day injured list.
In June. He pitched early June?
June 9th.
Yeah.
The last game Justin Verlander pitched was June 9th. We're over a month.
Oh, well, when was the last time Kyle Tucker played? June 3rd.
He's another one.
June 3rd.
Man.
Yeah. And and that's all we do is win.
Are we sure there wasn't a fracture?
You just lost 2 out of 3 to the Rangers.
Oh, who cares?
Are we sure there wasn't a fracture? Because there are fractures that heal after 6 weeks. Like, are we sure there wasn't a fracture?
No, there was no fractures.
All you do is sweep the Marlins. Sure. That's what you do.
Well, thank you. I don't care. Beat up on the
But isn't it
little people. I don't care.
Well, Mariners blew it late
well,
yesterday,
the Mariners
so that was
stink.
good.
2 out of the last 3 series. Is that what the Astros have lost? They've lost 2 out of the last 3 series?
yeah, but
Yeah,
no
guess
one
what? They
cares
keep
about
gaining.
that.
Somehow they gain ground.
Yeah,
The Mariners are awful.
yeah, right.
I remember when the Astros were winning and they didn't gain any ground, and then now they lose and they gain ground. So here we are. Here we are. John Granado's got a chance to be right at the end of July.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, look.
No, they'll definitely be.
Don't-
By next weekend, they'll be in first
they
place.
go
In a perfect
Do
world,
they start with Seattle outside
the Mariners
after
get
the break?
hot. In a perfect world, they get hot just through July, and then they fall off, and the Astros win the division. In a
Okay,
perfect world,
this is the time we ask these,
you don't get to win. You don't get to have them in first.
and they
place in
host the
July. In a perfect
Astros
world.
coming out of the break, starting on Friday.
But they're one game out. They play the Mariners next weekend. They win 2 games. They win 1 game. They're in first place. They're in first place next weekend.
Not if they lose on Friday.
But they're going to win on Friday.
Well,
and they're in first place.
See, you've put us in a position to cheer for the Mariners on
Oh,
Friday.
that's terrible. You're a bad person. You're a very bad.
We're at the All-Star break, so can we start asking overarching questions about this season? Can we at least do that?
Is Joe Espada a candidate for Manager of the Year?
No, that's not a
You
real
say it's
question.
not
What kind of
anything.
questions?
I'm asking Lance. Lance has been
All
the
right.
stronger of the two of you.
Yeah.
When it comes to burying the team.
Go ahead.
Is this team a real threat?
Yes.
No.
I didn't
to win a World Series?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, give me
Base-
real threat for what?
to win a World Series.
No, pitching's not good enough.
Yes, it is.
And the hitting's too inconsistent.
Yes, it is. They'll be back in the ALCS again.
Give me your 5 starters.
My 5 starters are you kidding? The best starter in baseball, Ronel Blanco.
He
Hunter
didn't
Brown.
even make the All-Star team.
Fromber. I know he didn't make the All-Star team because they're prejudiced. Hunter Brown, Justin Verlander, Fromber. I got 5 starters right there. I don't need anybody else.
Where's Verlander?
And I got Jake Bloss is going to come on.
Well, you
and
got to
be-
quit saying this guy.
Okay.
He's not even considered to be a big-time prospect.
Yes, he is a big-time prospect. He mowed through the minors. Go look at it. He just destroyed the minor league
Is he a
system.
big-time prospect, though?
Yeah.
He's like the Joe Burrow of prospects. Immediately hurt.
Always hurt. Stay hurt, Jake Bloss.
Get his back blown out, his
That's
knee
not
blown
the
out.
correct way to
No,
phrase
his
that.
knee blown out, his shoulder blown out, his back blown out, all of them. Everything got blown out for Burrow, not for Jake. But
He had 1 injury on his first appearance.
I know.
He's fine.
He's on a
I don't know
bad
if you
pace.
heard, but he's back.
We heard-
where's Verlander?
We call that fragile, John.
Where's
Verlander's not
Verlander?
coming. Oh my God! Somebody put a Dodger hat on me. That's
I
the
know.
word.
You're
Dustin,
LA Johnny.
You're a bad person, Dustin. I hate the Dodgers.
Well, you're.
Hate the Dodgers.
He went to a Dodgers gay bar. We found out.
Well, I didn't know it wasn't a Dodgers.
He turned it
gay
into
bar.
an Astros gay bar.
I did. I had the Astros on there.
Was it just a bar before he got there?
It was just a gay bar before he got there. For those of you who don't know,
John walked in to watch a little baseball,
and I walked into a gay bar and watched, and they put the game
and
on
everything
for
was
me.
fine,
And
wasn't it?
everything was great.
No one did it. You
It was
were
very
you're
nice.
good.
Why would anyone
Nice
do
people.
anything?
What do you mean,
to him?
do anything?
Why would
Well, I
anyone
think
do
John,
anything?
John was probably a little nervous, and it's good
No,
people.
I wasn't a little
Were
nervous.
you,
Good
John?
people
Don't put-
on
you know-
both sides.
You don't put words in my mouth.
Were you nervous?
No.
Did you go back and see your friends on the second date?
I know I could have kicked most everybody's ass in there. Okay.
Why are you
Why are you
kicking
beating
Well,
people's
that's
ass?
what you said. Were you nervous? No. What was I nervous about?
Okay, so did you go back with your friends and watch it the second game?
No, I didn't. I
Why
went to
not?
another bar because I'm trying to find. I'm exploring LA. I've never spent any time
You're
there.
exploring?
Exploring. I want to find different things,
Are you
different
curious?
venues. I
Are you
am. I'm
curious
LA
about
curious.
Okay. All right.
Okay. I am
fine.
LA curious.
That's fine.
yeah.
Well,
Are you going to go back to the gym bar?
I don't know. I'm not in West Hollywood.
Did you have a good
a
time
lot.
watching stuff?
I watched the game. Yeah, it was fine.
You should go
They
back.
didn't have Coors Light there though.
Oh, yeah.
That's the problem.
That is the legitimate issue for you.
That is. No, the second bar had Coors.
You need a badger. Did you immediately badger anyone there? No, not yet. You badger people here. When are you going to start feeling comfortable enough to start badgering people to start carrying your beer?
Well, when I feel more comfortable there. I didn't feel all that comfortable. Okay.
In Los Angeles?
why are you
in
so
general?
uncomfortable? Why are you so uncomfortable? You're just watching the Astros.
Did you ever?
Yeah, I was. When you're
What?
when you're unique to a situation,
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. You
I
have
was
to be
I
comfortable.
was one of a kind there.
You
hetero.
think
I was the only hetero
you
there.
think you were. Now here's a question for you. While you were there, did they take most of your paycheck?
No.
Okay.
Did they take most of my paycheck?
Yeah.
How so? Was it very expensive?
Los Angeles.
Oh.
California.
No.
Did California take most of your paycheck?
Did the government
Don't let
take
them know you live there.
I don't live
Because do you know I have to pay taxes every time I have to pay LA tax every time I go to Los Angeles? When they know.
Right.
They track it, and somehow I got busted for 18 and had to go back and like write a check for them for like $1,800.
No.
For when I was there in Los Angeles doing stuff. If I'm staying there, I have to pay taxes there.
I'm not doing that.
So as long as you don't do your show ever from there, you should be fine.
I'm not doing it from there. I don't F them in their taxes.
No, don't say that. They're known as being notoriously ruthless.
You know what? Then I'll call John Daspit.
You could.
Yep.
He's a personal injury lawyer, so I don't think he's, he probably knows a tax lawyer for you. But John Daspit is a personal injury lawyer. So if you have an injury, if you've been hurt in a serious injury, John represented a large amount of people in a refinery blast. That this case went on for over 2 years, and it took a while to get all the depositions done, to get all of the, accounting for hospital bills, surgeries, physical therapy, plastic surgery, everything, the PTSD stuff that went on, the pain and suffering, figuring out that compensation. It was a huge case, and John fought, and they wanted to take him. They said, no, we're not going to agree to this settlement, not going to agree to this settlement. And John said, let's go to trial because I'm going to whip your ass in trial. And guess what? Right before they went, okay, let's just settle out of court. And he got a huge settlement for his clients because they underwent huge problems. I mean, many of them have problems that will be with them for the rest of their lives. And so you need someone who's on your side fighting for you when you have any issues with personal injury, whether it's roadway, in the water, at the workplace. It doesn't matter. John Daspit's the best in Houston. He's the best in the state. He's the biggest in the city of Houston. And his lawyers are going to fight hard for you and work hard for you. 713, call now or go to DaspitLaw.com. Is that Frank? Hello?
Want to do work out, pet. Time for me to talk about Houston Powder Coaters. That's what this is. Time for me to talk about Robin. Time for me to talk about all the greatness that is Houston Powder Coaters. Love what they do. I've seen their work. You've seen their work. If you saw the big Ferris wheel downtown, they've done that in the Woodlands, in that beautiful area that they've got. At the Texans games, all their picnic benches, they've done those. It's their work is all over the city, And they can come to your home, and they will come to your home, and they will pick up your patio furniture. No job too big or too small. But you know what? You'll probably talk to Robin, and she will tell you whether or not, should I save this furniture or should I buy new furniture? That's a question. What about this car part? What about these wheel kits? What about the bumpers? Whatever it is that's metal and it's rusting out or just not good anymore, Robin will give you a straight shoot. She will shoot straight with you, and she's going to tell you whether or not it's time for new stuff or for her to help you with Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is awesome. 5-star Google reviews. You'll love working with Houston Powder Coaters. If you want to save that metal, whatever it is, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So this has been a tribute to Ken Hoffman Day here. We talked about The Exorcist a little bit. They had an exorcist in studio. He can. Well,
yeah.
He didn't.
We're on the
have
internet.
it? Well, I've already got it in a place that I want it. So it's long. The Exorcist was. He explained the exorcism and all of this stuff and what it is. He's a Latvian priest from lower Westheimer. He said.
Oh, actually, this was a real guy. I remember
it's a
when
real
he came
guy.
in. Yeah.
So picking it up right after he told about what an exorcist actually is by ridding demons from humans or places.
And how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for about 11 years now.
How many exorcisms have you performed?
In Houston, we do about 5 or 6 a year. It's a pretty
you've done
ghostly
about
place here in Houston.
I get that. That's pretty punny. Actually, that's 2/3 of a pun. PU. So you've done about 60 exorcisms.
I have, yes.
What is your record?
I'm 60-0.
You're 60-0.
Yes.
He was rookie of the year. Really? Mm-hmm. So you're 60. You have never been defeated. The devil. My only frame of reference is The Exorcist, the movie.
Yeah. Most people.
And according to that movie, the devil himself, or the spirit, the entity of whatever the devil is, actually enters and takes over the body of a person or of a place, and then you act as a medium for the higher power of good and light.
Yes, that's
and
correct.
You pretty much engage in mortal combat, and the best man or best thing, entity, walks out.
You've obviously done your homework. That's basically what happens. I invoke the spirit, the higher power, and then it's just a one-on-one battle. And if this goes according to plan, you won't recognize my voice. I am not in control of my actions at that point.
Now, you would think the devil, after losing 60 games in a row, would somehow make a game.
It's not always the devil. It's a number of unclean spirits that can
say what you want. The devil's not a quitter.
No, he's not.
No.
He keeps coming back.
So in The Exorcist, it got pretty violent. It was the Linda Blair character, and the devil possessed her and made her use profanity and cursing. Now we're going to do this live. I'm hoping. Let me make a request, a long distance request for the devil here. No foul language.
Yeah, I
we got
can't
Kyle sitting on
be
the button
responsible for that.
We're going to bleep the devil. That'd be pretty cool.
That would be a good move.
Okay, so here's the deal, Father Demetrius.
Yes.
We've been here about 8 months now. Raheel and I, we do a show from noon to 2. And when we come in here, there's a presence. I like to say this, and this might be unfair, but there's a stench of failure in the room here. And I believe that certain people, maybe I'm not the best team player in the world, but my coworkers might be possessed with an evil power, and I want to shed it. I feel like that weight is on my shoulders. I want to just shed it off me. Okay? And the same thing with Raheel, because I want this show to be successful. And I don't mind saying this. We'll air some dirty laundry here, especially Raheel's underpants with the skid marks. That they thought that Raheel and I were going to be the weak link of this station. And as it turns out, we're like the ratings juggernaut. We are by far the most listened to show. And we want to get back a little bit. And but there's, John and Lance are my friends. and they do a good show, but they're not keeping pace with us. They're like the albatross around our neck. And we have some person one, who is pure evil. I've looked into his eyes. It's pure evil.
You've seen the evil.
Yeah, I have seen the evil. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, do you have any requests? Can we stay here or no?
No, you can't.
So that is that in a nutshell is Hoffy. Hoffy Radio was Hoffy Radio back in the 1560 days. Just great stuff. Just bit after bit. He just and like Raheel said, he'd walk in. All right, what are we going to do today?
He just wanted to have fun. He didn't want to talk about sports.
He didn't want He never talked about. He rarely ever talked about sports. He was much better with strippers and hookers and
exorcists.
Yeah, exorcists and porn stars and yeah, he was awesome.
Wrestlers.
He was great. Oh yeah, no. Joey Chestnut. You know how many appearances Joey Chestnut made on 1560?
I saw him at least once.
No, he made multiple.
Did he really?
He anytime.
This when he was first. When he was first on the scene,
he was in studio all the time.
Guy, yeah.
Every time he came to town. Yeah, Joey Chestnut. I mean, it was
when there were big wrestlers, like when wrestling stars. You would have these people. I didn't watch wrestling, but I recognized some of the names. And all of a sudden, they'd just walk in. They'd either be at Nick's place or they'd be in here with Hoffman. So it was pretty wild. So Ken Hoffman will be missed. He had a great run, really good rider, fun on the radio, good dude, and passed away yesterday morning.
Yeah, for those who didn't.
So for those who are trying to get context on this, that's why we're doing this. And he was a friend of ours off the air. We knew him before we ever did any radio with him. And yeah.
Yeah, it's a sad day. It's a awful day. Ken Hoffman no longer with us. After you got that news yesterday morning, that was just so sad. So sad. All right, never put that Dodger hat on me again, Dustin. Yeah. So, Del, is there anything we missed today? After 12 days, I'm pretty sure we covered everything.
I mean, we did do a Friday show, but for people who didn't hear,
well, no one heard that show.
92.5 people did. So some people did hear it. Let's see. What did we miss? We talked about Reed Shepherd's impressive performance. Mm-hmm. We talked about the Astros a bit. I mean, we didn't want to harp on it because they did lose 2 out of 3. Copa. We didn't talk much about the Euros, but England lost to Spain because it won't be coming home ever.
A lot of people really like when England loses.
Well, they're colonizers.
Yeah, a lot of people
Not that Spain isn't, but
Spain is like the kings of colonizers.
Not that Spain isn't, but a lot of conversations are about England. England is like, how do I put this? England is like the UT of world soccer.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. But if you're going with all-time colonizers, Spain wins.
Sure, but Spain's a little fun. They got Nico, they got Lamine Yamal. They played a better version of the sport. So people are like, if Spain's gonna win, cool.
Spain was better.
But I did see someone who was a Filipino descent. She was like, "Oh, look, my colonizers won this time." Then I had to look up. Oh yeah, Spain did do some things over there.
Yeah.
So look, yeah, that's just how the world has worked. But for the most part, people are rooting against England. And
they had a run against the Moors, too. Now, Spain had a great run of colonizing.
Yeah, and England tried to pull off what they normally do. They scored a late goal to tie it, but Spain bounced back. So that's about it. What else should we have talked about?
I think we caught.
I think for all the things that you guys care about, I think we talked about it all.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, SEC Media Days
are stupid game.
Well, it's a big deal for people of my age, millennials. SEC Media Days are today, too, so if anything breaks there, we'll talk about that on the show.
We touched on Big 12 Media Days with Mike Gundy.
Will there be a controversy surrounding SEC Media Days and University of Texas or Texas A&M?
A controversy? How so?
I don't think A&M. There's no Jimbo. Well, is there going to be is somebody from Texas going to say something that's going to make the entire SEC mad?
Is Lane Kiffin going to say something that's going to make?
See, now Lane Kiffin could say something about Texas. Yeah. He could make a comment about Jimbo, even though he's not there anymore.
Not there anymore.
I mean, Lane is the wild card, but I wonder, could Sark say something that makes? Let's see what happens. Let's see if anyone says anything that. I don't expect Elko to say anything controversial at Texas A&M, although some people may bring up the questions are going to come up. Do you plan on leaving the SEC or what's going on? And he's not going to answer that question anyway. But we could see
Does
some.
Texas A&M plan on leaving the SEC?
Well, that's the talk is that they could go the Big Ten.
No, they're not going to do that.
Why not?
Because the SEC is the place to be.
They gotta get away from Texas.
Why?
I agree.
It would be
Just to get away
I
from
don't
them.
think
we're not long for these conferences anyway.
It's not going to matter anyway.
not long for
Like
these
if you're in,
conferences.
who cares if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten or
it doesn't
whatever?
matter. You can't avoid Texas.
They've been doing it for years.
Yeah. Well, no, they still have that hanging over them. It's not like they can keep on running away from them.
Well, they've tried.
Yeah. Well, they went to a better place. I mean,
and they
now,
ran away.
Now they're leaving the SEC.
But what
would
about
not be a
never
better place.
playing them? I mean, what about never playing them when? Or
Well,
I know
don't think
that's a
that
both
they
sides
didn't want
thing.
to play them. They wanted to go and
No, but so what? We have plenty of teams who don't reside in the same conference in state that play each other. Why
Yeah.
didn't they play
well,
each other?
because of the anger towards each other.
Well,
now they're going
yeah.
to play each other again.
Now they're forced to. It's embarrassing that
Right.
they had to be forced to play each other again.
Right. Well, they're embarrassing. Both schools are
Both
embarrassing.
schools, yeah.
They're both embarrassing.
And we are the home of your Aggies.
Yep. Yep, and we'll admit it. We'll admit it. You were both embarrassing.
Yes.
I'm also going to admit this. These past 2 weeks are the perfect, or well, at least a week ago today. Barrel is the perfect reason why you need a Bronco Power Boost. Here's the deal. Okay, so it's not going to light up your whole home, but guess what? It's a lot less expensive, a Bronco Power Boost. It attaches to your breaker, okay? It's inside your garage or wherever your breaker is, or at your business, because you need it at your business, because you can keep your doors, okay, automatic doors, you can keep your Wi-Fi on, you can keep your lighting on, you can keep your computers on, you can keep your payment terminals on, your security cameras on, you can keep your point of sale system on, you can keep medical freezers on, you can keep your gas appliances on. This is so good. It's not going to run your air conditioner, but it's not made to run your air conditioner. It's made to keep you going. Your Wi-Fi, your TVs, your cameras, all of these things that are necessary. Your garage door. You don't know how much you need your garage door until you can't open it anymore. You need the Bronco Power Boost. Get it now before we get another. And guess what? We're having another hurricane. We will have another hurricane. Automatic, no maintenance, cheaper, no CO2, no noise, nothing. It's perfect. BroncoPowerBoost.com, BroncoPowerBoost.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So much stuff. I got to watch out for this. Hugging robbers in Southern California. Apparently, police are warning people. 2 people have been arrested in connection with attempted robbery in Orange County earlier this month. Apparently, a male driver parked his vehicle in front of the driveway while a female exited and approached him for a hug and then tried to rob him. Del, you're going to be in trouble if you go there.
How so?
Because you love hugs from everybody.
I don't love hugs.
Right? You love hugs. So here's the deal. Don't get hugs when you come visit me and stay at my house in L.A.
Is there a degree of hug that'll get you in more trouble? Because some dudes who love to beg hugs from girls, like they do pelvis to pelvis. Is a side hug okay? What's the deal?
No hugs are
first
good.
degree hug.
They're robbing you.
Does a first degree hug get you in trouble more? I'm trying to figure out what I need to avoid.
All hugs.
Okay.
He already does that.
He does.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about that.
You don't have to worry about anything. New study says young adulthood is no longer one of life's happiest times.
How could it be?
Well, it usually is. You have a good time.
Well, the Gen Zers.
I had a great time when I was young.
The Gen Zers are going through it.
I don't know about you, but I had a great time.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the young adults
these
now.
Kids don't know how to have a
No.
good time. They don't.
I don't want a driver's license. I just want to stay in my phone and look at and play Stumble Guys.
Well, to be fair to
Roblox.
To be fair to them, considering
this is amazing.
Considering what this world's like, I'd stay inside too.
The world's actually got some cool stuff going on.
A lot of good stuff you could go see, Del.
Going to public places, does that feel great?
Depends on the public.
Ariana Grande's brother, Frankie, is defending her. Apparently, there are accusations that she's a cannibal. Do you think Ariana Grande is a cannibal?
I'm not going to say anything here because there's so much to say.
Do you think
there's so much to say, and I'm not going to say anything about meat or anything.
Does she eating? Well, no one knows. Are you guys going to Perth anytime soon?
Australia?
Apparently,
I am.
Apparently, ATSB data reveals that the Perth airport has more turtle strikes with planes than any other airport. Are you worried about turtle strikes?
What is that?
Turtles are striking airplanes in Perth.
Are the airplanes striking the turtles? What do you mean?
I think that's probably the case.
You run over them?
Yeah, they're running over turtles.
5 turtle deaths, 2 on a taxiway and 3 on a runway.
Yeah, I don't care about that as long as they don't take out the plane.
Well,
how big are these turtles?
You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know how big the turtles are.
Yeah. Oh, everything's huge in Perth. I've seen. Oh my gosh, have you ever seen that video of all the bugs they have? Like, they have things. The kangaroos that are jacked up. I just could never live in a place where you might have to fight.
What about
a
a spider on the wall that's the size of your head?
Yeah, I saw that video. The spider's enormous.
No, I don't want.
No, and the. You're right. The turtles. That probably is a big.
Do you want to go to South Korea?
Yeah, obviously.
A South Korea politician is blaming women for rising male suicides.
Been saying it for years. Been saying it for years.
Do you think women are to blame for men killing themselves?
Is that what the data says?
That's what the data says.
What data?
I'm a numbers guy. John just said there's data.
Men who okay.
Is there a study?
So the report published on the city showed that the number of suicide attempts along the river had risen 430 to 1,035, and of those trying to take their lives, the proportion were men had climbed 67% to 77%. And 77% are men trying to kill themselves.
And we're blaming women for that?
I guess we should.
No.
Who are we going to blame?
I guess we should?
Yeah.
Maybe other factors are leading to men wanting to kill themselves.
A Japanese political candidate on a broadcast stripped during the broadcast and asked the viewers if they think she's sexy. Would you vote for her?
Well, was she sexy?
She was pretty sexy.
I probably wouldn't.
I probably would.
You'd vote for her to run the country, or you just want her to get an OnlyFans account?
But I'm not going to see her anymore because I don't have an OnlyFans account.
Drop your Instagram account, and that's it. You don't have to run my country.
Well, if the woman that you find attractive promised to, instead of doing a State of the Union, well, she would call it that, but she would just take off her clothes. Would you vote for her then? Every year, her State of the Union was her taking off her clothes.
I'm in.
Yeah, I thought so.
Good.
No, it depends on who it is.
Okay.
I said a woman he found attractive.
Yeah. If it's a woman, I find it. Yes.
You would vote for that.
You're in. Yep. Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, in this political climate, I'd vote for it too.
Well,
People on Twitch already said they're not listening to you anymore because they already know you've checked out and you're leaving us. That you're not going. that
now
you're gonna-
they noticed that now?
Mega Blast says 27 years of listening down the drain.
What?
They think you're not going to do the show anymore.
I'm doing the show. I've told you I'm doing the show. I'm going to continue to do the show.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
want
going back and forth. And actually, I think it's going to bring a lot of content to the show, if you
Oh,
want to know the truth.
100%
And I wanna
gonna bring a
It's
lot of
already
content.
brought
That's
a
true.
gay bar in.
Yes, that
true.
was one of my favorite shows.
And I want to inform people John checked out 3 years ago.
Yes.
He can do
Come
this
on.
checked out.
Come
Don't
on.
worry about that.
Come on, John.
Hey,
Mega
listen-
Blast.
listen to the
I've
show.
been checked out.
This man has been done for years. Listen to the show.
Yes. I mean, come
And now
on.
his day gets started earlier.
That's
Like
ridiculous.
he'll be able to golf even earlier. That's all it is.
I can be on the course by 9 there.
I know.
That's the best. All right, we're done. You know who's the best is Kent. My man Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. So everybody's talking about we're going to have to buy a house in California, and it's like, oh my goodness, what about the interest rates? It's going to be awful. There's such a thing called refi, and here's the deal: houses are cheaper now because the interest rates are higher. They're harder to sell, so people are coming down on their prices. This is the perfect time. And there are a lot of incentives. For those of you that are out there that have never bought a house before, a lot of government incentives for you to buy a house now. If you're renting, you're just creating wealth for the guy that owns that building. You're not keeping your own wealth. You got to buy. And here's the deal. Kent is going to save you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. It's what he does every day and been doing for like 30 years now. If you have never shopped, listen, it's so dumb. You're going to shop when you buy a car or you buy computers. You're going to shop. You want to bet the best deal. Why would you not shop when you're buying the biggest expense in your life, your house? You have to shop it with the best mortgage guy. I feel like he's awesome. He's awesome. He really, really works his ass off for his clients, and he's going to do that for you. The ultimate mortgage hookup. That's Kent at Dream Rate Mortgage, 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Today's the day, Sean. Today is the day I finally cash in my Chick-fil-A reward for an Astro hitting the foul pole. I've never done it before. I've never done it. And Jake Myers hits the foul pole. And now I get the opportunity to cash in on a 2-count of chicken tenders or a 5-count of nuggets. I've never done it before. I mean, it's not something you can actually build a lunch. I guess you can't really build a lunch off of. You can help your lunch get better.
Yes, you get the 6-count and then the free stuff. You buy a 6-count.
You certainly have to. Well, depending on who you are, maybe you just want a little snack. But for the most part, us normal Americans, we go.
Us red-blooded Americans.
Yes, you damn right. Us red-blooded Americans, we get our sandwich or nuggies, whatever the hell we want. Then we just, hey, this is a little prize. Thanks, Jake Myers. So that happened yesterday. That's really the only positive from the weekend. Yes, the Astros do get a game, but they lose 2 out of 3 to the Rangers. And because the Mariners are absolutely awful, they actually gain a game because the Mariners get swept. But the Astros finish, not the first half, but finish the before All-Star portion of the season at 50-46, so 96 games in. They're almost the definition of an average baseball team. And we know the context, the injuries, the inconsistency. But all in all, I would say, considering how it began, people probably feel pretty good. But if you told everyone you're going to be 50-46 before the All-Star break, people wouldn't have taken that. You would have asked, what the hell went wrong? And then you would be rewarded with this. Almost everything went wrong. Health-wise, from the pitchers, and now Kyle Tucker's been out for over a month now, and you hope he's going to be back very soon. Verlander, no real timetable. But you all know. You all know what the deal is. But we can have this bigger conversation about the team because they are at the All-Star break, and this is the time for it. It's July 15th, and they're in a fight. Hell, the Rangers, as bad as they are only 4 games behind the Astros. So the Astros are in both the divisional race and the wild card race going into the All-Star weekend. And they won't be represented well at All-Star weekend. Jose Altuve won't play. Kyle Tucker, we know, is banged up. And Jordan, I haven't heard word of him opting out of anything. So I guess he'll be there. We'll see. We'll see how featured he is, if he is at all. And frankly, at this point, if Jordan, you want to stay home, that's cool. You stay home too. It doesn't matter. The All-Star game, I'm trying to think. Maybe it's since they went away from having every guy wear their own uniform. The shine's off it for me. When they decided to go the NBA route and the NBA used to do the whole, you can wear your own uniform too, just depending on what conference you're in. You either wear the home or the away. Once they went away from that, and now they have these special uniforms because they need to sell merchandise, I'm out. The All-Star game, I'm not so old school that, hey, it's the only time I got to see the AL versus the NL. I don't care about that stuff so much. I mean, get over it at this point if that's still a thing for you. It's been, 20 years of interleague play at this point. But the whole, we're going to put on special uniforms because they look good in our team store or look awful. In fact, most of those All-Star jerseys look terrible. I'm out.
That's the craziest part is that the NBA and MLB just can't make a good one to save their life.
No. They all stink.
They all, every year we're like, ugh.
Yeah, just let the guys wear the... Look, I know the NBA is a little difficult because you don't know what they could wear. It could be a City Connect, or a city jersey, or it could be the home, the state. They have icon statement. It's just different words for home and away for the NBA, mostly because they don't want them to be classified as that. You can just wear whatever you want for the most part. But baseball, we kind of know. Sure, the Astros have their Space City Mondays and stuff like that, but for the most part, home, away, just have the guys wear them. AL, if this was your year, we're home. We're road. I think it would bring a little bit, I don't know if nostalgia is the word, but it'd make the game look better at a minimum, because some offshoot of red or blue, depending on the year. And sometimes, we're going to go get a little wild, throw some yellow in there, depending on it's all.
Yeah, if it's in Miami or something.
Yeah, you'll
some orange.
Yeah, you'll play to the city, or even maybe even slightly the color scheme of the home team who's hosting. All that stuff stinks. Just put them in their normal uniforms and go about it. I remember the days when Chan Ho Park was grooving balls to Cal Ripken in his last All-Star game, allegedly. I remember that.
Get back to those days. We were having fun. John Kruk was turning his helmet around the wrong way to face Randy Johnson. Remember how fun that was, Sean? Remember?
Gosh,
the good old days, right?
Yeah, we're doing back in my day.
No.
All-Star.
I'm doing
MLB
it.
All-Star.
I'm doing it in a very sarcastic manner. There's a tone to what I'm doing.
There is a nugget of truth in that. That
as sarcastic as I'm being,
I really do care less about this
yes,
than I ever have.
And maybe it's because we're older. We got lives. We got something very important that you thought I was leading to, but I didn't. I switched it up on you because I'm thinking about lunch more than anything else. Because lunch comes first. That other thing doesn't come till like 3. And that other thing is the official release if you got the early deluxe edition of EA College Football 25. And we'll get into that because I got to ask Sean the questions today because he won't be around the rest of the week. And his power has come back. He alerted me to that. So he's in good shape.
Just in time.
The station sacrificed their internet so Sean can get his internet back.
Boom.
To be able to download the game.
Even trade.
Yeah, well, I would say so too if I was in your state waiting for my power to come back. So we'll talk about what Sean's going to do for the week. Is he going to start a dynasty? Is he just going to play Texas against the best teams? Is he going to go online? Because that's a thing I won't be able to have conversations about until he's back on, what are you back, next Monday? Next Monday. So Sean will have almost a full week for the most part to play. And as I've told my story, I'm out here at 12:30. What am I taking a week off for to play a video game? I have 12 hours by the time I get home to do that. I see that caller. Once we find out who it is, we'll let you know whether we'll get to you in this segment or the next. Depends on if you called with the fake name or not. By the way, if you've been strictly listening on 97.5 or 92.5 because of our lack of online capabilities, we're back. You can listen to us on the stream or the app, or you can watch us on YouTube, ESPN Houston YouTube, on YouTube or Twitch as well. So we're back fully. I think I don't know about 97.9 if you're an HD2 person. I'm not sure if that's back yet. I haven't been down to my car, because I got a job to do. But the rest of the things that we normally broadcast with are back. So pick one, your favorite. You should be good to go, and we welcome you back. And hopefully, if with any luck, the business or the building that holds our internet provider will continue to have power, so we avoid what we've and you guys have been dealing with for the last week or so. Hopefully, you guys, as Centerpoint continues to do their job, you guys get your power back. Sean got his on Sunday. Sean got his yesterday. Hopefully, if you guys are still waiting, that'll come soon, and maybe it already has, because they're working. The people who are actually on the street, I respect them immensely for what they're trying to do. There's a lot of stuff they have to deal with. The managing side of it, beat it. But we thank the people who are out there trying to restore power around the counties surrounding Houston. So we thank them for that. We are a little late for a break, so we'll get to one here. We'll continue to talk Astros. We'll get into some of the things that happened yesterday and over the weekend overall, because John Granado just told me 97.9's back as well. So we're fully capable of providing you with relatively mid sports entertainment. I'm talking about me. I'm not throwing barbs at anyone else, lest someone be offended. I know some of you are sensitive out there, people who work here sometimes. This is about me and me alone. Sometimes it could be mid. I understand. Sometimes it's better than that. Sometimes it's worse. But I get it. But 97.9 is back as well, so you can listen to us in all the places that you would like to enjoy this experience. But before I go to break, we're going to talk about something that's not mid, something you should go to if you need help with your plumbing, and that is Aqueduct Plumbing. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That is the website. Billy Brown's the owner. He is a Clear Lake individual, a Clear Lake person, so he's local. He's a person who understands what you might be going through right now, and sometimes natural disasters inflict more damage than you can imagine. But if it's not something caused by Beryl, and maybe it's just a leak, maybe it's something you can't fix, you don't understand it, go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They'll take care of you. I always mention like the repiping, which helps you with the dirty, nasty water that you might be dealing with, but smaller things affect your home as well, whether it be a small leak that gets into your wall or something that affects your flooring. You don't want to deal with plumbing issues. You don't want to deal with bad water. We almost take it for granted that once we get home, our water is going to be fine. And if you're having an issue or you think one might be approaching, Call 281-488-6238 to talk to Billy Brown or someone at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They will take care of you. They're experienced, they're local, the best people in the business. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Couple quick things on the Astros yesterday. Our guy, at least my guy, Ronel Blanco, pitched well. Did not get a decision that represented how he pitched. Didn't have a lot of Ks, but 6 innings, just 2 earned runs. The bats were silent for the most part. They got a run in the third and a run in the ninth after Montero gave up a 2-run bomb in the 8th inning, and really that's all the ways the Rangers scored. It was, hey, you know that third baseman? That's pretty good. We're gonna give up 2-run homers to Josh Smith a couple times, and that's how that game was decided. Josh Smith hit a couple homers, 2-run homers to really bookend a disappointing game. You got the Rangers in town. You expected to take 2 out of 3 for all the reasons we know about. They're the Rangers. They stink. They won the ALCS and then went on to win the World Series, and they went through to do it. You're feeling pretty good with a real chance to hell. The Astros could have been in first place by them. Well, if you sweep by themselves, if they had taken care of business, but at least tied for first place. but the Rangers win that series, so they go down. And Montero out there giving up 2-run homers. I know there's some questions about why is he out there in a high leverage situation when I believe the day before none of your guys pitched. None of the guys you would count on pitch. So, the things you criticize a manager about, maybe there's some credence to that particular criticism of Joe Espada. Why is Montero out there? It's 2-1. You know what he's about. Maybe lean on someone else. But he did not. Montero gave it up, and that kind of put the game away. The Astros did score a run in the bottom of the ninth, but did not much matter. So they go down 4-2, lose that series. Do we need to change the name? It was a nickname said in jest. It wasn't based off a real analysis, just some clips you saw. But maybe Jinsey Rex Chapman is too strong. Maybe it's Jinsey Mark Price. Is that because that is what I heard or read a lot about Reed Shepherd through his first 2 games, and you got to give him credit. I questioned, or at least I wanted to see. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. What he could be as a point guard, because I have my doubts about his size transferring to shooting guard. But if he is going to be someone they give rep to at point guard throughout the summer league because they believe that's his future position, I love it. Beyond what he did, that's obviously something that you look at and go, that was great. I'm glad. It's funny, I can hear the fan in the background. I didn't know how prevalent it was on John and Lance because I had it on because it was hot in there. But
you can definitely tell when I turn on my mic.
Yeah, you can definitely hear it. But if they're going to continue to give him reps at point guard, and that's the track for him, I think it's a correct path. And I'll credit the Rockets for just giving him the ball. Hey, you're going to be our point guard in summer league. You're going to get as many on-ball reps as possible. We want to see what you can handle, and we'll see how much of it transfers to the regular season once we get there. Obviously, training camp will precede that. Thoroughly impressed. The jumper, at least a three-point jumper, wasn't great in Game 2. He was on in Game 1. And as I said the last time we did this, I guess on Friday, as Sean said last week, all the days have been running together now. Friday, when we did a show, we were on the air. I remember that. I didn't care so much about the shooting because I thought that could be something that isn't easily transferable early just because you're taking shots from different spots. You're doing different things. The shot was fine in Game 1, not great in Game 2, but him being able to run an offense and anticipating and the passing, not like the spectacular no-look stuff, but just knowing where to put a ball when a guy's cutting to the basket, understanding what this offense, at least in Summer League, is supposed to look like. All credit to the Rockets for the pick, and at least through 2 games, Reed Shepherd is everything you would have wanted. And I'll leave it at that. What he's going to be, we got 82 games.
Mark Price.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Maybe Steph Curry.
Mark Price with Spring? Mark Price with Spring? Is that what he is?
That's what your boy LZ called.
It's not my boy.
Your boy.
No, the phone calls him Trash Ass Lance for a reason. He's not my boy.
Yeah, I think the floor is Jinsey Mark Price. The ceiling
is Chris
White
Paul?
Steph Curry.
Oh, I did see that too. People White Steph Curry, a little point guard stuff, some Chris Paul.
Yeah,
stuff.
some Chris Paul. It is 2 summer league. I have been very impressed by what I've seen from Reed Shepherd. Do they all have to be Hall of Famers?
Yes. Can he just be like a really good point guard? Why does he have to be one of the best to ever do it? I mean, even Mark Price was a great point guard.
I don't think he was the Hall of Fame.
No.
He might be a Hall of Famer.
Basketball Hall of Fame. Who knows? I'll have to look it up. But how about, I guess it's not great to say, hey, you know what? He's the next Goran Dragic. I don't know. People probably, it doesn't hit the same. He doesn't play like him so much.
Mike Bibby with a green light.
Yeah. Mike Bibby was a good pro point guard. Why isn't he Mike Conley?
Yeah.
But
right-handed Mike
If
Conley.
we're going to compare him to Chris Paul, which I don't think he plays like, I'm just going to throw in point guards that he doesn't play like and who are really good if we're going to have this. He was really good.
Yeah.
And it was, and I think I said on Friday that I just want to see that he belongs. Well, he doesn't belong. He's better than all these guys. Maybe he gets the Jabari Smith treatment in his rookie campaign. You know what? You've played enough. We don't want to see enough. We don't want to see anymore. He's not going to get that, obviously. But he's played well enough that if they did it, people would be like, okay, we get it.
Yeah. I still like just like you said, him getting the reps in Summer League at point guard, running pick and roll, and fitting into that role. Even regardless of the results, which have been fantastic, that is good.
Yes.
That by itself is good. That's how they're using them, at least in summer league. Obviously, every year in summer league, guys play and do things, have a role that they would not have if you add in all the actual best players in the NBA.
Definitely.
Like, you take away all the best players in the NBA. Some guys are going to have bigger roles than they will when the regular season starts. But him excelling in that role is such a good sign. And again, 2 summer league games. My eyes are on you, John Calipari. What the hell were you doing?
Why are you not
Why was
starting
this guy
him?
coming off the bench?
What possible reason? How your system couldn't be so precious that he couldn't have started in?
Also, what a system! You haven't won anything in a decade.
Yeah.
Cool system, dude.
Yeah. You had 2 top 10 picks at guard.
Both coming off the bench.
Yeah, and neither of them could start for you. What the
Okay.
hell?
All right.
Like not the Twins. The Wolves traded multiple future first rounders to take Rob Dillingham. The Rockets decided to take Reed Shepard at
Like
3.
Steph Curry, yeah.
Yes, White Chris Paul too. All of those guys put together. The Atlanta Hawks, after they made their selection, this clip is now floating around. It was one of the CBS guys talking about it. The Hawks are debating between Shepard and Ricochet.
I might be able to.
Yeah, maybe we'll play that a little bit later. I found it, I just didn't grab it. Internet was down for most of the morning. So I forgot his name, but it's one of their college basketball guys on CBS
Was it
Sports.
Norlander?
Maybe. Yeah, it looked like him. Norlander. Good pull. He was talking about the Hawks thought that that Reed Shepard could be a Patrick Mahomes type player. I don't know what that means when you transition into basketball. Maybe they just meant maybe he's not a clear guy you take in the top, or at least in their case, top 1, but he has elite. Apparently, if we're comparing him to Patrick Mahomes, maybe future GOAT potential, maybe a little strong when it comes to Reed Shepard. But I would advise the Hawks, if you think so strongly of a Patrick Mahomes type pick, just take the Patrick Mahomes type pick. I know, and the size concerns are a thing with Reed Shepard, but and comparing him and maybe playing him with Trae Young is not what you want. You don't want 2 guys of that size in your backcourt. But you're the Hawks. You're bad. Just take the best player and figure it out. And maybe for an organization who, at least from people who have reported on them, wouldn't mind getting rid of Trae Young, maybe take the guy you think could be Patrick Mahomes and not the Ricochet. And we saw Reed Shepard on the same court as Sarr yesterday. Hasn't been great for Alexander Sarr. People are questioning why he was the number 2 pick, and a lot of it defaulted to, well, it's a bad draft. Well, if the Rockets have hit on their guy, there can be a bad draft, but there can be a really good player in it, and don't pass on him. And maybe their concerns with size were a reason they didn't take Reed Shepard either. But they take Sarr, clearly outshone by Reed Shepard. And you know what? Maybe the size will win out, and 2 years from now, Sarr is a much better player because of his talent, and also he doesn't have a size deficiency. But early on, and it's very early, almost the earliest it can be. The top 2 picks, a whiff. If Reed Shepard's going to be this.
Again, early.
The earliest.
They've only played 2 summer league games. Not even
regular
real
season.
NBA
Not even
games.
preseason games. But you can see maybe Reed Shepard's NBA ready now, and even at his young age, and the other guys will come along more slowly. But if we're just looking at what the guys look like on the floor, even beyond production, just what they look like on the floor, you see a guy who understands the NBA game on the summer league level pretty clearly, and we'll see how that changes as he gets to more competition that might challenge him. I don't know how much summer league competition is going to challenge him. And of course, everything looks better when you're shooting the ball well, and that's what he's done, even though he didn't knock down a lot of threes yesterday. Very impressive performance by the Rockets' top overall pick, at least their top pick in the draft, excuse me. ESPN has a story today about the quarterbacks in this league, and of course, this town has a really good one. We'll see where ESPN puts them, and it's a compilation of different alleged experts and what they think of C.J. Stroud and the other quarterbacks in the league. We'll see where his lowest rank is, what his highest rank is, and where he comes out on average as ESPN ranks the top quarterbacks in the game today. So we'll talk about that when we come back. And also some sad news regarding a former Houston Texan as well that we'll get to. And Matt Schaub and J.J. Watt took to social media, or at least they gave comments about the passing of Jacoby Jones. So we'll get to that when we come back as well.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Jacoby Jones passes away, and I mean it's very early. I don't even know if we ever will get an answer what happened, but he passed away at his home at 40 years old, and it's I don't know if amazing is a word, but it's interesting to hear people talk about him from the Baltimore perspective because I never really think of it. I know he had the kick return for a touchdown, and obviously in that same run, the kick return was in the Super Bowl. In that same run, he caught the ball against Denver that kept Baltimore in it. They eventually went on to win their Super Bowl. That he's almost, I don't know if it's legendary status, cult status there because of those plays. And Jacoby Jones, from all accounts, everybody's very positive about him. Great teammate. We'll hear from a couple of his teammates. At least I'll read some of the quotes from a couple of his teammates here in Houston. But you almost don't think of it because here he was a third receiver. He's made some big plays. Really good punt returner, kick returner type, and explosive. But you always knew it felt like he was going to be the third receiver and maybe at sometimes the fourth. But he made big plays. That was his thing, and he made big plays in Baltimore. And you hear we had a guy, Keith, who's a Baltimore Raven fan, call in and talk about his love for Jacoby Jones. And sometimes you just forget that. I mean, we all move on from things, and Jacoby Jones was here when the Texans were okay. He certainly didn't reach the level of success they wanted to, and the way Baltimore fans talk about him is one of, hey, you're always going to be remembered for what you did and what you helped us accomplish, and that was certainly after his time here. But a couple guys who spoke about Jacoby Jones, at least tweeted about him, were Matt Schaub and J.J. Watt. Schaub writes, Jacoby Jones was one of the most energetic and fun-loving teammates. Always had a smile on his face and never wanted to shy away from dancing. Plus, to have shared the huddle with your brother gone way too soon. And JJ follows suit, talks about he was a fun-loving teammate, one of the more fun-loving teammates he's ever been around, always dancing and laughing with a permanent smile on his face. So, yeah, Jacoby Jones, dead at, I believe, 40 years old. And the Texans account tweeted out something. They're deeply saddened by the loss as well. So, it's crazy, man. Obviously, I haven't mentioned it, but we talked about it this morning. Ken Hoffman passed away, too. Ken Hoffman, if you are a more recent listener to the station now, the station's had several iterations of itself, but originally it was 1560, and Ken Hoffman was one of the originals. He hosted shows. He was someone who decided, you know what, and he really fit the culture at the time. I'm not going to do a traditional sports talk show. He wasn't about it, and I get it. In some ways, he wanted to talk about what he wanted to talk about, and if you don't know, he was a writer for the Chronicle for a long time. Continued to write here for Culture Map, and whether it be about food or entertainment, he loved wrestling. He went to a lot of major wrestling events. He took a lot of people who might have listened to this morning are familiar with Raheel. Raheel was one of his good friends. Took Raheel under his wing. Ken Hoffman was always very nice to me, and it wasn't a nice that was like saccharine. It was a nice where Ken was going to be Ken, but you knew he was someone who had a heart. But he was always going to shoot the S with you, and what's it? If I'm English, I would say take the piss out of you. If I was an Englishman, are you going to hit the button for the P word?
I don't know. That's a gray area.
Yeah, I don't know.
The yellow area.
Yeah. Well, see, look at you. Look what you're doing there on your final day before a week off. Just flexing right now. But I enjoyed my spending time with Ken, working with him, and sad to hear that he passed. You don't even know how to react to things like that because he hadn't been in my life for a while. I mean, we were coworkers, very cordial, but I didn't have the relationship that others had with him. But then you hear it, you're like, man. I remember when I was an intern here, and Ken was working here. That's how long ago it was. So rest in peace to Ken Hoffman and the Hoffman family. Obviously, a lot of connections here, and I've once, much like Jacoby Jones, just a lot of positive things about Ken Hoffman from people who knew him well, and even people who didn't know him that well, but just knew him because either you worked with him or you ran into him a couple of times. So R.I.P. to Ken Hoffman. Before we wrap it up, I did want to get to this. The Texans have a good young quarterback, and we know everyone's taking notice of C.J. Stroud. He's the face of the team, and rightfully so. And it's that time of the year where we get into our rankings. It's mid-July, so we got to start ranking quarterbacks that we kind of already had put in a certain spot. But, content, got to feed the content monster. So ESPN, behind their paywall, has ranked the quarterbacks in this league. And I already disagree with number 2, but we can get into that. But where do you think C.J. Stroud ranks, Sean? If you would take a guess, all the hype, but start to think of the quarterbacks in this league and take into account that he's only going into year 2, where would you put C.J. Stroud? Or maybe not you.
Yeah, where would
ESPN put C.J. Stroud?
Because that does inform my answer. So he's after the Reed Shepherd of football, Patrick Mahomes.
If you are the Hawks, yes, the Atlanta Hawks.
I'll say he's behind Josh Allen, Mahomes, or Burrow, Jackson.
Those are all correct. Are you ending it there?
What I'm debating is, did the national media put Justin Herbert above him or not? And that's what's going on in my head. I'm going to say no, so I can act outraged when they do. So I have him at 5. I think they put him at 5.
You have him too high.
Okay, so Herbert, get in there.
Anybody else?
Of him.
Anybody else you think you've forgotten?
Is there a super obvious guy that I have
It's
forgotten?
probably not super obvious.
Okay,
but he is behind Herbert, but he's also.
Is it an NFC guy?
Yes, it is.
Okay, because I noticed I didn't have any. Is it Jalen Hurts?
It is Matthew Stafford.
Oh,
at 5.
Good list.
Here is.
Big Stafford guy.
Here is you and CJ. CJ would say, you know what? He should be ahead of me.
Yeah, real ball knowers.
Patrick Mahomes, number 1, as you might expect. He wasn't ranked lower than 2 on the list. Joe Burrow is the one I was. 2? How about we finish a year? Don't injuries matter? You can't be the number 2 quarterback in the league if half the time you've been in the league you don't finish the season. Durability does matter.
That seems
availability does matter.
It's the best ability, some would say. That seems fair.
I've heard that before, Sean.
Yeah.
His lowest ranking is 7, highest ranking is 2. So I don't see if anyone. So someone must have had Mahomes at. I already mentioned someone had Mahomes at 2. So someone was voted 1, and that 1, of course, was Josh Allen. People do love themselves from Josh Allen.
Wow.
Someone did vote him.
Crazy.
Someone voted him number 1. He comes in at 3. His lowest ranking was 6 by someone.
That's also too low.
Yes, and Lamar, highest rankings 2, lowest ranking 5, overall 4. We get to Stafford. We all love him if you're a ball knower. Highest ranking is 3. Top averages out at 5. Lowest ranking is 10. Matt Stafford was 10 overall last year, so he jumped up 5 spots. Herbert, highest ranking is 3, which is nonsense. Lowest ranking out of the top 10. Herbert, 6. He only dropped 1 spot after that year. His overall was 5 last year. What did he do last year that you would keep him at 6?
I don't have the answer for you. By the way, is Aaron Rodgers in this too?
Oh, he's on the list, but he hasn't been mentioned yet.
Okay, but he's not above CJ.
No, CJ comes in at 7.
Okay.
He comes in behind Herbert. His highest ranking was 2. His lowest ranking was outside the top 10.
Wow.
So,
wow to both of those.
So some extremes, certainly. So CJ comes in at 7. Then we've got Aaron Rodgers mentioned at 8.
Okay.
So CJ comes. So Aaron Rodgers comes behind his biggest hater. If you go by one podcast.
And
take it completely out of context.
CJ Stroud has the rankings, or they have the CJ Stroud rankings correct.
No, CJ had himself in the top 5, though.
Okay. But he had Stafford? Okay, whatever. Who were the other 2 in the top 10?
Jared Goff at 9.
Okay.
And Dak at 10. Jared Goff.
I was thinking Dak was a maybe ahead of Stroud. So.
Yeah, they only rank the top 10, and then they get him some honorable mentions.
Purdy,
Love, Hurts, Tagovailoa, Cousins, Lawrence, beat it. Trevor Lawrence doesn't belong in some honorable mention. What are we talking about here?
Dishonorable mention.
I mean, dishonorably discharged from the top 10 or honorable mention. He was 8 last year.
Turn in your badge and gun, Trevor Lawrence.
You're destroying the city. 8. He was 8 last year, and now hanging on in honorable mentions. Both of those are too high. He was too high at 8. He was too high at 8. He was last year, and then he's definitely too high in honorable mentions.
Is he the only too high in honorable mentions?
Well, I'll give you.
I think the
other ones you get, like Love,
yeah,
Purdy, 2 league in passing yards. Hurts.
Two might be less next on the like.
Watch it. If you lead the league in passing yards, at least you get a honorable mention.
Okay.
Come on. And Kirk Cousins.
Mike McDaniel should be on the.
He doesn't play quarterback. He can't be on the list. He was a little wide receiver at Yale.
Might as well.
Well, if Brock Purdy can make the list and Tua can make the list, they play in the same damn offense. Great weapons. We can have this argument, I guess.
We don't have. No, we don't have to.
Off the air.
We have 15 more days of July to have this argument.
Who's the better system quarterback?
Yeah, I'm sure Tyreek Hill will get on a podcast sometime and give us something to talk about.
He's always big up and Tyreek Hill. Congratulations.
Doing a lot of stuff.
New dad again. But yeah, Tyreek Hill's got his guy Patrick Mahomes, so he always ranks as a GOAT, and then he throws in his current quarterback because that's what you do as a wide receiver right after him. So CJ firmly in the top 10. We can argue about whether Herbert or Stafford belong there, particularly Herbert. Why are we insulting our guy CJ with Herbert? Herbert's got too many scars already. You blew that lead. Not that it wasn't his fault completely, but you blow a lead in the playoffs of that magnitude. You preside
over that.
Yeah, you're around for that. Come on. One more touchdown you couldn't have scored after all that help. By the way, the previous number 8 gave you with all his interceptions. By the way, if you throw 4 first half interceptions in a playoff game, no way you're the number 8 player in the league. No way. That they ranked him number 8 after that performance. I know they came back and won. I know they went on to lose in the divisional round, but if you're throwing 4 picks in a playoff game in the first half, I can't put you in my top 8 quarterbacks. Ridiculous. The Trevor Lawrence nonsense continues. Look, the Jags, I guess you have to pay them, but all the other stuff, the hype, cut it out.
We make fun of ranking season.
Yeah,
it is great.
It is great, particularly when
nothing makes me feel the way I feel.
Particularly when the target of our ire is mentioned in a positive tone. Like if they had him at 17, I wouldn't care. Oh yeah, that makes sense. But 8 and then an honorable mention. Do they know we have eyes and we can watch the games too? Do they know we see? I know analytics might tell you that Trevor Lawrence ranks here and here, but I watch the games. I see what he looks like out there. Cut it out. The Trevor Lawrence conversation is going to drive me crazy every time I hear him. Hear people talk about him in a certain way or rank him in a certain spot. The man wasn't even better than Baker Mayfield last year, and Baker Mayfield doesn't make honorable mentions. What are we doing here?
He could be. Yeah, if he was on honorable mention, I would not be upset.
No.
If Baker was.
Yeah, particularly if Trevor Lawrence can make it. Stop the steal is what Baker Mayfield's saying. We will come back with more. We haven't even talked about the disaster that was, I don't know, a stadium security at the Copa. We had a big day of soccer. Big day of soccer. We'll get into that. And I will ask Sean the most important questions of the day, how he's going to spend his week with the game of really my adult life. College football, that the video game has been the thing I've cared about the most when it comes to video games. That particular game, and it's back. Early release in now under 5 hours. I'll be home getting to play it. Sean will be wrapping up his day. So despite the fact that he has the whole week off to play, I still win today because I'll be at least an hour in before you're ready to start to play.
I don't know. We have an intern today. I might just.
Oh, you're just gonna leave?
Just leave right when the handoff happens to the killer.
So how long?
I won't say hi to Jeremy. I won't say hi to Joel.
It's cool. I mean, they'll get over it.
And then drive like a Georgia football player back to my house.
See. I did see. Well, we'll get.
What are you gonna do? Fire me?
We'll get into a little bit later.
You know what? That joke might get me suspended for a week.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. So maybe I'll beat you by 30 minutes. Maybe that'll be the thing. We'll see.
You will beat me, but I'll close the gap.
Like a Texas wide receiver. By the way, those guys are really fast in that game. Sean's gonna have a good time playing with Texas, and you guys will too if you decide to. So we'll talk about that other things because there's more than just our personal interest to get into. It is SEC Media Day, so we'll see if anything comes out of that. If anything crazy happens, we'll bring you that. But we'll get into what happened in the Euros and Copa America yesterday because There was some soccer. I mean, one game was more entertaining than the other, but the pregame, obviously, what happened in Miami will lead off when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we are way late, so we'll do the soccer stuff and when we come back. But did you see that tweet about there was an RBI kid announcing the Astros draft pick and the kid got booed?
Yeah, I saw that. The draft, apparently they just hold the draft during All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
Which is fine, whatever.
Sure.
MLB draft the most, sure, whatever. This could be an email. Doesn't have to be a meeting. of any of the drafts.
Definitely.
But yeah, I saw that. Apparently there's fans also at the MLB draft, and the fans in Arlington booed the RBI kid.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I kind of like it.
You like the kid getting booed?
Real rivalry. They runs deep. The hate runs deep.
Nah. Okay.
I like it in the aspect of it is a rivalry. Like, you got to do it.
So a kid who's in the RBI program announces Walker Janik of Sam Houston State. He was drafted by the Astros. And your immediate reaction when you hear the blues ring down, you know what? Kind of deserved it.
Not
He's
deserved
representing the Astros?
Nope, not deserved it.
Okay.
If you're going to be a rivalry, that's what you have to do.
So
if it was
you think it's the rivalry, or you guys are cheaters, so we have to boo you? And since that kid is announcing your pick, we boo you.
He's a cheater, yeah. I think if it wasn't in Arlington,
he doesn't get booed?
No, or maybe he doesn't get booed. But I think I take it differently. But if it is in Arlington, I view it as this is an act of rivalry.
Okay.
Therefore, this child gets booed.
If this was in this child gets booed. If this was in San Diego, you wouldn't go, oh, okay, that's rivalry. You'd be like, what are we doing booing a kid?
Exactly.
Is there any other team that's allowed to boo the RBI kid or city? If it's in Seattle?
Yeah, they can boo.
Anaheim?
No. What are you talking about?
Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas, whatever, wherever they are when this happens.
Get enough people to boo, I'll be impressed.
If you get enough people to make it the mics catch audible for the mics to catch it, you're good.
I'll just be so impressed I can't get mad.
New York. Well, rivalry. Although the Astros are more hammer than nail in the regular season.
That's why I'm like, you should know you're a conquered people.
Okay. Well, it was Colonizer Day yesterday in the Euros, so I guess. So rivalry matters, but it's not some random Pittsburgh Pirate draft celebration.
Lame.
Can't have it. You're just booing because you want to boo. You see an Astros logo. There's some clean.
Get out of here, Livy Dunn.
There's some. Okay, I don't know if she'd be the one booing. There's some clean old fashioned hate.
Yeah.
For the Rangers Astros.
It's
very college football rivalry stuff.
If I mean, there's no draft or anything, but if there's some event and there's something where a Oklahoma kid was in front of announcing something for Texas fans, they would probably boo him. Like if you just port in the draft into another sport, that's what would happen.
Okay, I understand.
It happens in the NFL draft when they go on the road.
Do they boo children?
They should, if they're about it.
So
bunch of fake tough guys.
If there's a Cowboy kid if there's a Dallas kid in the run, pass, and kick program, and he's announcing the Cowboys draft pick.
Yeah.
What if the kid's not even a Cowboy fan? He just happened to get to announce it.
What would Philly do? Ask yourself what would Philly do.
I know what Philly do. That's why I'm thinking. That's why I brought up Cowboys, because I know if it was in Philadelphia, that kid would get booed.
Yeah. He's going to need a police escort.
They booed a guy who people thought might have been paralyzed when Michael Irvin was laying on the ground on that old turf. Like, whatever.
Rivalries run deep.
Yeah, but the kid doesn't play. Look,
he represents something.
I don't boo anyone. Maybe Cristobal from my home. But I don't boo. So I don't get that emotion. But okay, you want to boo the kid who's just out there thinking he's going to have a great time. Look what I get to do.
But it's a great story that I got booed. Like that's why booing is great, because it is so it voices displeasure, but then also it's not like he called him any names. Like he just booed him.
You don't know that.
Well, you know what? If it comes out that they did that,
you'll
disavow.
Change your tune.
Yeah, if they called him anything that we can't say on the radio, I disavow.
But cheater would be fine.
I mean,
it's stupid.
That's again stupid, funny.
Okay.
Like to call like a 9-year-old a cheater. He was born in 2015. Like, I don't know why
he wasn't really barely a conscious individual when it happened. Didn't even know what was going on. Didn't know baseball was a thing when it happened.
Boo.
Wait, I'm in T-ball.
Is that like just picture? It is. Believe it or not, I didn't watch it.
No, I didn't.
But just picturing it is so funny.
I gotta find video.
He's like
If it's floating out there, we gotta find the video.
barely looking over the podium. Boo!
Yeah, Rob Manfred's lifting him up to the microphone,
Like,
so you can hear, so you can speak into the mic. Apparently, Rob Manfred had to tell everyone to quiet down. Hey, what are we doing here?
and I think that's part of it. As I'm on the opposite side of Rob Manfred.
So anything that he doesn't like, you're gonna like.
It's a good start.
Yeah, he brought that Ghost Runner thing into the league, and you've held it against him ever since.
Not the baseball I grew up on. No, sir.
Well,
all this
actually,
pandemic nonsense.
Actually, it isn't.
Down.
Actually, you're right. It's the baseball none of us grew up on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, booing kids. I won't say this show is an agreement on it's okay, but Sean thinks with context, it's okay.
Okay. If there's, again, some sort of college football draft and some kid representing some whatever punt, pass, and kick or some initiative, the Tallahassee YMCA, and he's all in Seminole gear, and it's in Coral Gables,
of all places.
You don't think you don't think that kid's gonna get booed? You think it would be wrong for him to get booed?
I don't even say it's wrong that this kid got booed. It's just not something I would do. And I'm not championing it. If the kid was wearing all Florida State gear,
yeah,
he was at a Miami thing.
What if he did this? Put the U upside down.
Well, then you're bringing it on yourself.
Okay.
If you're taunting, that's taunting. I can't step in if you're gonna taunt. That you've just crossed the line. If you're up there going, yay, Seminoles, and then he makes whatever draft in your hypothetical situation you've laid out there.
Yeah. Does the chop?
It's another taunt.
Oh, okay.
It's another taunt. If he just goes up there and go
business-like,
with the 5th pick, I take DJ Uiagalelei. I'd cheer. Good, nice job, kid.
But you'd boo.
I would not boo though. I would say, hey. I appreciate you taking it.
Now to make the Florida State Seminoles pick. Boo!
I'm not booing. I don't have it in me.
Here's 9-year-old. The 9-year-old Heisman or whatever.
Yeah, maybe he's great in the flag football league in Tallahassee, so he gets to make the pick. I'm not booing him. I'm like, good luck.
I think he does get booed though. Not by you.
If he does the chop, he gets booed. You can't taunt the fans and not expect it. The kid's bringing it on himself. He wants to get booed if you're doing that. But if he just goes up there and makes a pick, I hope he doesn't get booed. I'm not guaranteeing he won't, though, because people might think you just simply wearing all the Florida State gear is a taunt as it is. You can't come down here in your Charlie Ward replica and think you're not going to get booed. You ain't going to taunt us with your Chris Winkie jersey.
My dad really loved these guys.
Yeah. Who's he? Well, I guess he would wear a Jameis jersey.
Yeah.
No, you'd be too young for that, too. What?
Oh, God, yeah.
What jersey would he wear?
Dalvin Cook.
A Jordan Travis jersey?
No. Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook, yeah. That'd be the one. Mr. 305 himself, Dalvin Cook. Came from, all he did was leave the area and ruin lives every time he played him.
How'd Al Golden let him go?
The answer is in the question.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was trying to remember which coach it could have been.
Yeah, it was Al Golden.
Okay.
The answer's in the question. It's Al Golden. Mario would never. He won't. He also won't kneel too. So we've got issues all the way around. We're through with hour one. We will do. Well, I don't know if we'll break it down because you all saw what happened. And if you didn't, maybe you decided I'm going to watch House of the Dragon and not care about Copa America. We'll tell you what happened before, during. And we even have some messy crying involved as well. And it's never coming home for England, no matter what. So we'll get to that when we come back. we start hour 2 with this. We are going to give you an opportunity. Rock the Mic is back. It's returned, and it's time to find the newest Houston sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic will receive a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Whether you already have a podcast or have always wanted to start one, now is your chance. You can enter by sending a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced at our live finale on August 23rd at Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975@gmail.com. So if you have any interest in doing a podcast, as the liner told you, or have one currently, send in a video to us, because your podcast will be on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. So that's cool. Got a chance to do that. rockthemic975@gmail.com. So we found the sound, and by we, it's me. It's not that hard. Just type in Astros Draft on Twitter. You'll be able to find it. Or just go to the official Astros account. They have it up there too. And it's a little rough for the account to, announce your first round pick, and it's a cascade of boos. And you'll hear, look, we painted it as like a little kid. It's like a 13 or 14-year-old girl, maybe even older. I'm not sure. It's not a young child, but it is someone who's not an adult. And the Arlington crowd decided to take the opportunity to unleash all their frustrations on someone because they have an Astros jersey. Just trying to do a really cool thing. You're on MLB Network. Tell all your family, hey, I'm going to announce the Astros draft pick. Watch. And this is what they got in return.
With the 28th pick of the 2024 MLB draft, the Houston Astros select Walker Yanick, a catcher from Sam Houston. The Arizona Diamondbacks have the next pick.
Well done. I don't know the young lady's name, but well done by her. Composure. She had it. She read it. She was good. But she had to elevate her voice, raise her voice to be heard, although the mic would have taken care of it. But you could tell she noticed it. Rob Manfred, as we talked about, noticed it. He was like, hey, what are we doing? Relax. And the Rockets, the Astros, it's about, 15-second clip. I think if you had heard the whole thing, the boos had begun way before, but they only got the clip of her saying it, her announcing who's next, and that's it, because it wasn't pretty. I would say relax, everybody. But Sean is like, you know what? Rivalries are a rivalry. You put on that Astros jersey, you go into enemy territory, that's what you can expect.
Yeah. From what I'm hearing, they booed before the pick was made. They probably booed when the logo popped up.
Oh, I think it was an
start
ongoing
booing,
thing.
and then whoops, it's a teenage girl. All right, well, what are we gonna do? Stop booing?
Could have been ready.
And the boos picked up once the player got picked.
Yeah, it got louder.
So they did have some decorum of, like, their heart wasn't as into it, where it's like, all right.
They're like, oh man, what are we doing? But once that name got mentioned, all right, we're gonna hate you for life.
A catcher from Sam Houston State? Boo.
Well, Astro hate lives on in Arlington, and their team came here and took 2 out of 3. Thanks to a lot of things. That 5th inning where they had bases loaded and no outs and didn't push a run across. I mean, it's not always a harbinger of things to come. It's not like when you miss a layup on one end and then the other team automatically goes scorers on the other. It's not like that in basketball, but that's an opportunity to get control of that game, and they didn't, and eventually it led to losing. Montero gives up a 2-run homer late, and that was the margin. Lou Profito and the rest pushed across the run in the bottom of the 9th, but it wasn't enough. They lose that one 4-2, lose 2 out of 3. So away from the Astros and away from Arlington booing, there wasn't booing. I'm sure there was a lot of yelling before the Copa America match yesterday. I watched this. I kept track of it on Twitter because I had a debate in my head, Sean. Was I going to wait if it was going to start on time, watch the complete game, and then, of course, it went into extras. Was I going to watch the complete game from 7 to 9:15 or whatever it might be, and then watch House of the Dragon? Or was I going to watch from 7 to 8, say, screw it, watch House of the Dragon, and say, you know what? I'll find out the score later. Turns out, because of what happened beforehand, I got to watch an entire episode. There were no goals scored when I tuned back in, and then I watched the final goal, the deciding goal, in extra time. So, if you don't know, yesterday in Miami, the final of Copa America took place between Argentina and Colombia. Argentina went on to win. Messi had a bad ankle sprain. It might be worse. We'll see what it's diagnosed with after. But you can see swollen ankle. He was injured earlier in the game and then aggravated it late on a non-contact thing, so people were worried about an Achilles. Thankfully, it appears just to be an ankle issue. He missed the bulk of the second half and obviously didn't play in extra time. So the game was delayed an hour and 15 minutes because of, let's just say, a lack of security and a lack of infrastructure before the game. People showed up without tickets. People tried to get in. There was a crush because they couldn't handle the volume of people. Stadium security stopped letting people come in. That didn't stop people from pushing up against others and trying to get in. Eventually, whether it be people crawling over gates, trying to get into like AC vents, which is some wild stuff. I don't know if they had plans. Like at one point, they're going to break into Hard Rock and steal some stuff so they knew how to get into things.
Like Mission Impossible?
Yeah, I'm not sure where they thought those vents were going, how they knew they were going to wind up in the right place. But at points, they were trying to crawl into vents, crawling over gates. But the scariest part was trying to get through entrances and watching the barrier gates fall down and people just screaming, and you see kids crying, and because you're almost about to get trampled. Luckily, it appears no one was seriously injured. Certainly haven't heard about any deaths. But it delayed that game an hour and 15 minutes. So there were people in without tickets who were sitting in other people's seats. So stadium, I think it was estimated that 7,000 people more than should have been in the building were. At least that was one person's estimate. Who knows how they knew that. Eventually you saw police officers during the middle of the game walking up to seats and going, hey, do you have a ticket? Show me. And if you don't, beat it. So their reasoning, and there was a statement put out by Hard Rock Stadium, the venue, saying, hey, we let those people in because we were in fear of something really awful happening, as I'm paraphrasing. So at a point, they let them in. Police came in and kicked people out that they could. There were still obviously more people there than should have been. And they were rewarded with an ugly game.
God.
That game was awful.
I mean, that is a little bit of what a lot of the Copa Ball has been.
True.
Which is just, if you're at any sort of disadvantage as the defense, just foul the hell
just chop
out
them
of
down.
Just foul the hell out of them.
That person down.
I don't even know. It's like in basketball, for people who don't watch soccer and didn't watch this, it's like, imagine a basketball game where there's a whole bunch of fast breaks and every single time they just take a foul. They like take the foul to stop the transition.
It's the backups in the summer league game.
Yeah.
when your draft picks or your recent draft picks aren't in the game, and even your two-way guys are in the game, it's just the guys you just picked off the street that are playing. You're pretty much your backups. That's what it looks like. Fast breaks can't be run. Simple offense can't be run. Bad passes are played. It was a interesting experience, particularly after watching the Euros. I mean, the second half was good. The first half is whatever. I mean, it was better played than Copa overall, particularly the final. But yeah, Argentina wins, and they pulled off something that Spain did in their best run, winning the Euros, winning the World Cup, then winning the Euros. Now Argentina's done it. They won the Euros, well, in what some people thought was Messi's last.
Well, they didn't win the Euro.
No, excuse me. They won Copa in what some people thought was Messi's last major tournament. Then they won the World Cup, and then they win the Copa again. So they, in their last three major tournaments they've been in, they won them. I can't remember any other team besides Spain doing it since I've been paying attention to international football or soccer. So credit to Argentina. It was an ugly match, but they're winners. They just find a way. And once James went off for Colombia, kind of changed the complexion. They didn't have much, as they say, quality on the field, Sean. It became my favorite part of it was when guys would get chopped down, but there wasn't a foul call, so they went from screaming in agony to getting up and go, oh, okay, I'm not getting this. Let me just pop right back up and go continue to play. So I was like, okay, I'm seeing it from a distance. I don't know if the referee's right, but judging by your reaction, he's right, because you got right back up after rolling around. because wait a minute, this is going in the other direction at 100 miles an hour. I better get up, or I'm going to leave my team at a disadvantage.
It felt like that was the entire second half and extra time was a middling scoring opportunity, not
Sure.
even like a particularly awesome
They were
scoring
very
opportunity.
rare, the great ones, yeah.
Just a okay scoring opportunity. Guy gets dispossessed. Guy loses the ball, is on the ground dead.
Yeah.
And then as Argentina or Colombia is taking the ball the other way, which, by the way, they're not really pressing super hard on the counterattack because they're also exhausted.
Sure.
And if they did, guess what they would get? A cleat to the ankle. That's what they would get.
Yes.
If you ever try to counterattack, just nope.
If you dared even try to score, there's a cleat landing someplace between your toe and your ankle because, hey, a yellow card's okay. We're not trying to get a red. We're not going to go higher. But you're going to feel a cleat. You're going to feel a stud. And that was kind of the ball game.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. It was just hack-a-shack.
Yeah. Hacka Di Maria, Hacka Messi, Hacka James, all of it as Colombia goes down. And I don't think they've won a Copa since 2001, but Argentina's done it as I laid out for you. 2 in a row with the World Cup sprinkled in between for the champions of South America and the champions of the world. And now Inter Miami gets to deal with not playing Messi and the MLS crowds who are hoping he's going to be in their building. Oh, you saw his ankle. I would say, I don't want to say anything that would hurt MLS too much, but if I was a fan and I saw that ankle, I'm putting those tickets on the secondary market right now. If you think Messi's showing up to your building in the next couple weeks, forget about it.
Just the second they showed him crying on the bench, just boom.
Secondary market right now before anyone realizes. Maybe someone's not even watching Copa. Oh, Messi tickets are on. They're available. I'm going to buy them. Good. Buy my tickets because he ain't coming to your house. I know he's coming to, well, at least Inter Miami. He's supposed to be in Houston in early August, maybe. I don't know about that.
Can't wait to watch Luis Suarez.
Well, he's pretty good. But,
he is pretty good.
Yeah, but he's not Messi. So if you had Messi tickets, or I mean they're actually dubbed Inter Miami tickets, but we know they're Messi tickets. When do they come to Houston? Or maybe they're playing. I have to look. I think maybe it's a match, not against the Dynamo, but maybe in Leagues Cup. I have to look. I'm not sure. But if you had tickets anywhere in this great country to see Messi in the next month or so, give them back. Find a way to sell them. Pena, I see you. You want to talk about the game of the day? It's a video game, by the way. He wants to talk about that. I wonder if we have an answer to his plan, because if we remember, Pena was going to have a family trip the weekend the game came out officially. It's coming out early today, but it's going to come out on Friday. Did he get the deluxe edition? Is he still stuck? We don't know. We'll talk to Pena when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
So we did the research. By research, simply typing in a couple words. There is a Inter-Miami match here in town on August 3rd, but it's not for the MLS. It's for Leagues Cup. They're going to be playing Tigres of Liga MX. If you saw Messi's ankle, as Sean put it during the break, the Magic Johnson, I'm not going to be here. Messi ain't going to play. That ankle suggests a bit of a recovery, so that's a blow if you were hoping to see Messi with Inter-Miami here in town. Doesn't look like that's going to happen. That was nasty, how that ankle swelled up. Pena wants to talk about something I care quite a bit about. Going to be enjoying it, about 3.5 hours from right now. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's going on? So, yeah, a couple weeks ago I did call y'all and ask for some help for an excuse. Well, I got my excuse. Shout out to Beryl. You helped me out. We rearranged our plans. We postponed them for September. So all I got to say is, we did it!
Pena, are you going? He keeps hanging up. I was going to ask him, is he going to be a guy who does it today? But I guess he's going to stick with his regular release purchase. And he'll be playing on Friday like a lot of you. Sean and I, because we're sickos, Sean, supreme sicko, if you know the backstory, will be playing this afternoon. Lazy J, you got some slander to catch right now, considering what your GOAT did in the Euros. What's up?
Hey, Dale. What's going on, brother? I know you ain't talking.
Yep, I'm
Another
talking.
year, Messi's getting carried by De Maria, but that's your GOAT.
It's not my GOAT. I don't care about rankings, but you call up here all the time about GOATs. How many goals has your GOAT scored in knockout competitions?
Okay, we're not going to talk about that.
No, you don't want to talk about Ronaldo's lack of production.
Hey, aren't you 39?
I'm talking about.
You're 30.
I ain't talking about this tournament. I'm talking about through his entire career. You saw those stats. It is trash.
Okay.
What happened to him?
Okay.
How come he's only scoring against how come he's only scoring against like Macedonia? What happened? He's like 1 for 62 in direct free kicks in Euros and World Cups. What are we doing? That's your GOAT? That's your GOAT?
Man, he's 39, man. Calm down.
No.
He's 39.
1 for 62 ain't about this tournament. It's about his entire career. You can do all that stalking away from the ball and that weird stance that only you do. 1 for 62? Come on. That's your GOAT.
Okay. Well, I'm going to put it like this. I think De Maria is Scottie Pippen. And, I'm giving that comparison because, Jordan didn't win nothing without Scottie. So I'm thinking maybe if De Maria wasn't there, I think Messi would probably be, he probably wouldn't even be winning at all anyway.
Didn't Ronaldo have Nani?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'll still come back.
Okay.
I really wanted to come in quiet and talk about basketball right quick if you had time.
Oh, cool.
I just wanted to get your thoughts on the Rockets, man. I like them being young, but, I still think we need a veteran. You think maybe we could trade for maybe Levine in Chicago? I'm not really feeling Jimmy Butler coming to Houston. They were talking about Durant at one time. I'm thinking if Phoenix falls off and come trade deadline, All-Star weekend, maybe he wants out of Phoenix. Maybe we can, maybe trade him for maybe Durant will come to Houston, maybe along with somebody else. I want to get your thoughts on that of the show.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, the Rockets, as we actually have an actual conversation as opposed to just yelling at each other about things.
I'm just glad Nani got his flowers.
Yeah, MLS legend, Nani. So, the Rockets, yes, they are young. And if you want them to be better, and by better I mean, I don't know, whether we talking contender or top 4 or 5 seed, a trade for a star player who would be older, because those are the only ones that you could probably grab right now. I get why that would be appealing. But are you giving up picks and youth for old and expensive to top out at a 4 or 5? I know a 5 seed just made the finals. But generally, if your number one in this case is 34-35, you don't want his 2, 3, and 4 to be in their early 20s. That doesn't compute for winning. So I get the want to go get a star, go get an established player because it gives you some credibility. But I don't think the guys who would be left over are good enough to win anything that you might think is worth it when you think about who you're going to have to give away. So, or at least trade. Maybe giveaways too strong. So you think about it. Do you want to roll into a year where it's maybe you're using Dylan Brooks to make salaries work, but it's let's say in your example at the All-Star break, Phoenix stinks and they want their picks back that the Rockets acquired this offseason from the Nets. So you're taking Durant, you're sending Dylan Brooks out to make the money work. I don't know who you consider your untouchables, but let's say they go, hey, Brooks, Green, Jabari, and picks. Are you doing that to watch Kevin Durant try to drag the rest of those guys through the playoffs when we know his age is a big factor? I don't feel like that's great return if you are at best a second-round exit. The problem for the Rockets, maybe it's not a problem. They probably don't consider a problem. But the problem for people who are looking to get better quickly and maybe be in contention quickly, which I understand considering how bad it's been before the month of March last year, all the guys you'd be going in on are old. You would have like a 2-year window. You're not maybe Donovan Mitchell in a year decides, you know what, I'm glad I took the bag from Cleveland, but I don't want to be here anymore. But there aren't any superstars in their prime that are available. And that would get my way of making a move. I'm not acquiring some 35-year-old and giving up flexibility when it comes to picks and then talent and youth. What's Fred VanVleet and Kevin Durant and Şengün enough? No.
Yeah, it would have to be Booker or
someone in their mid to early 20s for me.
Yeah, if we're just talking about the Phoenix guys, it'd be Booker over Durant or just anyone in that Booker age range, whether it's Markkanen.
But even Markkanen, I don't know if I'm trading a lot for Markkanen. I get he's good, but
you might be paying.
You're paying max money for a guy who's at best
number
2, 3, maybe on a very good team.
Yeah, so you're paying number 1 money for a number 2. It's tough. Some of it's just kind of a timing deal where the timing just isn't right with whether it's the contracts or the disgruntlement for these stars to make a move right now. And the good thing with the Rockets is they have time on their side.
Yeah.
At a certain point, they can kind of wait for the right move and not just make a desperation type move where they are trading the farm for a guy who isn't the perfect fit. They can afford to wait a little bit with all the guys in their early 20s and I guess now a teenager that they have and all the future picks that they have now from the Suns. So there is, again, time is on their side. I get Lazy J wanting just like, hey, can we get a real?
You want to speed this up a little bit,
or just like a guy I know is a star.
Sure.
Because even if we're talking about the two kind of cornerstones of this Rockets rebuild, it's Alperen Şengün and Jalen Green who haven't fully announced themselves as stars and haven't fully done it for a long period of time. Şengün a little bit longer last year, but even then, you still wonder about how they fit together. Then, if you can get the most out of them while they're both on the court. So, I get what Lazy J is saying. It's tough because you see what Mikal Bridges went for, you see what the price for Mikal Bridges is, and he's someone that you wouldn't be excited about.
No.
So the price is high, the timing's not right.
You can wait it out. 6 months from now, there might be a guy who's disenchanted who fits the timeline better, where they're in their 27 to 28 year age, and you got a real shot to acquire him, and you can pair him with what's left, and so he fits with the development path of the players you really like. And we heard some news, at least Rafael Stone is telling the world they're not trading Şengün. The news came out that the Knicks were interested. We talked about it last week. those 2 days that we were here. But not happening. Şengün is not someone they're looking to trade. When they decide to pay him, that's up for debate. Sure. As Sean told you, they got time to make that decision. But Rafael Stone asked and answered about the future of Şengün. He'll be a Rocket, until the right deal comes available. And we talked about this, and that's my caveat there. We talked about this. The Knicks, they don't have anything the Rockets would want. If there is a superstar that wants out and is of the right age, and the deal breaker is either you give us Şengün or you don't get him, that'll be a test of the Rockets' mettle when it comes to how much they think of him. But that's purely hypothetical, and we don't know when that could happen. But if it does happen, I would be interested to see what they say. If there's like some hypothetical 27-year-old who says, I want Houston, and the team's like, well, it's going to take Şengün. We'll see what they say. But for now, Şengün's going to be a Rocket for the foreseeable future. We got a couple more segments to go. Coming up next, I'm going to ask the important questions of Sean. Pena called about it. He thanks Barrel for its service. Sean got all of his services back yesterday. So it was good timing. So we'll ask him what he's going to do what he's going to do from about 4 o'clock today through the next week, because the man's going to be very busy playing a video game. And you think that's slander, but it's not, because I'm going to be the same way. So we'll talk to Sean about that. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. But first, before that, I guess, or you can call him before. If you want to interrupt this, that's fine. But before we get to you, we'll get to Sean and how he's going to plan out his week. Dynasty, is he going to start with Play Now to get himself accustomed? Is he going to head right into online stuff? Who knows? It's Sean Mapes' time. We're just living in it when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So we have audio from Nick Saban, no longer the coach at Alabama, but going to be a featured guest during the week that is, or I don't know how many days is it, 2 to 3 days for SEC Media Days. He was doing the car wash type thing, showing up in different places around the facility, answering questions, giving quotes, and he said something somewhat inflammatory. Look, I only got the caption. I haven't heard the audio. I sent it to Sean. We'll play that. We'll eventually get to asking Sean questions, but, listeners get priority. He called in with an actual name. Could be a fake name. We'll find out. And the subject matter makes me think it's questionable. What's up, Philip?
Hey, what's up, Dale?
What's up, man?
Hey, I've been listening to you for a long time since, you and John and Lance. And, I'm from Houston, but I'm living up here in Pennsylvania now. I was just asking. I mean, I didn't know if it was inflammatory or anything like that. I don't mean to be
I'm joking.
But I thought
I'm
I
joking.
heard you
I don't know
say
what you're
he,
saying.
him.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I thought I heard you say he, him. And I was like, what? Are we now? We're doing pronouns on the radio? I don't know. I'm just asking. I'm not trying to be inflammatory or nothing.
Well, Philip, I was joking about the inflammatory thing, but in reference to what I might have just, stumbled over a word and said he, him more than anything else. I don't think I was questioning anyone's gender. That's probably
no. But I listened to you for a long time. I mean, I even talked to you a while back, maybe a couple of years ago. I called in. You remember I said Del Olaleye, or you remember John and Lance answered, and I asked y'all a question about the Texans back then, just before the Texans were a good team.
Philip, I would say, if considering what's gone on in this show so far, I don't think I was doing he, him, she, her thing. I probably just stumbled and maybe corrected myself in the middle. That's all it was, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's all good. I mean, I'm just saying, it's just like, wow, we're on the radio, and now we have to do that stuff. And I'm not saying that it's bad or wrong or whatever. I'm just saying, like, I guess the culture's changing. Philip, I mean, I'm a 52-year-old man, and
Philip, I would say in this instance, the culture hasn't changed that much. I actually don't remember, but I'm going to guess it was simply me stumbling over something more than anything else. Because if I would probably have just said he/him,
right,
and caught myself.
No, but hey, man, you got a good show. I love listening to you. I mean, yeah, I'm glad you got your own show, especially you have to deal with John and Lance.
Very true. So
yeah, man, you keep up the good work, Dale. I mean, you're doing a good job, man.
I appreciate it, Philip. Call in more often if you so choose. You got the time. I appreciate that from you. Yeah, I would have to think back, Sean. Do you remember what it might have been that I think it's my explanation probably holds true.
Yeah.
I probably just went back and forth between something and it sounded like I was doing the whole gender thing.
Yeah, because if you did do it in a way, it would have caught my ear too.
Yeah,
and it didn't, pop up on my radar. So
got it.
I would have called you out on it.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
What the hell is this?
Hey, are we a sports talk show or not?
Yeah.
Philip, appreciate you, man. Thanks for the kind words. And you have been listening a long time. But we'll get to this. We'll get to the Nick Saban thing in the next segment quickly with Sean, because Sean will be taking the week off starting at about 3:15 if he can get out of here, because he does have an. Oh, okay, you're checked out at 2:30. I understand that. I do get that.
1:30.
Don't ask me any more questions, guys, please. Paul, the audio, please. Enough.
I got it.
Enough of that. It's gonna be a rough one for Paul, right? Because no Joe in the building.
Yeah.
So you're going to check out at 1:30 and leave Paul to his own devices for about an hour and a half?
Not leave him to his own devices. Just he's not going to get 100% effort.
I'm glad he knows now. If he didn't know already,
might be able to hear me.
He could yell out the door, "Hey, 1:30, we're done here."
Just throwing in cruise control.
Yeah, Sean won't be here for the rest of the week. I believe Austin will be filling in Tuesday through Friday. So Sean, you're out the rest of the week because of our most important game ever. It's been gone for over a decade now. Or actually, maybe
11 years.
Yeah, it came out in 13. It was called 14, but it came out in 13. So we're talking over 11 years since a college football game was made. I got a couple questions, not so intensive.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not gonna crush you about your recruiting pipelines and what you want to do there. But who will you play with first?
So turning on the game, loading it up. It's got to be Texas in a play now.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm taking a knee on 1st and 1 or 1st and 10. Out of respect. Yes, for all of our fallen soldiers.
So you're going to be behind the chains in your first game that early?
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so Texas.
Hey, some things are bigger than football, Dale.
Okay. Sure.
I don't know who I'm going to play against.
Will it be a home game?
Probably either A&M or Oklahoma. If it's Oklahoma, then it's going to be in the Cotton
I've seen a lot of people who are content creators, so they've gotten beta, the beta version of the game
I'm an
early.
alpha only.
Yeah, me too. We get the game when
Big
it's
alpha.
complete before the first patch, I guess. So they've got to play a lot. I've seen a lot of Oklahoma. I have not seen a game at College Station yet, so that might be some of interest to me. I've seen a lot of games in Austin. I've seen a lot of games at Ohio State and Penn State. Well, Penn State, for the most part, people love the whiteout stuff. So maybe College Station might be a place I go to first. So Texas is your first play now game.
Yes.
So we've already answered the second question. Will it be a play now? We jump right into Dynasty.
No, play now. Got to get my feet wet, Del.
Are we spending the whole afternoon playing play now before we jump into Dynasty?
A game or two.
Okay, and then you're into Dynasty.
Yes.
I think I'm going to spend a lot of time just playing game. I haven't played the game in a while. I don't want much pressure. I don't care about recruiting right now.
Oh.
I just want to play games in different environments. And my college football game kink is to see if they have properly replicated how the option plays by the computer. Like, I can run the option and kind of read out the keys and be okay with it, but they were never able to do the flex bone. And by the way, the option, I mean the Naval Academy or the service academies, Air Force, Army, Navy. Do they properly have the computer run the option? If they do that, then I know cooking with grease.
Okay.
So that I just might send some random team into Fort Collins is that Colorado State? Where is it? Or is that Air Force? Wherever Air Force plays.
That's Colorado Springs.
Colorado Springs. I'm going to send them there and just see if Air Force runs me out of the building because I can't defend the option. If they have been able to replicate the flex phone, we're good.
Is it going to be Miami?
No. I probably won't play with Miami that much. Maybe if I start a dynasty.
Come on, Cam Ward.
Maybe in online games just to stake my claim. But as far as play now stuff, I probably will just go around the country playing games in different spots that I like. But I do want to see if finally the flex phone has been replicated correctly. So we'll see. Sean's got a lot of time on his hands to figure out the proper way to play this game.
Figure out Rice football.
Oh, you're gonna run a Rice dynasty?
Yeah, gotta help them out. They've been floundering for too long. I am gonna do a Sam Houston State one. New FBS team last year.
Yeah, I'm thinking about. I don't think I'm picking a powerhouse. It's not my thing. I'm thinking about cool uniforms, good place to play.
Yes. East Carolina's on that list.
True. I'm not feeling the color purple, but I like the chrome helmets that are purple. So these are the things us nerds are trying to figure out as the game is now just over 3 hours away from being available.
Get a feel for some of these playbooks.
Yeah. And apparently they're very unique. I would tell people from what I've seen, do not man up Texas.
No.
Those guys, Bond and Wingo, if you throw them in there, they run by everyone.
Just to let you know, it's going to be kneel down on 1st and 10. 2nd and 12.
A 9 route?
Flea flicker.
Oh, the double reverse flea flicker. Flicker I've seen quite a bit too. I'm playing soft zone early just to make sure.
Keep everything in front of you.
Keep everything in front of me. Get stops in the red zone. We're going to play this. Just held in the 3. Maybe force a turnover. Force them to drive the field. Make them get impatient and see what we can do. We'll come back with a guy who loved playing defense, loved coaching it, Nick Saban. He had thoughts about those Texas Longhorns and what they might do in the SEC. He may differ from what the people in Austin think. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So some good news for some of you who have been trying to listen to us throughout, well, really since Barrel hit. You know, we've had issues whether we couldn't even be on the air overall, or maybe the stream was down, or maybe you could only hear us on 92.5. Well, 97.5 is good to go, 92.5 is good to go, and our HD2 signal, 97.9 is operating as well. But, you know, I know some of you watch us on the stream and you listen on the app, or you're at work, so the only way you're going to hear us throughout the day is through online. Well, we figured something out, thanks to AD, our engineer, that even if our provider that's having issues with power has another one, we have a backup. So hopefully that maintains. So even when things go down with the primary, we'll be able to stay on and stream and get you on YouTube and Twitch. So we're working on things. I know we got a reputation, but trust. We're out here working, particularly AD in that regard, to make sure we can stay on if things go awry. As simply put, Centerpoint does what they have to do to make sure everything's stable. Things might happen at that building, and we'll have a backup. So that's good to hear as we try to broadcast through all our normal channels. Well, Nick Saban, before we wrap it up, may be done coaching, but he's not done talking about college football. He is, I think it's in, what, is it Birmingham? Or is it Atlanta this year?
It's in Dallas.
Yeah, they did move it to Texas. Is that because of the Longhorns?
Who's to say?
Who's to say? It's in Dallas. It's traditionally been, SEC Media Days, traditionally been in the Deep South. Now, it's a little more west than normal, but it's in Dallas, and Nick Saban's doing the rounds. And when asked about Texas and their impact on the SEC, this is what the former Alabama Tide coach had to say.
That's always the challenge in the SEC. You know, what kind of tickles me is all these people asking these questions about how Texas always ran the conference they were in. They're not going to run the SEC. Right, 'cause there's a whole lot of arrogant people in a lot of places in the SEC, so they can forget all about that. They'll be a good team and a great program, and Stark will do a great job, but that's not going to be a problem.
When did all this Texas run the Big 12 stuff start? I know they won it on their way out, but they weren't exactly running the Big 12.
Yeah, I get you were busy, but
yeah,
does he think there's still the Southwest Conference?
Yeah, I don't know that maybe that's the perception of arrogance that Texas was giving off, and he could feel that through his arrogance in Tuscaloosa. But the Big 12 people tell you, I don't know all about that running the Big 12 stuff you're putting on Texas. They were fine, and they've turned it around under Sark for a year. But relax, running the Big 12.
Yeah, it feels a little strawman-ish because, like, are there people out there that are like, they're going to run the SEC? Like, no one runs the SEC. Oh, except for him.
He did.
He did it.
And even at the end, I know he left with the title, but at one point, he's getting a little shaky because Kirby was about to run the SEC and get to his third straight title game and maybe win it until, Alabama stepped in and stopped
LSU
that.
got 2 titles off of him.
Yeah.
Auburn got a title.
I mean, Saban, if we're going to say someone runs the SEC, it would be his time during Alabama, his time with Alabama.
Even during that time, the other teams win.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure.
Other teams will win the conference.
Sure, it's happened. You'll get upset, or maybe you have an all-time team at LSU that wins one. And Georgia was putting out pros after pro after pro, so they got there too as well. So I don't know if anyone can run the SEC, and maybe that's his point. But to your point, no one was saying Texas is going to run the SEC. They just got a real shot early to be very good. Maybe they win the conference in year one. That's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, maybe they win year one. I don't think we're going, yep, get ready, folks.
Yeah. It's going to be.
This thing's over.
Yeah, I don't know if Texas people are saying it's going to be a movie in the SEC.
Well, it is going to be a movie.
Oh, there it is. The Texas person did say it. I tried to shoot you guys some bail, and he wouldn't let me do it.
It's going to be a movie. I don't know if we're going to run it.
It could be a horror movie.
Yeah.
It could be Long Legs for you guys.
I don't know what it's about, but yes, it could be that horror movie.
It's a horror movie that's made a lot of money in its opening weekend. So very popular. Nicolas Cage is in it. I know a little bit about what it's about, but one of the promos is the actress playing the lead hadn't seen Nicolas Cage in his makeup before the scene that they shot. She walked in and they measured her heartbeat from her resting heartbeat to her heartbeat when she saw him. Her. Shout out to Philip. And it was like at 178 when she saw his face.
Why they have a heart rate monitor on this woman?
Just to say it's a scary ass movie. That's all.
Okay.
That's the marketing behind it. And apparently it worked. A lot of people went out to see it.
I'm not saying it's going to be a bad movie. I'm just saying, like, what a weird way to market it.
Just telling you. Well, I think they've hid his face throughout the marketing. So their point is, once you see it,
your heart rate will be 170.
Or maybe you're less healthy than her, and it's going to be worse.
You'll just die?
I don't know.
You'll just die.
That's the sell. Rotten Tomatoes gives it an 86, so well-reviewed as well. Long Legs.
Running the box office.
In theaters. Box office having a bit of a comeback. I mean, didn't help Furiosa.
No.
But after that, been just fine. I am done. I'm going to get lunch and then start the countdown. Sean's going to be around, but he'll be done at 1:30. Sorry, Paul. Maybe Sean will hit a clip every now and again. Maybe he'll play some sound. I can't guarantee it. But Gallant and George are up next. Sans George, he is in Orlando. Sean will work with Paul. Then you've got the Killer Bees after that. When I come back tomorrow, I'll be a changed man. My life will have changed forever. Thanks to a video game. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
We did it!
Little tapper. Cabbage is going to have to hustle to beat Yates covering, and Yates gets there in time for his second save in as many days. Rangers take the series, taking 2 out of 3. They have now evened up the season series. In the Lone Star Series, battle for the silver boot is now 5 games apiece. A couple of 2-run home runs by Josh Smith. Too much today as the Rangers win it 4-2.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show with no Joe George. It is Gallant and George. On this Monday, July 15th of 2024, I am Paul Gallant. Over the course of today's show, we're going to talk about what the Houston Rockets were able to do in the Summer League. It seems like Reed Sheppard was a hell of a pick. We will also take a look at some things going on in the NFL, remembering a couple of people who have fallen over the course of the weekend. Absolute bummer. Jacoby Jones and our own Ken Hoffman both passing away. But I did want to start by talking about the Houston Astros, who lost 2 of 3 to the Texas Rangers over the weekend, the last of which 4-2. They finished the first half of the year 4 games above 500, 50-46, just 1 game out in the American League West. And there's lots of things to be happy about, considering that they have overcome a ton of injuries, specifically on the pitching side of things, to rally from that awful 7-19 start to be where they're at right now. But this weekend was a missed opportunity. Yesterday, it's the same old with the runners left on base. 7, the 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. The bases were loaded with no outs in the 5th inning, and you get nothing out of it. Saturday, you had a couple of bases loaded situations with 1 out. In the first inning, you had already scored once, but 1 out. You go 0 for 2 after that. Bases loaded with 1 out in the 6th. You ground into a double play. 10 left on base on Saturday. 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. And you could be in first place right now. The Angels beat the Mariners not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row this weekend. You should be in first place right now. And I'm not going to act like it's the end of the world or anything like that. I'm just saying this was a missed opportunity. There have been plenty of missed opportunities over the course of this season, and you really got to do well the first 41 games of the second half, because it's going to be brutal. 29 of their next 41 games are against the Mariners in first place, the Dodgers, the Rays, the Rangers, okay. Maybe not exactly what you thought they might be going into the year, but the Red Sox, the Orioles, you got 4 games against them in Baltimore. You got 3 games against the Phillies. You got 4 more against the Royals. You've got a brutal stretch coming up. You should have taken advantage this weekend. You should be in first place right now. And I'm not going to, again, act like it's the end of the world. All I'm saying is this weekend was a missed opportunity. And once again, it's the same issues that seem to be happening a lot, where the Astros have a rough night when it comes to runners in scoring position and leaving guys on base.
Yeah, I think particularly the fact it was such a April and May Astros loss makes it worse, combined with how the Mariners performed, or lack thereof, this weekend. But at the same time, like, we're not here to, they're leading at All-Star break. Like, we're not throwing a parade for that. It is, like you said, it really just speaks to it's a missed opportunity, especially when the margin for error is so thin for this team.
Exactly. Not the end of the world, but frustrating, because this upcoming stretch, you're going to have to do well over it, and you are going to be taxing your arms. You already are. It does not seem like a lot of the injured arms are going to be returning anytime soon. Felt like every single playing catch situation involved a setback on Friday. I suppose things are looking a little bit better for Justin Verlander, because I think he threw 25 pitches yesterday off of a mound, so at least you got that going. But Luis Garcia, I don't know when he's coming back. At least people are spotting him out in Midtown.
Yeah, he's enjoying his weekend.
He's acquiring mass, that's for sure. Not looking as fit as he may have looked in spring. But you're in a spot right now where you feel pretty good. It's just games like this, you wonder if you look back and this is the difference. Seattle is really helping you out right now. I saw a Mariners fan account posting that the Mariners after, I believe, Saturday when the Astros lost, that the Mariners are guaranteed to remain in first place at the end of the first half. And I'm wondering if the Mariners are going to raise a banner for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Where, yes, the Astros had an opportunity to lead at the All-Star break and didn't. At the same time, like look how they're conducting themselves for leading at the All-Star break. Don't be that.
Yeah,
we're better than that.
We're better than that.
But just it's like you said, missed opportunity. It's terrible. I guess we have to postpone laughing at the Mariners for a little bit, because they still kind of have scoreboard on you.
Since that 2022 playoff series, have your number. And that's the first series on the other side of the All-Star break in Seattle. I mean, their offense might not show up, but their fans certainly will.
Oh.
It'll be a hostile environment.
It'll be hell on earth.
Right.
What was that long...
There was a Mariners fan who tweeted, like, we got to make them know what it's like to play in front of real fans.
Whatever was in that manifesto from that guy.
Yeah, it was one of those things where you read that manifesto and you say, I'm not reading any of that, but good job.
Good for you, or I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly. Like that's where we're at with them. But missed opportunity, not the end of the world. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text as well. You can also join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Texas Tag says he 100% agrees with me. 2-1, 4-2. Talk about falling flat on your face. I don't think it's falling flat on your face. It's just you weren't able to get it done. And at some point, you would think there could be a moment where losses like this against bad teams, the Rangers qualify as one this year. They have been massive underachievers. You wonder if you're going to be kicking yourself over a Saturday or a Sunday L. And you better get hot. Second half of the year, you better get hot coming out of that All-Star break. I'm glad that all the Astros players are going to be out officially. Saw a couple of interesting articles written about that. I want to say it's Ken Rosenthal in The Athletic who had my column essentially about Altuve and wondering aloud whether or not Altuve is not playing in the All-Star game while dealing with a sore hand because he doesn't want to go play in Arlington. Maybe he didn't want to play in Seattle. He's acting like it's a great loss for all of baseball that Altuve's not in the All-Star game. Is it really? I mean, I suppose for the sport as a whole, you want to have your best players there, but I don't know that a guy opting out of a couple of day vacation to Arlington is the big deal that it's being made out to be. Maybe it's because the Midsummer Classic just doesn't have the same kind of juice it once did before it counted, before the tie. But I thought it was interesting reading that, and just a couple of passages in that column by Ken Rosenthal that theorized that perhaps he's averse to being booed. It was heavily denied by, I believe, Scott Boras, among others, along the way. Frustrating update for me in my life. Still no internet at my home. But you know what's even worse? As someone who's an absolute klutz with the phone, I dropped my phone in for the first time ever in the smartphone era.
Oh, no.
Screen crack.
Oh,
for the first time ever. And here's what's even more frustrating, because you might have heard the ding there. I no longer have the ability to make my phone silent.
Oh.
And I hate that more than anything. I hate it. So I'm getting noises for every notification under the sun, and I cannot legitimately switch it off of my phone.
Okay. I might be able to help you in the break with that.
That would be nice, because I've had to turn my phone off. Last night when I did KHOU, I had to turn my phone off. And I was annoyed by that. And again, small inconveniences.
No,
but see, here we go again.
Here we go again.
Here we go again. I mean, listen, babe. I appreciate the texts. Okay, I hope they're saucy, but gotta say, unappreciated from the noon to 3 window. I will say, shout out to the fine folks at T-Mobile. Unlike Xfinity, who, even though I don't have internet still, they're not going to reimburse me for any of that time because there's like a small fine print that if a natural disaster happens, you still have to pay full price. Shout out to T-Mobile, though, because T-Mobile said, yeah, well, don't worry about it. You don't have to pay deductible. We're just going to give you a new phone for free.
Boom.
It's an old phone, but shout out to T-Mobile.
Oh, it's not like the newest whatever iPhone?
No, it's an older one.
Yeah.
It's an older one.
I also, when I got a new phone, I also got an older iPhone.
Yeah, the thing is, like, with Sprint, you used to be able to upgrade your phone for free, and T-Mobile,
such a great thing.
T-Mobile, it's not quite that. Like, you have to pay the taxes, and the taxes are still a lot. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't know that these new phones are all that much better with the iPhone, so I'm going to wait a little bit on that front. I also found out something. I am perhaps a lot older than my age is. We were texting because we weren't 100% sure if we were going to have internet at the building on Monday on a station group text line. Guess what I found out how to use as a hotspot over the weekend? My phone. I didn't know you could do that.
Whoa.
I'm not even kidding. I did not know that you could do that until Sunday. And of all people, it was John Granado on our group text line saying that, did you know you can use your phone as a hotspot? And one of the younger people at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, at least on the air, I had no idea that you could do that.
Wow. Welcome to 2016.
Yep. So I discovered that. I discovered that at 7 o'clock, and I ended up watching House of the Dragon and The Boys on my laptop. On my laptop. Sometimes we discover things later in life than we actually need to. Anyway, 713-780-3776 is how you call, and it's how you text in as well. You can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. They're commenting on my very short golden mustard shorts. Well, I'm wearing some Rockets-colored shorts in appreciation of the Reed Shepherd Show, Cocaine Curry. Wait till my dad sees you energy. We've got that to discuss. Also, all of the updates when it comes to the Astros on the injury front as they head into the All-Star break. And get after us on Twitter at Gallant Says, at Sean A. Mapes Behind the Glass on YouTube too, at ESPN Houston on YouTube. It's Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
So the Astros lost 2 or 3 over the weekend to the Rangers, and it's a missed opportunity, especially when you consider the stretch that the Astros have to open up the second half. They have a pretty light September, but late July, all throughout August, they're going to be playing against a lot of quality teams. But at least we had this moment. So in Friday's victory over the Texas Rangers, we saw a confrontation between Hunter Brown and Adolis Garcia. A little context, the last time that Hunter Brown threw to Adolis Garcia was Game 7 of the ALCS against the Rangers. I believe he threw either inside on Garcia or plunked Garcia before later in the game Garcia took him yard. Because remember, he was absolutely red hot for Game 6 and Game number 7. But that was a moment that I imagine was in the back of Brown's mind when, in the 4th inning on Friday, this happened.
140 runs difference as fans are excited about a pitch up and in. But the Astro nemesis gets hit by this pitch, and he's not happy. Hit with 2 outs after a pitch in. He gets hit on the second pitch of that sequence, and he will slowly walk down to first.
Pitch up and in on Garcia, who crowds the plate for what it's worth, and then a second one that hit him right in the elbow. Credit to Adolis Garcia. He seems to have taken some anger management classes, so he didn't end up charging them out. Thought about it. Didn't have the kind of conniption that he had against Brian Abreu in Game 5 of the ALCS. I thought it was fun to see Hunter Brown, though, have a moment like that, especially considering he ended up having a pretty good bounce-back start on Friday, because afterwards, after the game, talking about that matchup against the Rangers, he said this, quote, "I say it time and time again that every game in the big leagues is important. But I think, at least for me, I can't speak for anybody else, there's a little bit of extra motivation. They knocked us out of the playoffs last year, and for the city of Houston, I'm sure our fans care a lot about it. So yeah, you want to bring it, and you want to win. I know the Astros don't wear pinstripes anymore like they did during the brick jersey era, but I feel like Hunter Brown getting a win over the Rangers, saying that about a win over the Rangers, plunking Adolis Garcia along the way, may have earned his Astros brick red era pinstripes. So congratulations, Hunter Brown. Congratulations.
I really like the quote. I like the quote more than I like them together, but what really sells me on it is the quote afterwards. Like, yeah, I don't like them. Yeah, they knocked us out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
There's something extra.
Exactly.
Like, so many times it's, ball got away from me, meant no disrespect, we're just trying to play a game here. No, I like him being like,
yeah,
I don't like him.
Admit that you don't like the other team. There is, perhaps, maybe not in the same level that it was last year, some juice between the Astros clubhouse and the Rangers clubhouse going back to that. I like it because there's far too little of that in sports. And as a sports fan, you want them to hate the other team the way that you do, even though they don't, because it's different for them than it is for you. But you want that. So shout out to Hunter Brown. He's got a little hate in his heart for the Texas Rangers. Also, can we call out people cheering Altuve getting a hit if we're cheering Adolis Garcia getting hit?
It's different. It's different.
Is it different?
It's different because it's us.
Fair enough. That's all we needed to say.
It's us doing it.
Just
and
asking that question.
It's to the Rangers.
Just asking that question.
Yeah.
It's a weird line. We're all very defensive of Jose Altuve because we feel like he has been unfairly slandered throughout this cheating scandal, specifically the buzzer deal. I think Harold Reynolds over the weekend on the MLB Network had a takedown, essentially, of the idea that Altuve was wearing a buzzer there. They even used a little bit of video evidence along the way. But we're very sensitive when it comes to our Jose, and we do not like it when teams cheer him getting thrown up and in. But if we're doing it for Adolis Garcia, I don't know. Maybe we should just say, you know what? Those fans care. And assuming that nobody gets hurt and assuming that everybody is healthy, I don't know. What are we supposed to do there? Because we could just be hypocrites, like Sean sort of said. Well, it's different.
Yeah, it's different.
If it's different, it's different. Perhaps we're just
I'm okay. I'm okay being hypocritical. You know what? Fan gonna fan.
Fan gonna fan.
Fan gonna fan.
All right, guys. A lot of injured Houston Astros right now. A lot of injured ones. It's time for another episode of Astros ER to figure out who's healthy and who isn't as we have officially arrived at baseball's All-Star break.
If I expose exactly what's wrong with it, which will hurt him and hurt us. You don't really know how he hurt it. Sometimes you wake up sore, hurting. You know, he's laughing a little bit more. And he wasn't crying, but he had tears inside. Brentley's doing fine. He said he's feeling better. It's not his throwing shoulder, so he should be fine. I'd like to think I have healing power, but I don't.
This is a house of learned doctors.
Always fun with the Houston Astros and injury reports. Here's what Kyle Tucker had to say about his shin contusion. Quote, I can't do everything normally right now, but every day it's getting a little better where I can start moving around better. What? He said he's had a good amount of imaging on his shin, saying, I'm happy with the stuff we've been doing. It's just taking a while. Oh, yeah, you think? June 8th. It is July 15th. We are officially 35 days later. I mean, they made a movie called 28 Days Later about how all of London got taken over by a zombie apocalypse. This is 35 days later. I mean, we're getting closer and closer to 28 weeks later, right?
Okay, if it's 28 weeks, we need an update past bruise. Really bad bruise.
Yeah. Really, really bad.
Really bad bruise.
Really, really
I'm gonna be
bad.
zooming in on his foot to see if there's a peg leg or something. If we get I don't know, to August and he still doesn't play,
that's not good.
I'm even giving him 15 more days.
I really want it to be on the other side. I really want it to be back in Seattle. It is alarming that it's taken this long.
Yeah.
It can't be just a bruise. It has to be a little hairline fracture or something like that. You
Yeah.
would think. We're not doctors, but the Astros make us want to be doctors because we never know what the hell's going on.
We have to be doctors. Yeah, I was mentally preparing myself for after the All-Star break for both Verlander and Tucker for a while. Seems like they're both going to be longer than that.
Yeah, I think so. Continuing through an episode of Astros ER. This is good news, I think. Justin Verlander threw all of his pitches. What does that even mean? That's how it was written up. During a 25-pitch bullpen session.
Gyro ball?
Does somebody else throw a pitch along the way? Does he occasionally use a machine to throw a pitch?
No, I think it's, and I only know this because of Lance McCullers, is that sometimes they do like fastballs only. Like they don't let you throw a curveball.
Okay, so he's throwing all of his pitches. 25-pitch bullpen session. He's going to throw another during the All-Star break. But he's doing it off a mound. Uh-oh, watch out. The Astros might be about to have a 5-man rotation again.
What a time. What a time to be alive. Yeah, I mean, I figure it's going to be a while and then a rehab start, maybe another one. And then because we went through this to start the season, how slow his ramp-up is, which is fine for a man of his age. But now you're in the season. It's like, kind of need you quick, dude. You may have heard that we've been starting Jake Bloss and Sean Dubin.
Luis Garcia, as we continue this episode of Astros ER, didn't throw a bullpen session on Friday. He's going to continue to play catch, but his rehab is slowing down. Also, that is not a setback per Joe Espada. Espada's reasoning for slowing down the rehab is that when he was having a catch on Tuesday, he wasn't feeling as good as they wanted him to. So that's fun.
But not a setback.
Not a setback.
But he is slowing down.
He's slowing down
but
a
not,
little bit.
Not a setback. This is where the Astros really shine. That could almost be added to the Dusty Baker collage at the start of this one where it's not a setback, but we're slowing them down. Like, what are we talking about?
What does
this
that
is
mean?
This is classic Astros.
Also, he was spotted out, Luis Garcia, in Midtown.
I'm okay with that.
There's a picture of him. I'm not sure where, but he's lined up, it looks like, outside of a bar, like leaning over a rail, and people had all sorts of comments because he looks a little bit bigger. A little bit
Yeah,
bigger.
that's just bad angle.
I love some of the responses to this. Most of them are about, like, wow, he's looking extra thick. But don't you love it when people are asking a player when he's injured, wait, why is he out at a bar? Why is he out at a restaurant? Why isn't he staying inside?
Yeah, it looks like he has a belly. I pulled it up, zoomed in. I don't know if that's just a T-shirt, like the way the T-shirt's hanging, and it's just a bad. Caught him lacking. It looks like he has a belly. I'm okay with all the people being like, huh? What's going on here?
Just having a couple of Sammys,
Yeah.
A Sammy or two. Lance McCullers. We recently heard that they are pulling back on his rehab. Dana Brown said yesterday on the Astros pregame show that Lance received his second opinion. We just have to let time heal, and we can't push him. What the hell is that? What does time heal mean? Brown again theorized that maybe McCullers could contribute out of the bullpen in September. So no Lance McCullers in August. Also, to wrap up this episode of Astros ER, Jose Altuve played through his sore hand. Quote, sometimes you've got to play through pain. And Yordan Alvarez played through his hip tightness. But they're not going to be at the All-Star game in Arlington tomorrow.
Listen, I'm sure that his hip is tight. I'm sure that Altuve's hand is sore. This feels like a little bit of I'm setting up for the excused absence to not be in the All-Star game, which is fine. I'm not knocking him, but this feels like they're gutting through some injuries. Now they get a week off.
Yeah.
Which is, again, no problem with it, but that's what this is.
That's all it is.
I think Yordan missed one game with the hip thing.
Yes.
But in general, if you play all the games leading up to the All-Star game and then you're like, no thanks. I get why you need to lay the groundwork of they're playing through injury.
It seems like the only way that you can miss the All-Star break is if you have a doctor's note from the team.
Yes.
And the team can easily fudge that.
Yeah.
But with the Astros, it seems like they have 3 legitimate doctor's notes to make Kyle Tucker, Yordan Alvarez, and Jose Altuve miss the All-Star game. And good, because they need to rest. They need the rest.
They do.
Tough month coming up.
It does seem like it is something where at this point in the season, it's like, we can find something sore on Jose Altuve to write the doctor's note for. It's like, yeah, hand, got it, sore, hip, tight for Yordan, bruise deep for Kyle Tucker. That one's legit though.
From the 832, someone asks, can you guys give a Messi injury update as if you were the Astros?
Oh, a messy one.
Yeah, no, a messy one. We're not talking about ear discomfort, okay? We're talking about ankles. Lionel Messi. Did you see how swollen his ankle was?
It was big.
I would be crying, too, if my ankle looked like a grapefruit.
We don't got ice on the Argentina sideline?
It seems like they were missing a lot at
true.
that stadium last night. Security specifically. For God's sakes, you had Colombians crawling through the vents to get in to that game to watch Colombia and Argentina in the Copa America final. What a disaster that was.
Yeah. But I kind of have to tip my hat to the fans of it. You see an opening? Literally, you see an opening?
Yes.
And it's an AC vent? You take it.
They care
you Tom
more.
Cruise your way through those vents.
I think it was tweeted best by Big Cat from Barstool Sports. This is why we'll never be good at soccer. They care about it on a level that we never will. And that's 100% true. We're not going to do that to go watch a Houston Dynamo game. Crawl through the vents.
I'm going to do that to watch a Team USA game. Like,
we wouldn't even do that for the Astros, let's be honest. Even with the 7th straight ALCS, we're not going to do that, you know? Just go to the Highway Cantina instead. But if that was an Astros update of Lionel Messi's injury, just go with good old reliable ankle discomfort.
Yeah, and day to day. We'll see how he feels tomorrow, even though it's the size of a coconut.
I don't think he's walking for like a week without aid. All right, that's Astros ER, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in from the 225. Hunter Brown's performance in those El Tiempo marks had me feeling some type of way Friday. Also, the Breggy Bomb Margarita is not worth it. Yes, you are 100% right on that front. It's just tahini with a little bit of hot sauce. They're overpriced. Get your margaritas at the Highway Cantina before you go in there. All right. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe's on vacation, so it's just Paul today. I am so buying in to hype of something that I shouldn't after what we've seen from Reed Shepherd over the last couple of games, the newest member of the Houston Rockets. Already? Mount Rushmore of Houston athletes? 713-780-3776. It's Gallant and George.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Oh, wow. He went mixtape. Oh, he was deep in his bag like the fries were at the bottom.
There's Pop. And understanding, isolated, gets that defender dancing, change of pace, little floater in the end one, stop it, Reed Shepherd, crossover.
Hand up, I have no idea what that guy was talking about, and he doesn't either, with his description of Reed Shepherd's incredible possible double dribble highlight that he had in Summer League action in the first game of his career with the Houston Rockets. Can we play that first part again, Sean? What in God's name is that guy talking about?
Oh, wow. He went mixtape. Oh, he was deep in his bag like the fries were at the bottom.
He was deep in his bag like the fries were at the bottom. I understand that there is a term, in your bag. It's supposed to be a golf term, if I'm not mistaken, right? Like using a 5-iron or your 3-wood or your 9-iron.
This is a very Paul Gallant thing. It's also a basketball thing.
Deep in his bag, but it would be a golf term that brings it into this. Deep in his bag? I'm sorry. This man is not allowed to say that. He's not allowed to say that.
Wow.
Am I perhaps being racist against my own people? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't buy that coming out of that guy's mouth.
That's Mark Jones, who's black.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
I can't hear color, as you can tell right now. I'm sorry, no.
So now you're telling a black man what he can't say.
Well, listen, he kind of sounded white there.
You got rules on this golf course.
What do you want me to say? He sounded
Are you a member at the River Oaks Country Club?
Sir, you're not allowed in with these shoes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like that. I don't like that. Fries at the bottom of the bag, like that implies sloppiness. You know, they're probably cold too if they've fallen out of the actual fry car.
All right. Reed Shepherd.
I am buying into the hype, baby. I am buying into the hype. And I know it's the Summer League, and most of these guys are never going to play in the NBA. Don't care. He looks really, really good. He looks special. He has, I think, some handles that I did not know he had. I really thought of him, and look, I'm not going to act like I study NBA prospect film. I don't even do that for NFL draft film. But I was of the impression that Reed Shepherd was going to be more of those. A shooter who was good on defense and is longer than his height indicates. We saw some defensive ability from him. We saw some, I think, really nifty and creative passing from him as well. And surprisingly really good handle. Is that going to work against real NBA players? I don't know. But if you got Ja Morant and Trae Young complimenting him the way that they were online, you got to give that some credence. And in these two Summer League games to this point, and he's had a lot of help with Cam Whitmore out there, they might be just more talented than every team that they're playing against in the Summer League. But I am really impressed by everything I've seen out of Reed Shepherd to this point with the Houston Rockets. And I think we got legit reason to be excited about him year one. How much is he going to play? I don't know. Fred VanVleet's probably his starting point guard. But, woo, really like what I'm seeing out of Reed Shepherd.
Yeah, you can throw in all the caveats of it's only been 2 Summer League games, like pump the brakes, all this stuff. You'd rather be using those caveats when your guy's playing awesome than when he sucks.
Yeah.
It would be if he sucked, we would also be doing, well, it's early. We'll give him time. He needs to adjust. But it feels much better to be like, this guy probably won't average 20 points a game in the regular season. So you can take that with a grain of salt. Obviously, the role is going to be different when you add all the best players in the league back into the mix.
100%.
But, I mean, it's more of what he's doing that you're like, oh, I didn't know he could do that.
Exactly. He's capable of more than you probably expected.
Yeah, and even, like you said, he's going to come off the bench this year unless Fred VanVleet gets hurt. It's basically the only reason he would start on this team this year. But the Summer League is obviously worse competition, but it does give you a peek of what he can do in a second unit.
For sure.
Because who's he playing next to? He's playing next to Cam Whitmore, who's going to be on the second unit, and AJ Griffin, who, if he's in the rotation, is going to be on coming off the bench. So there is some portability with what he can do this season in his role this season, and we're kind of getting a bigger glimpse at it in, obviously he's the starting point guard for the Summer League team. But you can't watch what Reed Sheppard's done. It's not just that he's putting up numbers. It's how he's playing that you're like, oh, okay.
Exactly.
This works.
And, to make things even more exciting and what you're seeing out of Reed Sheppard, you're getting the kind of rhetoric that a team will claim it felt about a player 5 years after the fact, 5 years after the draft. Oh, we thought he might be good in the draft, but, we went in another direction. We're already seeing this courtesy of the Atlanta Hawks. Adam Finkelstein is, I believe, an NBA reporter, and he was asked about perhaps second guessing of themselves by the Atlanta Hawks when it comes to not getting Reed Sheppard, instead drafting the French guy, Reese Haché, with the first overall pick. Here is something that's going to make you think that this is Bill Polian talking.
This, the Atlanta Hawks viewed Reed Sheppard as a, quote, potential Mahomes type of player, and he was number 2 on their board, and ultimately they went with the guy that had better size. But it'll be interesting to see where Reed Sheppard goes and what kind of career he has, because he was the player that finished second in this race to the Hawks, to Reese Haché, and we might well see down the road that it could be, well, a potential mistake, because they put the Sheppard-Mahomes comp in this regard. What if Reed Sheppard turns into one of the best three-point shooters in the NBA? What if he's a guy who can give you 22, 24, 26 points per game? If that's the case, you would have automatically taken him. We don't have the answer to that. Reese Haché narrowly beats out Sheppard to go to.
They're doing damage control 2 games into the Summer League. The Hawks, who are a terrible organization and have been for a very long time. They've been one of those rough watches in the NBA, probably going all the way back to the mid 2010s when they used to have Joe Johnson and
even that we're talking about the glory days are losing in the second round.
Yeah, or as an 8 seed taking the Celtics to 7 games.
Yeah.
Right, this has been a joke organization for a really long time. That they are perhaps second-guessing drafting a Frenchman, Reese Haché, 2 games into the Summer League, and that Reed Sheppard is putting these kind of highlights out there is really a reflection more of how sad the Hawks are, more than it is confirmation that Sheppard's going to be great. But I love seeing it, that the Hawks viewed him as a Patrick Mahomes type of prospect. Hell yeah, baby. The Rockets got him.
What does that even mean? What are we talking about here? He's a Patrick Mahomes level prospect. You know what you do if you think a guy is a Patrick Mahomes level
take him.
Yeah, you just pick him.
You take
I don't
him.
know. Were they like, well, Mahomes slipped in the draft, so we got to do our part and make sure he slips in the draft. Make sure we're the Chicago Bears of this. Actually, the Chicago Bears of this would be the
Hawks,
Wizards.
Yeah. Oh, the Wizards.
the
Gotcha.
Wizards too.
Even worse, yeah.
But I don't get what they're doing here. I mean, I get what they're doing. I don't get what they're trying to say here, because even in that clip, they're like, yeah, but they ended up, basically what they said was he can be Patrick Mahomes if he's one of the best shooters in the league. Ultimately, they went with Reese Haché. It's like, wait, but why? What was the downside? They didn't leak out but we weren't sure. It was just we weren't sure about it. It's like, well, yeah, he's not going to be LeBron, or
right.
Anyone with the brain is yeah, that guy's going to be awesome in the league. Or Wembanyama last year, guys, this is the draft. No one is going to be a surefire guy, especially the guy you ended up picking. This guy doesn't look that good. What are we talking about?
I think the Hawks should have just said, listen, we wanted to draft him, but he looks like he'll get your dad, his dad, to sue you.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. That, there's some discrimination going on. Some of us handsome, smaller white people, people underestimate us. They underestimate us. It just happens, okay? We can't help it when we're good-looking guys that also look like they've never done hard labor in their life. They have a maid, perhaps 2, for each wing of the house that they live in.
Yeah. Thank God Reed Sheppard went to Kentucky and not Duke.
I know. He does look like such a Duke guy, too.
But he's an old school Kentucky. I mean, because his dad literally played for Kentucky. But, he's an old school Kentucky guy. Mm-hmm. Before they started sending guys to the draft every year, ironically enough, like Reed Sheppard, who was a one and done and picked 3rd overall.
Man, The Reed Shepherd era, guys. It's going to be fun. And I mean, you see Rafael Stone out there. Rafael Stone is so cocky right now. You could tell. He was on Sirius XM radio, I think, with Justin Termine, and I forget the other person who was on with him. But he was asked about, like, hey, were you a little nervous about Reed Shepherd? Was he going to be able to, adapt to the pick and roll? And Stone may as well have just put his feet up on the table while answering this question. He's so pumped about getting this guy.
I just saw him making the right read over and over and over again, right? And so my theory was he didn't have a ton of reps in it like a guy who plays in maybe a more heliocentric offense. But every time he was in it, he looked comfortable. So, it's always a challenge deciding if a guy can do something that they haven't done a lot of. And we're a little cognizant of that. We weren't 100%, but I would say we'd seen enough to be pretty comfortable that it was going to be an easy transition for him. Whether easy meant a day, like kind of we saw 2 days ago, or it meant 6 months. From our perspective, we don't really care. We thought the package was there to become a very good pick and roll player.
Hell yeah, dude. Now, he's just talking about the pick and roll side of it, but Rafael Stone wanted to say right there, yeah, we just got Cocaine Curry, bitch. That's right. Yeah. He can get away with double dribbles. White privilege, baby, on the court.
They're just so shocked at how much he's dribbling that they're,
I know. They're so confused here.
It's like the scene in Semi-Pro when they throw an alley-oop.
713-780-3776 to call, to text. Philip wants to talk about being deep in bags. Philip, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? I just wanted to say, you ever reach deep in the bag and got that onion ring at the bottom? You're like, that's what he's talking about. It's like, and on top of that, I just want to say, like Bronny James, like they give him so much hype. Like,
I know.
There's no. I don't know what's going on in the NBA, but Bronny James, 2 for 13 or whatever whatever he shot. Like they're not talking about that. They're talking about that.
Not Reed
like
Shepherd.
He's like the greatest player, and you got this guy just hitting threes, hitting buckets. And that's what he's talking about, deep in the bag.
Deep in the bag. Okay, listen.
It's like he finds the onion ring.
Finding that onion ring, see, that is a little bit better, because onion rings, this is going to be a controversial take, onion rings, better than French fries. Onion rings are better than French fries. I'll stand on that. Oh, I don't like onions. Oh, you're soft. Soft boys. Wednesday, 12:30. You don't like onions? Soft. Onions, rule. French fries are okay. It varies place to place. But to Philip's point with the Bronny James Jr. stuff, the reason that people are talking about him as much as they are is because we live in a society that is based off of clicks, and his name, for whatever reason, it gets clicks. There's still a lot of LeBron James stands out there that are going to tell you that his seed is just as good, even though they're completely talking out of their ass.
Well, that mixed with Laker fan.
That too.
Laker.
Perfect storm
recent
of
Laker draft
insufferability.
pick is going to be overrated no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, mix that in with the fact that we're talking about Zachary Richarche as the number 1 pick and Alex Sarr as the number 2 pick. They got to get you to watch these Summer League games. And the way they're going to do it is saying LeBron James Jr. is here, which is basically what they're doing. But they're going, hey, remember LeBron? This guy's his son. Watch him play.
When you have some of the highlights that Reed Shepherd has put out, you would think that they would dedicate a little bit more of the SportsCenter highlight package during a time where literally nothing is going on to Reed Shepherd. It's just a thought. Is Reed Shepherd too boring? Do people look at Reed Shepherd and sort of shrug collectively because of the way that he looks? Hashtag racism. But I don't know what it is. You would think that he would have gotten a little bit more buzz. Thankfully, the internet exists. We got plenty of it from the NBA Twitter account, the Rockets Twitter account, and all the Rockets stan accounts that we have in town. But I am with Philip, his point there. It was weird that they did not, the first time when these two teams played Friday, when it was the Rockets and Lakers, they spent a lot more time on Bronny James, where Reed Shepherd had a good 3 to 4 really impressive highlights that I think merited a watch.
I wonder how much of that is that there was like game one and there hasn't been time. So now he has a little bit of momentum where, and I don't know. Listen, I'll be honest. I don't know who they play next. I don't know how many games they play in the Summer League.
I don't either. All I know is that we might have, Sean, in 1 year, Sugarland Space Cowboys, first half PCL champs,
Oh, yeah.
Houston
Still
Rockets,
waiting on those T-shirts.
NBA Summer League champs. Titletown.
Yeah.
We're back.
Also, either Cam Whitmore back-to-back Summer League MVPs or Cam Whitmore last year, Reed Shepherd this year Summer League MVPs.
Ooh, we're just building that young core, as they say.
Core 7. You know what? Core 7? I'm willing to listen. If Reed Shepherd's playing like this.
I am too.
I'm willing to listen.
Is Reed Shepherd the next Caitlin Clark? 713-780-3776 to call in. Is Reed Shepherd the next Larry Bird? On Twitter, at Gallant says, at Sean A. Mapes, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5 on YouTube as well, at ESPN Houston. We got some things that are worthy of Texans hype. We're going to grade the Houston Astros first half of the season. All of that and more. Stick around, Gallant and George.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
By the way, Rock the Mic, it's back. It's time to find the newest Houston sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic is going to get a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. So whether you have one or you've always wanted to start one, now is your chance. You just got to send a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced at our live finale, August 23rd at Carback Brewery. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Now, listen, I'm a very professional man. Some have called me the most professional radio host in Houston, and I've been getting a lot of inquiries. Many people are asking me if, say you were to make a donation to my Venmo or PayPal, if it'll help your chances. Now, I can't say whether or not it'll help your chances, but I can say it won't hurt your chances. I'm just saying. So if you can find my, I don't know, Venmo or PayPal, it wouldn't hurt your chances. That's all I'm saying, Sean. What? I'm just saying it wouldn't hurt your chances.
It won't hurt.
If you give me a little money under the table.
Maybe it's good karma that you're putting out in the air.
Exactly. Really good karma.
Helping a fellow Houstonian who's in need because Xfinity is
I have no internet.
Got him by the ankles and shaking him upside down.
Oh, the goons at Xfinity. You know, John Clayton from ESPN, the late John Clayton. When I was in Seattle, he was on my show every single day from 7:15 to 7:23. And one of the things that always made me laugh with John is if you brought up internet providers, he would lose his mind. And it was really funny. So he would call AT&T, who he had as an internet provider, he'd call them goons. Like every single day, like the goons at AT&T, I've been without internet for a couple of hours. And I don't know why. It's my favorite memory of John Clayton is him getting worked up over local cable providers and stuff.
The goons at AT&T.
You call them the goons. I loved it. And I got to say, the goons at Xfinity, who are not going to reimburse me at all, despite not having internet for a week. I don't know. In fact, did you see that a couple of restaurants have got Tony Busby in a lawsuit?
No, I didn't see that.
With class action lawsuit alleging negligence and gross negligence against Centerpoint Energy. I think we should get in on this.
Yeah.
I mean, did we not have issues last week as being on the air at all?
Yeah.
That's Centerpoint's gross negligence. We have all been affected, and I would love to join in another class action lawsuit.
I'm in on this. Now, I don't know how many people. Class action lawsuits are weird to me because you want a lot of people on your side because it helps strengthen your case. You get more cases, more experiences to draw on. You also don't want too many people.
Exactly.
Because you want that sweet, sweet payout per person to be a little bit higher.
Exactly. That's true.
I'm not doing this for free lunch. I'm doing this. I don't know, help pay rent.
I actually once was part of a class action lawsuit against, I believe, EA Sports, and I think I ended up getting like $150 out of it because it was based off of how many video games of the Madden franchise and NCAA franchise you'd bought over a certain amount of time. And I was like, well, I bought every single one. So I mean, for me, I'm like, I just want a couple of bucks. I think I was at an age where that $150 went a very long way.
I was going to say, 150 at certain points of your life. You're like,
You're like,
I'm
whoa,
a king.
Payday.
How would I ever spend this much money?
That's 3 Xbox games right here. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Coming up next, what would you grade the Houston Astros first half? How would you grade the lineup, the pitching, and the managing? All of that next. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Astros are at the All-Star break. They are one game out in the American League West, 4 games above 500 at 50-46. A couple of days off before a weekend series in Seattle against the first-place Mariners, with first place actually on the line. Very excited to get to the other side of the All-Star break. Yes, this is a rather hacky radio thing to do, but we do grades in all sports. And generally, in schools, specifically college, you're graded on a 2-semester basis, right? There's the first semester, there's the second semester. For the Astros, there's the first half, even though the first half goes a little bit longer than the halfway mark of the year. And there's the second half. So you guys get to answer this right now. What would you grade the Astros' first half of the year? I'm going to start this by saying I hate how soft we've become as a country when it comes to grading things, specifically in sports. No one gets Fs anymore unless it's an absolute disaster. Ds don't get thrown out that much anymore either, even though Ds get degrees. For the most part, somebody who is underperforming is going to get a C- in 2024. As if that is a D now or an F. It's not. A C is satisfactory. C+ above satisfactory. B- to B, kind of good. B+, good. A-, very good. A, great. A+, perfect. We should be harsher as graders here in 2024. Otherwise, we're failing our children. But let's bring it back to the Houston Astros with the first half of the season done. What do they deserve as a grade? I'm going to give them a D. But Paul, they're only 1 game back in the AL West. They're 4 games above 500. But they still started 7-19, guys. They still had a really awful start to the year. I don't forget that. And the reason I don't forget that is because of a lesson that I learned in a law class that I took in college. The only law class I ever took. I was under the impression that if the teacher's telling me that I don't have to be there for every single class, that this is going to be one of those classes that's rather easy to pass. So I didn't really show up for any of my comm law classes. I remember the first day that we had an exam, taking the exam, thinking, I don't know if I did that well on it, but whatever. It's my senior year. This is a class that I don't think is ultimately all that important. The grades come back for this test. We're all sitting in the classroom, and the teacher writes the high score for the test on the board and the low score for the test on the board. I see the low score, 37. And I think to myself, who's the dumbass that got this? So I'm waiting for my test to get handed back to me. My test is handed back. I got the 37. I had the lowest grade in the class on the exam. And I was so embarrassed because I was of the mindset that I could never do worse than a D if I put no effort into it at all. And I got the worst grade in the class. And that bad start that I had on my first exam ended up costing me. I did well on my next 2 exams. I got B's on both of them. But because I had the 37 to open up the year, my average was a D. I found out at the very end of the semester that a D does, in fact, get a degree. I wasn't 100% sure that that was the case. And I passed the class. But it's the lowest grade I've ever gotten in my life. And we have high standards here. The Houston Astros should never be starting off 7-19. They shouldn't. I get it. Injuries, specifically with the pitchers. But a 7-19 start is like me getting a 37 on my test. You know, brilliant mind like me getting a 37 doesn't seem possible. Houston Astros starting off 7-19 doesn't seem possible. They've overcome it, sure. But for the first half of the year, the Astros get a D. They should be in first place right now. They should.
I agree with you where it is the situation with how they've played recently is A-worthy, honestly. How they've played since getting rid of
Jose Abreu if you want to be mean, or the start of June if you want to be nice. That has been Paul, the second two exams in the, was it media law class? But the problem is you do have to count it the first.
You have to count the first test.
This is where I'm drawing from my personal experience, one personal experience that I had where, hey, listen, really messed up the first part of the year, got it back on track. Like you're saying, probably adds up. We're looking at a 70, 72 or something in that range, a D. But the Astros are a good kid. I like them. Bump them up to a C-.
But you're going to write something on the progress report about how they could have done a little bit better.
Yes. But because of the track record that they have, I'm more inclined to believe that the second half, the last month and a half, I was going to say the second half of the first half, the last 6 weeks is more indicative of who this team is than the first 6 weeks. So in that case, I'm giving them a little bit of the benefit of the doubt and bumping them up to a C-.
Unbelievable.
They're a good kid. What can I say?
You're the reason.
I want to see them walk at graduation.
You're the reason America's failing. As I've said a couple of times before, like this is why you'll never be a great father. You need to.
Thank you.
You need to.
I always love it when you drop that on me.
You need to emotionally abuse your children, right? Like you need to make them think that perfection is the only way. You need to make them still recoil in shame at the idea that they once got a 37 in their life, right? Did my parents do that? No comment. What I am going to say is that D hurts. It's something that I still remember. It's in the back of my mind. Should be in the back of the Houston Astros' mind. We got a comment here on the Twitch. Pinche says, "Quit whining, Paul. We're going to kick ass after the All-Star break." I hope so. What I will say about the second half of the year, I think we're going to learn everything about this Astros team and how good they are over the next 41 games or so, because they play all of the good teams that they will the remainder of the way over that 41 game stretch. They have a really nice September, so if they don't do so hot in late July and August, there's a chance they'd actually be able to make up some of the ground in September. But to open up the month, the Mariners, they have the Dodgers, the Rays, Rangers, okay, you got 12 games against them. Maybe you don't think those are that tough, but I think we just saw from the Rangers are not a pushover for the Astros in 2024, at least right now. You got the Red Sox, who have randomly been very good this season. 6 games against them. 4 games in Baltimore against the Orioles. 3 against the Phillies. 4 more against the Kansas City Royals. You got a pretty difficult stretch to open up the second half of the year. And while you've been playing a lot better of late and you're 1 game out in the AL West and the Mariners seem to be doing everything they can to give you the American League West, it's going to be tough. So we'll see what happens. I'm giving them a D for the first half of the year. I like the way that they finished it, no doubt about it, but you can't erase the 37 that they got, much like Paul Gallant got back in 2010 in his communications law class. Here's the thing. Why would I need to know anything about comm law? I'm going to hire a lawyer, right? If I get sued for libel or slander, what, am I going to defend myself? Like, that was what I thought when I was in the class. I'm like, I'm going to hire a lawyer. Why do I need to know comm law? Why do I need to know communications law?
I think it's to keep you from having to hire a lawyer. Save you a little bit of money by not being slanderous or libelous.
But it's fun to be slanderous and libelous. But as long as you say you're kidding.
But what they yes, exactly. What they don't know. See, Paul, here, they're teaching that to the kid, because I took a media law class. It's the only class that I ever had to take that was at 8 a.m. because they only offered it once a semester at 8 a.m. because they just want to make your life miserable. That's the reason for the class exists. And what it is they're doing that for the people that are going to go into, TV, go into written journalism. Over here, sports talk radio.
Oh, yeah.
We got different rules.
Yeah.
We got different rules, all right?
Honestly, we didn't need a degree to get this job. We just have to talk out of our ass and be somewhat entertaining doing it.
Yes. Or enter in the Rock the Mic competition.
Rock the Mic competition. You're right.
Honestly, we could have just done that.
And you can enter the the Rock the Mic competition for a chance to host a podcast on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. 10,000 plus followers, baby. So whether you have a podcast or you've always wanted to start one, now's the chance. Send a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Rock the MIC, Mike, 975 at gmail.com. The winner's going to be announced at our live finale August 23rd at the Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now.
And I got word that today, congratulations, is the first day for video submissions. So you'll be front of the line. You'll be top of mind. You won't get a jaded judge who has to go through 25 of them for the last week if you get them in today. So the early bird might be able to get the worm here a little bit. And the last day for submissions is on August the 2nd. So
August 2nd.
Got about 2 weeks to tighten it up and send it on over.
You're tight 3 to 5.
Yeah.
By the way, I said this earlier. Donations, Venmo, PayPal, they won't help your chances, but they won't hurt them. From the 832, Paul, I'm just going to send you money because it seems like you don't eat enough. Damn, am I looking a little skinny? Not looking swole?
No, you look normal. You're not.
I look normal.
Yeah,
I don't look like an Adonis.
No, you look normal for Paul.
Normal for Paul. What does that mean?
Take that for what it is.
That hurt my feelings. That sounded like an insult.
Normal for. I was trying to guard you. I thought you'd take a. No, you look like an everyday Joe. I thought that would gonna be disrespectful.
That would be disrespectful.
So I was trying to hold you to the Paul standard and say you're meeting the Paul standard, but somehow that wasn't enough. You know what? That shirt makes you look like Luis Garcia in Midtown. How about that?
I look like a fatty Pumbati.
Looks like, hey, maybe switch to light beers.
I don't look fat.
No, I'm just kidding. I just want to hurt you.
You hurt me. You hurt me. You hurt me. I gave the Astros a D for the first half of the year. We'll grade the pitching, the hitting, the managing next. And if you want to weigh in on anything, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. There were some other things that took place over the weekend. Don't you want to hear the whiny call of the Texas Rangers when Adolis Garcia got hit? You'll hear that next too. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on our Twitch at ESPN 97.5 or on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston. Astros wrapped up their first half of the year, losing 2 of 3 to the Texas Rangers at Minute Maid Park. They're 4 games above 500, 50-46 on the year, but they're 1 game back of the Seattle Mariners entering the break, a 3-game series in Seattle on the other side to open things up. Something to get excited about. I gave the Astros first half of the season a D, but if we were to grade the individual parts of the Astros first half, how would we grade them? I feel like the bats, you got to give them a B. The issue is really the runners in scoring position issue, the left on base issue. But, I mean, think about this. They averaged 5.4 runs a game and 9.3 hits over the 35 games that they've been without Kyle Tucker. They've scored at least 6 runs 15 times without Kyle Tucker this year. Of late, the offense has really been looking good. And, yeah, they're missing a guy who looked like he was the Astros' leading MVP candidate. They've been without him for a very long time. I can't believe it's been this long. It does seem like things are trending in the right direction. So I will give the Astros bats a B. The pitching is really tricky because there's so many extenuating circumstances. They've already used 29 pitchers over 96 games. They set a franchise record with 32 3 years ago. They're already at 29. I mean, if Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers pitch at all this year, I mean, you're just one person shy of the record.
Yeah, and you're at the All-Star break. Right
Yeah.
now. That's wild. Because normally, later in the season that you'll even get an extra arm here or there where you're like, where's this guy from?
Mm-hmm.
That's not even to mention they might make a move for an arm at the deadline beyond getting back Garcia and McCullers. So if they trade for someone, that person, if they throw,
they're going to break the record.
Yeah, it'd be very unlikely for them not to break the record. Honestly, if they don't break the record, part of it's probably because Lance McCullers did not come back, which speaks to the issue.
If this continues, I feel like the starting pitching also gets a B. Did you expect this out of Ronel Blanco? No. Did you expect Hunter Brown to get things together after the way he started off this year? No. Did you expect Spencer Arrighetti to regularly pitch well enough? No. You were thinking Christian Javier was going to bounce back from last season. You were hoping Framber Valdez would bounce back from last year, but Javier, he gets hurt. Verlander has barely pitched this season as well, and yet you were still making it work with a 4-man rotation that's held together by duct tape and rubber bands and gum. I'm giving the starting pitching a B.
Yeah, the injury aspect is what's hard to, I guess, quantify in the grades. If you're throwing it out, if you're getting them extra credit for overcoming the injuries, because like you said, Hunter Brown has really stepped up as of late. He's kind of been a microcosm of the Astros season in itself, of absolute abject disaster to start, and he's worked himself back into being pretty much what we thought, or what some Astros, what the Astros front office and what some Astros fans thought he could be from the start. Honestly, from the start of last season, but
right.
he's kind of delivering on some of the potential that we were told about when he was a prospect. So it is a tough grade to give, because even someone like Spencer Arrighetti, if it was individual, it's like, yeah, he's been good, but he's been up and down. Some starts have been really bad, but at a certain point, he didn't think he was going to have to pitch this much. He shouldn't be in a position where he's pitching as much as he is. So it is something where as a whole, I don't think that the starting pitching for parts of this year, I think starting pitcher was the problem for the Astros, but a lot of that's just out of their control. It is guys being hurt or guys like Eric Getty, like Hunter Brown, being thrust in position, like Jake Bloss, like Blair Henley, getting thrust in a position that they shouldn't be in.
Exactly. So starting pitching, giving that a B. Bullpen, D.
Yeah.
Josh Hader has been very disappointing. I don't think you can mince words about it. You are paying him to be close to automatic. He has been far from that. Ryan Presley has pitched a lot better recently, so that makes you feel better. But even Brian Abreu this year has not seemed like the Brian Abreu of last year. Rafael Montero. I always get my Rafaels twisted.
And Rafael.
Because that's Rafael Stone. No, Rafael Stone trending up.
Yeah.
Rafael Montero, get off my roster. I mean, he gave up another home run over the weekend. 8 home runs allowed. It's like the most of any Astros pitcher, I think. Any Astros reliever. Every time he comes into the game, you're like, what the hell? And I get why a lot of people yesterday were second-guessing why Joe Espada would put Montero in that spot. And his reasoning was, well, if we're not up by 1 run, we don't want to use Hader or Abreu or Presley. Why do you want to use Montero at all? Can you just dump him? You did it with Jose Abreu. Is it really going to be so hard to get rid of 2 guys in 1 year that are making way too much money? And maybe it is, but come on. He is unusable in crunch situations. You might be tied for first place right now. And if not for some of the other just pants poopages by your bullpen, you might be in first place right now. D. Easily a D. There's been some nice performances. Taylor Scott, he's been fun. Seth Martinez, he's done pretty well. There's a lot of guys that have come in there and done a pretty good job considering we had very low expectations and we're thinking to ourselves, they let Hector Neris go? Why? The bullpen doesn't have enough depth. But the guys that you were expecting to be dominant have all had stretches this year where you've been like, oh, what's going on? Presley, Abreu, and Josh Hader, and then you throw in Rafael Montero, the Rafael Montero show on top of all of it. D.
Yeah. Taylor Scott, though. Just want to single out Taylor Scott. You've been good.
Yeah. Taylor Scott has been good.
I like what we've gotten out of Taylor Scott. And I like what we've gotten as of late from Presley. And to a certain extent, Hader, too. Hader is weird because it feels like when it's tied, he gives up a home run. When it's a save situation, he's got it. It is a very weird situation. He hasn't blown very many saves. It's just he just hasn't been like a lights out pitcher.
I hate though that when you say that, even if it is a fact, I hate that gets used by some of the baseball experts out there as confirmation bias that he shouldn't be used in situations.
Oh no, I'm not
where it's not the close.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
I know you're not.
That he's been kind of bipolar in the way his production's been, where it seems like he just really loves closing. I don't know what to tell you.
I don't either. From a managing perspective, people were looking at someone to get mad at for the first half of the year. They focused on Joe Espada. Joe Espada doesn't hit. Joe Espada doesn't pitch. Joe Espada manages the lineup on a day-to-day basis, probably something that is dictated to him by Dana Brown and everyone in the front office. So I don't even know how much criticism you give him for lineup construction on the same level that some of you people bitched and moaned about Dusty Baker on a daily basis. I didn't because I was lazy. But then eventually it just got annoying. You guys are always going to bitch about the manager here. Always have, as it is. So Joe Espada was going to get blamed for a lot of the first half issues. But since his 2 critical speeches, the speech after getting swept by the Cubs, the 2-game series in Mexico City, it's opening day.
Forgot about that.
They're 41-27 since then. And after losing to the White Sox 2-0, he said, "Hey, let's get back to 500." They've done both. They've done pretty well since both of those moments. Crossroads moments for Joe Espada.
Yeah.
I think Joe Espada, I'll give him a C-, just because all of you guys are complaining about him all the time. And he's not Pawpaw. He's not Dusty Baker. But, I mean, it hasn't been that bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to grade what a manager's done in half a season because, like you said, at a certain point, it's like, so he made all the bad decisions when they're losing, but then when they're winning, he's not making the right decisions. Mm-hmm. Like I just how does that coincide? Like, I feel like if you're gonna blame him for making bad decisions, you should give him credit for making the right ones.
Exactly.
Especially as a rookie manager.
Clearly, he did not want Jose Abreu to play. Clearly. YouTube Keith asks, what grade would you give Jeff Bagwell? Jeff Bagwell, we have sent him to juvie. We've said this, I think, before when we've been talking about grading for Jeff Bagwell.
It's suspended. It's suspended from school.
You know, it's one thing to smoke cigarettes on school property / sign Rafael Montero to that ridiculous deal, but it's another thing entirely to be rolling up a J and giving Jose Abreu that deal too on campus. Okay. It's just too much chain smoking by Jeff Bagwell on campus. Listen, he can figure it out. You just got to stay off my campus and figure it out somewhere else.
Yeah.
Second chance in life. Just not here.
We're not running second chance you over here.
This is not last chance you.
Or last chance you. Yeah. We're not doing that.
Yeah. Anyway, it is Gallant and George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join us on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston or on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. We are 52 days away from the start of the NFL season. How better to celebrate that than by listening to arguably our greatest NFL orator of all time, Gallant and George. Stay put. "52 days away from the start of the NFL season. Training camp for the Houston Texans kicking off later in the week. Gonna lather up with my SPF 100. Get out there, take notes in my handy-dandy notebook. I'm gonna track statistics for guys throwing in shorts against people that aren't actually rushing after them and people covering other guys in shorts? Hell yeah. I can't wait. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm actually truly excited for this.
I need a Case Keenum was 4 for 6 with the this morning.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna keep the most arbitrary statistics for random players.
Yeah, just keep your eye on him.
Randomly bringing up Davis Mills stats.
Yeah,
to create a quarterback competition.
See what Jared Patterson's up to.
Yeah. Ray Lewis is the greatest number 52 in NFL history. Ray Lewis also might be the voice of football. Yes, there's been a lot of times where he has been just saying unintelligible things, essentially speaking in tongues, but he does it with such energy, with such gusto, that I have a great deal of respect for him as someone who tries to do the same thing. Anyway, for anyone who played Madden 13, Ray Lewis gives you this speech every single time you launch that game up.
I've always been told that I'm too small. I'm not big enough. I'm not fast enough. I don't have what it takes. To be the best and stay there, sweat is necessary. Walter and Jerry had their heels, never being comfortable. We're just good enough. It's right now, never! It's right now, never! I prepare so no one can take what is mine. No one can replace my mind, my heart. Bombarded, inspired me. And now our biggest prize bears his name. I'm older. Of course I'm older. That's the beauty of it. 16 years plus. A different level of wisdom, different level of understanding, different level of punishment. I want to live long after my records are fallen, long after my rings are tarnished. And whatever you got to do to make sure you chase your legacy every second of your life. Will you be remembered? How would you be remembered? Why wouldn't you fight for the greatest achievement ever? Leave your mark.
Damn, dude. I'm motivated to burn a white suit hearing that.
I am motivated, though. I might listen to that before college football comes out.
Honestly, I should set this as my alarm for the rest of the week so that I actually wake up on time. Because Ray Lewis telling me to wake up,
yeah,
you could get me to wake up.
You're wiser now.
If I'm not mistaken, I think that he broke the Madden curse because they won the Super Bowl that year. The 12-13 season,
yeah,
the Ravens won.
Yeah, they won that year.
So,
wow. I in my head, because it's 13, I thought it was after they won. That's why they put them on the cover. But yeah, you're right. If it was Madden 13, it came out before the 12-13 season.
So
hats off to him.
Seriously, a tip of the hat. By the way, Ray Lewis allows us to segue into talking about something really sad that happened yesterday. Jacoby Jones passed away at the age of 40. For those who don't know, he played for the Houston Texans. Seeing the reaction from a lot of his ex-teammates, J.J. Watt, Arian Foster, Matt Schaub, Dwayne Brown, among many others, I think really shows you what a guy he was. I got to interview him once. Such a fun, goofy person. And it is an absolute shame that he passed away so young. We actually do have a Ray Lewis, Jacoby Jones connection. And this is maybe one of my favorite Ray Lewis, I don't know what the hell he's talking about moments. But Ray Lewis believes that in the Super Bowl that the Baltimore Ravens beat the San Francisco 49ers, where Jacoby Jones had a record 109-yard kick return touchdown, that he is the reason that Jones scored that touchdown. Here is Ray Lewis rambling.
God tells me to go put my hands on Jacoby Jones. Come on. It's something about faith. But more importantly, it's something about receiving it and then applying it. I walked over to him and I told him, I'm just doing what God told me. And that's put my hands on it. And I put my hands on his chest. And I touched his chest. And I went to the sideline, and everybody else didn't know. But I knew something magical was about to happen.
So Ray Lewis would probably credit himself for the Jacoby Jones kick return for a touchdown in that Super Bowl. I imagine Jacoby Jones is probably thinking to himself, after seeing this video by Ray Lewis, like, what the effing F is he talking about?
I don't know. If you share a locker room with Ray Lewis for an entire year, I'm sure you're like, yeah, I'm sure that's what Ray Lewis thinks happened.
Man, imagine being his teammate. And it's also someone like Jacoby Jones who's goofy, was goofy by nature. Like, I imagine trying not to laugh while Ray Lewis comes over to you, is touching you on the chest.
That would be that would be the hardest thing for it. It might be harder for me not to laugh in the locker room if I'm on the Baltimore Ravens. It might be harder for me not to laugh at Ray Lewis than it would be for me to make the Baltimore Ravens. Like, it's like, to be good enough to actually be in the NFL, it might be easier than to not crack a smile when he's talking about laying hands on people and God transferring, I don't know, touchdown juice to someone else.
He is scary, so that might help you keep the laughter in. But, yeah, you might feel like Private Pile at the beginning of Full Metal Jacket with the sergeant that's in his face, and he cracks up a couple of times at first. You would probably be like that a couple of times with Ray Lewis in the locker room. Anyway, I did want to remember Jacoby Jones. This is the kick return for a touchdown that he had in the Super Bowl, where at the moment it looked like the Ravens were going to run away with it. This put Baltimore up big in that game.
Jim Harbaugh, that is. And there's going to be a run back from 9 deep for Jacoby Jones. And look at him go. Jones is past the 50, and he is flying inside the 20, and a kickoff return, 109 yards and a touchdown, an all-time record.
I'm glad that Jacoby got that moment. And he also had that big touchdown for the Ravens to send it to overtime against the Broncos in that 2 overtime game classic in the divisional round of the playoffs. Because, look, selfishly, we were all mad at Jacoby Jones when he muffed that punt against the Baltimore Ravens the year before the 2011-2012 playoffs. But I'm happy that he got to have that moment, 2 games where you could argue he was the difference against Denver and in that Super Bowl. And just for one for the road for Jacoby Jones to remember him, here is a Gus Johnson call of one of his touchdowns that he had with the Houston Texans.
22-6. Leckler punts it away. Wow. He just drilled this one all the way to the 5. Jacoby Jones. Jacoby Jones will never beat. Jacoby Jones. Touchdown, Houston.
There we go.
95 big ones.
Jacoby Jones, 40 years old. Rest in peace. Real fun person. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Just Paul, no Joe. He's on vacation. 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. Up next, we got a Deep Steel Blue Pill for you. We'll answer some of your questions, too. Stick around, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
No Joe, just Paul today. You can ask questions on YouTube or on Twitch. Michael A20 asks on YouTube, do you think Houston will get a WNBA team again? I don't think so. I suppose that this recent surge in popularity with Caitlin Clark could mean WNBA expansion at some point, but for the most part, it seems to be a money-losing proposition. Who's going to want to put the money down to create that team? And would there be enough interest here in Houston, which is not the most diehard sports city, to support it? I'm not sure there would be. I mean, the Comets won all of those games, and I think the reason the Comets don't exist is because who was it? The guy who was always competing with Mattress Mac bought the team, and I think didn't realize that they don't make any money despite all of the winning, and ultimately they were out of business not too long after he took over.
What was the furniture place? It was a different.
I think it's Hilton Furniture. I think
maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, there is only 12 WNBA teams, so if they do expand, like it would be pretty easy for them to expand. They are expanding. They're getting San Francisco and a Toronto team coming up.
I think that look, Houston is relatively blue, at least compared to the rest of Texas, but I feel like the only teams that at least say they are supporting women's sports are generally in blue cities. Makes sense in San Francisco, makes sense in Seattle, makes sense in Portland. I don't really think it makes that much sense here. Just my thought. I'd rather have a hockey team as well. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch a women's basketball team if one comes to town. Yeah. I got strong-armed into watching the Seattle Storm when I was up in Seattle. And look, they were really good, but did I want to watch them or did I feel obligated to watch them? It was the latter. And that's from somebody who is paid to talk about sports for a living.
Yeah. I think there's a decent chance like that Houston would get a team. Just off the top of my head, they would be up there on they could get a team either by relocation or expansion, but I don't know if it's like super imminent. You know, it's not like the NBA expansion where we know it's going to be probably Vegas, Seattle, maybe Mexico City, maybe Vancouver. It's like
Mexico City. God,
they keep like throwing it in there. I'm like, oh, maybe.
We stop trying to make Mexico City happen.
Wow.
What?
Wall just got 10 feet higher.
Yeah, well, it's not built, but yeah, we don't need teams there. No one's going to want to play there. No free agent's going to want to go there.
Yeah.
No offense, but no one's going to want to go there.
People don't want to play for the Raptors.
Put a team in Tulum, put a team in Cancun, put a team in Cabo. All right, maybe we're talking about something different here, but I don't know if the locals are going to actually support that team. So, no, come on. My God. I get it. We live in a world. We share a planet with all sorts of other countries. And then you see what happened at Copa America yesterday, run by these people that are running things in other countries, you know? Like the what's that group called? I forget what they're
Common
called.
Ball?
Yeah, they come in here to run one event, and it's an absolute disaster. Do you want your teams going to these other places that are run by other people that aren't American? Like, I'm sorry. No, I don't. That was horribly run yesterday. What a disaster that whole thing was.
Yeah, the finger pointing was also great too. And then so like someone was like, "Oh, actually, Hard Rock Stadium has like at least a football game every weekend for 4 months,
and college football games too,
and a college football game, and bowl games,
Yep.
and all sorts of stuff. And this stuff doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Spare me with the international push. Just stick to ourselves, okay? It's fine. We can stay in our country. Screw all the other ones.
I like
America first.
Yeah, so many takes.
Fight!
Just boil down to like, no, America.
Yeah, pretty much. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died to give that right to me. I'll gladly stand up next to you, defenders, still today, because there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. I also love football, and guys, it's time for a deep steel blue pill, baby. Texans swarm. The Houston Texans, guys, lots of pass rushers. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, Derek Barnett, Mario Edwards, Jerry Hughes, a bunch of defensive tackles that I don't know the names of off the top of my head.
J.J. Watt? Question mark?
Ooh, looking hot. You see those quads? I didn't know that muscles looked like that on your quads. But they've got a lot going on in the pass rush department. And it's got Booger McFarland of ESPN, former defensive tackle himself, Super Bowl champion, thinking this about the Houston Texans defense.
Just watching these guys gel together, everyone has talked a lot about Daniil Hunter, and I love him. I've seen his maturation from LSU, where they didn't think he could rush the passer, to where he is now and how he's climbed the sack ladder. Now you're going to bring him and put him with Will Anderson Jr. to take this young guy under his wing and help him kind of navigate once they recognize who you are. How do you beat the double teams? How do you take that next step? But I think the most underrated signing could be Danico Autry, because we all know that this pass rush thing kind of goes in cycles. We talked about the edge guys. It's amazing. I think now you want your pressure coming from the interior. And isn't it something that Aaron Donald retires and we're trying to figure out who's going to be the next guy to dominate inside? Or maybe it's going to be a couple of guys. One guy that I think is going to have a really good season is Danico Autry because of his versatility. He can play outside, but I love that trio inside. They're going to challenge, I think, for most sacks in the National Football League if they stay healthy.
They had the most sacks in franchise history last year, 46. They had set the record back in 2015 during a 16-game schedule with 45. 17 games, okay, a little bit easier to rack up 46 sacks, I guess. But, I mean, that's the most they ever had, and they clearly added a ton this time around. If you take a look at the teams that were the sack leaders in the league last year, it stands to reason the Texans should be up there, assuming that C.J. Stroud and the offense do their job and they find themselves in lots of shootouts. I feel like there's a very good chance that the Texans end up having a bleep ton of sacks this coming season. You added 28. It should be on the table. The offense is going to have to help them out, though. It has to be kind of complimentary. And also maybe the defense hurts you a little bit. Maybe the defense is giving up a ton of big plays, and they find themselves in situations where teams are just deciding, you know what, we're going to throw every single down. But with the pass rush that they have, if the Houston Texans have this kind of season that we all think that they are capable of, but we don't necessarily know that they are going to get through, they will be towards the top of the NFL in terms of total sacks.
Yes, that's why I agree with you and with Booger, is that you throw in, the talent in the door, way higher level of talent than they had last year. Not way, I'm not sure about way higher, but higher. You mix in not just the games that they're going to be playing and the offenses they're going to be playing, but their offenses that are basically all led by a great quarterback. So you think these teams are going to put the ball in their best players' hands when they're playing the Texans, and also the question marks at the secondary will also lead to pass attempts, which will or more dropbacks at least, which will give the guys up front a chance to get more sacks. And I mean, Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans aren't dumb. All right, they know. Like, they have an idea for what they want to build and how they want to prioritize, because coming in to the offseason, we thought secondary and defensive line were the two biggest issues. They put a lot of chips, maybe all their chips, in on the defensive line. They did that with an idea of how this can work. And so until proven otherwise, I'm going to trust D'Amico Ryans and what he wants out of his defense.
46 sacks, a franchise record for the Texans in 2023. Can you guess, Sean Mapes, where that ranked among NFL teams?
I'm going to go 8th.
Tied for 13th.
Wow. So
the Ravens had the most with 60. The Chiefs, 57.
Yeah, a lot of good teams.
Dolphins, 56. Bills, 54. Colts, 51. Browns, 49. Chargers, Jets, 49ers, Bucks, Steelers, and Seahawks all had more. They were tied with the Cowboys, the Raiders, as well. So
an
they're middle
interesting
of the
group.
pack in the NFL,
Yeah.
despite setting the franchise record for sacks in a season. They've added a lot. They have waves of pass rushers to throw out there. I don't really love their defensive tackle pass rush ability. It really is going to be Danico Autry in passing situations being subbed in probably on that interior to give you the most possible guys to throw at a quarterback. It's great that you've got like 6 guys that I feel like are all competent to plus NFL players that you can put out there. Hughes, Barnett, Edwards are, I think, really good depth for you at that front. To lead the NFL in sacks, though, is going to require something like 60 sacks. So Booger McFarland is one of many people who is feeding us these deep steel blue pills and, oh boy, we're all tempted to just lap them all up. I don't know that I can fully co-sign them leading the NFL in sacks, but if they are close to it, they probably had a 13-win regular season.
Yeah, I think it would be a symptom of how they're like right now. You could show me. You can go back, go forward in time, write down how many sacks they have, and come back to today and show us how many sacks they had and where that ranked in the NFL, and we would have a pretty good idea for how successful they were.
100%. I'm gonna set the over/under at 51.
That's a good number.
51. And look, they get 51. I mean, that's 5 more than last year. You're probably thinking to yourself, well, you could have gotten a little bit more.
Yeah.
But there are going to be some games where they lose to these great offenses that they're going up against. I think the best thing for the Texans, if you take a look at their schedule, the first part of the schedule,
rookies,
they're going up against some bums.
Yeah.
The second half of the year, though, is going to be interesting. How injured are they? How is everybody still ready to go? Is the secondary going to be figured out by the second half of the year? Or are you going to be going through a long stretch without Derek Stingley Jr.? It's that might be the biggest question mark defensively for them next year.
Yeah, and part of it also is the fact that you're going to be playing a lot of good quarterbacks, and a lot of these quarterbacks aren't exactly – well, you're playing a lot of rookies on the front end, and then you're playing quarterbacks where they're good. They look good on the Sunday Night Football banner, or they preview next week's game, but they're also quarterbacks that do take a lot of sacks.
Yes.
They're good quarterbacks that take sacks.
Some do. I mean, Mahomes is really good at evading sacks.
Mahomes and Rodgers, those are good at avoiding.
But Lamar Jackson is someone you can sack 4 times.
Josh Allen
as well.
If you can get him on the ground, you can sack him.
Stats are for losers, final scores for winners, but it is very interesting to see the Houston Texans continue to be praised in just about every single possible category. The pass rush should be a lot better than it was last year, and it was pretty good last year. Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul, 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. Yes, the Astros are only a game out of first place in the American League West after their first half came to a close on Sunday. But, man, missed opportunities this past weekend. We'll discuss them. Stick around. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. You're going to get a deposit bonus of up to $1,000. You get to play with that deposit bonus right away. You can bet on all sorts of different things. Maybe you want to bet on a little blackjack or a little poker. You can also bet on sports. You want to bet on the All-Star game? You can. You want to bet on tonight's home run derby? You can. You can bet on anything at MyBookie.ag. Hell, you could bet on WNBA basketball. Yeah, we're not kidding. You're going to bet the under every single game because you're a hater? You might. Should you? I don't know. Seems like you're putting women down if you do that. But, hey, some of us like to put money on things that we don't like. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 for that awesome deposit bonus. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, whether it's sports or just your routine games a chance with MyBookie.ag. Sign up with that promo code BET975 today.
Little tapper. Cabbage is going to have to hustle to beat Yates covering, and Yates gets there in time for his second save in as many days. Rangers take the series, taking 2 out of 3. They have now evened up the season series. In the Lone Star Series, battle for the silver boot is now 5 games apiece. A couple of 2-run home runs by Josh Smith. Too much today as the Rangers win it 4-2.
The Astros should be in first place in the American League West. They're not, because they couldn't get anything done with runners in scoring position in Saturday and Sunday's losses to the Texas Rangers. 2-1 in 10 innings on Saturday, 4-2 yesterday. Yesterday, they had the bases loaded with no outs in the 5th inning. Bad at-bat by Mauricio Dubon. They score no runs. They leave 7 on base, 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Saturday, they had the bases loaded with 1 out, 1 run already scored in the 1st. They go 0 for 2 after that. Inning over. Bases loaded with 1 out in the 6th, a double play. 10 left on base on Saturday, 2 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Ultimately, you lose 2 of 3 to a Texas team that is barely trying to contend at this moment in time. And because of that, you could have been in first place heading into the All-Star break. Instead, now you've got Mariners fans celebrating half-heartedly that they have finished the first half of the year in first place in the AL West. Is it something to be mad about? No. It is something to be frustrated about, though, because with a brutal stretch to open up the second half of the year in Seattle for 3 at home against the LA Dodgers, a couple of series against the Rays and Rangers, who maybe aren't doing so hot, but you at the very least feel like it's not going to be an automatic dub. The Red Sox, Orioles, Phillies, and Royals. You got a brutal stretch leading you into September. And these small missed opportunities along the way could come to bite you in the keister at the end of the season. So, missed opportunity over the weekend. You get to sit on it over the All-Star break. No Astros are going to be there. Jose Altuve's not coming with a sore hand, even though he played in all the games over the weekend. Kyle Tucker still apparently barely able to walk, if he even is able to walk. Yordan Alvarez not going to be there either. So you get a couple of days to reset, take a breather, and hopefully they make the most of them. I want every single Astro player in bed by 6 p.m. Yeah, I want a curfew. I want these guys as rested as possible. I want them to just exhibit straight college stoner tendencies, okay? Just get your rest over the next 5 days.
Luis Garcia is not going to love that curfew talk.
Listen, the sun was still out in Midtown when they took that picture.
I was thinking, because I think there's someone behind him wearing a Columbia jersey. Is there a chance that he was just at trying to get into a sports bar to watch Copa?
It looks like that might have been the case, but guess what? Since that game got delayed as long as it did, with all the people storming the stadium looking to get in for free, crawling through vents and stuff, that game started 82 minutes later than it needed to. And that would mean that Luis Garcia didn't get in bed by 6 p.m.
Yeah. So he broke curfew. Broke the Paul Gallant curfew.
We're bringing curfew back, okay? We're bringing it back.
It's the opposite of bringing sexy back.
Yeah. Go to bed. Go to bed. Need a little help getting to bed? I mean, you could do what I normally do on a weekend, which is binge drink. That helps you go to bed. But I would encourage that the Astros not even drink over this curfew, okay? Yeah, it's the All-Star break, but you're not going up to Arlington to party. You're staying at home, and you're going to get your rest.
I don't think you have to worry about them going to Arlington to party.
No, I don't think so. There's nothing to do. Like, what are you going to do? Go across the street to Walmart? To people watch?
Yeah. Sit in the parking lot.
People watching at Walmart is all time, but Walmart is hell. Walmart is hell. The Walmart on Dunvale is the worst place that I've been to in Houston since my return to Houston. It is the worst thing of all time. Imagine that the self-checkout lines are 45 people deep. The last time I was there, I went there to go get a package so I could ship something on eBay. Like, we're talking like a 90-cent package. Because I have a bunch of T-shirts from my time in Seattle that I have for sale up on my eBay. And someone bought one of them. I was like, damn it, I got to go to the store and get a package so I can mail it to them. And I was in line for 20 minutes just buying one paper envelope to mail something. Walmart is hell. Target, not hell. A little classier. Walmart, hell. It is hell on earth. I can't believe people still go in there. The people that work there, they're all miserable. They all want to get out.
I do find it interesting that different place. I mean, I guess it's just like corporate, I don't know, culture. Overused word, but maybe correct here. Where like some places, it does seem no matter where you go, if you're going to a Walmart, if you're going to certain different restaurants, they just seem miserable.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like the people there just seem like they're bummed out to be working there, and you're like, why? Like, even if you go to a random Walmart, one not just like in Houston,
any Walmart,
they're all universally they're just like bleep this.
They all look like they're the poor employees who are still working for the Oakland A's. You know, like the Oakland A's. Hey,
there's possums in the room.
Yeah, probably. It's so funny because also they move everything around at Walmart every now and then, so you don't know where the things that you've gone to the store to get in the past are, and then you try to find anyone to ask for help and direction, and like it's like they're trying to avoid you when you're there. Yeah, Walmart is the 5th, 6th, and 7th circle of hell. I don't know what that means. I think that's from Dante's Inferno or something like that.
It is.
Half of hell is Walmart. You know? Half of hell.
Half of hell.
Half of hell. Like there's the Hitler half, but there's also the Walmart half.
Yeah,
okay.
Okay.
It's just it's absolute hell. So
one circle is like the
that's where all the like dictators
the electronics
are.
part. One circle is the
the the electronics part. Imagine trying to. Oh, you were gonna buy a $2.99 DVD from the box set because you don't have internet because Xfinity's been out for such a long time. You thought to yourself, "Oh, I'm gonna get crafty. I'm gonna get a bunch of Jason Bateman DVDs, you know," and because that's what they got in the bargain bin. And then you go to the electronics checkout section and there's nobody there. There's never anybody to be found there.
Yeah. You try to skip the self-checkout at the front, so you're like, oh, I'll just check out here at the electronics. And then you end up waiting 20 minutes because that guy, I don't know, smoking a joint outside. I don't know what he's doing, but he's not manning his post or her post.
I can't believe that the NFL owners who are elitist snobs let the Walmart people in. They let these absolute animals come into the NFL.
Well, they own Walmart.
Yeah, they own it exactly. They're
slum lords.
They don't
live in the slums.
They are a reflection of their corporation. And I mean, my God. So sorry, this has been a long tangent on Walmart. I don't even know how the hell we got here, but Walmart, hell. American League West, not hell. Astros, purgatory because they're one game back of the Texas Rangers.
I actually forgot, or from the Seattle Mariners. I actually forgot how we got to.
I did too.
Hell,
but Walmart, awful. That Walmart in particular, just absolutely terrible. I always dress down when I go to Walmart too, because I'm like, Walmart isn't worthy of a shower. Walmart isn't worthy of that. No, I'm just gonna go in just absolutely smelling rancid, with sweat dripping everywhere. I don't care. I'll go to Walmart, and if I smell bad, great. Like, I'm probably an upgrade on what's inside already. Anyway, this segment has been brought to you by Walmart. It is Gallant and George. No Joe, just Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on Twitch as well. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I want to compare and contrast Hunter Brown throwing at Adolis Garcia. We'll do that on the other side because if there's one thing you've learned while listening to me on this station, I love, unlike Walmart, when Texas Rangers broadcasters are complaining about the Houston Astros. You'll hear that next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros were unable to get vengeance against the Texas Rangers over the weekend. They lost 2 of 3 to Texas, and even though the Seattle Mariners lost all 3 games they played over the weekend against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, the Astros were unable to level with Seattle for first in the AL West. They are 1 game back, and they play Seattle on the other side of the All-Star break. Lots of things went down in the series between the Astros and Rangers that we're not focusing on as much. We're really talking about the totality of the series. I think that means more than anything. But there were a couple of interesting moments, specifically on Friday night, a moment where I feel like Hunter Brown earned his old school Astros pinstripes from the brick red era pinstripes. Here is Hunter Brown on the mound, as called by the Space City Home Network, giving Adolis Garcia the business.
140 runs difference as fans are excited about a pitch up and in. But the Astro nemesis gets hit by this pitch, and he's not happy. Hit with 2 outs after a pitch in. He gets hit on the second pitch of that sequence, and he will slowly walk down to first.
So you heard some cheers when Adolis Garcia got hit by Hunter Brown. Astros fans don't like Adolis Garcia. Part of that is because Adolis Garcia owns the Astros. He has for a while. But the other part of it as well is in the ALCS last year when Brian Abreu plunked him losing his mind, and weirdly a situation where the Rangers were winning at the time. I still don't understand why he got as mad as he did in that moment. It helped the Rangers. Garcia getting hit and getting on base. But whatever the case, Astros fans do not like Adolis Garcia. With that in mind, I thought it would be interesting to compare what you heard on the Space City Home Network call, where Todd Callis acknowledges there, some fans a little bit happy about Hunter Brown challenging Adolis Garcia, who does crowd the plate a little bit. Here is the Rangers broadcast on Bally Sports Southwest talking about Hunter Brown's back-to-back high and inside pitches to Adolis Garcia.
Now it's 400 feet.
Well, he takes up and in. The fans get into it when Garcia comes to the plate. And there's some Rangers fans here willing to stand up for him. But everybody in the ballpark paying close attention when Garcia comes up there. He has destroyed the Astros in the last couple of years, and he takes one off the elbow, and that one is it's not so much that it's going to hurt the elbow, it's the intent or perceived intent that could create or ruffle some feathers perhaps here in this 4th inning. Garcia hit by a pitch.
Yeah, it's easy to add up everything in the entire situation. You go in once, it's one thing. Mistakes happen, but you go in 2 times in a row and you hit him on the second one.
Say it. Just say it. That was so mealy-mouthed. They danced around it. If you think there was intent, say there was intent. I don't believe that there was intent there by Hunter Brown. I do think Adolis Garcia crowds the plate. I think there's a reason he's got that big old elbow pad on his left elbow. But if you're going to suggest intent, just do it. Instead of saying, fishy, fishy.
Last year's broadcast team would have done it.
They would have.
They had that fire in their belly last year.
They did.
Now they're complacent.
They don't have the eye of the tiger anymore.
Don't have it. That's why their team's in 3rd place.
That is true. And under 500, even though they did take 2 of 3 from the Astros over the weekend. Where is one of the worst wives in movie history, Adrian from Rocky, to yell at the Rangers there, the Rangers broadcasters? Because you should keep the same energy. You want to keep the rivalry going? If you still care about Astros-Rangers games, then you know what you got to do there? You got to say, clear intent there. Go on a little bit of a rant. Because Hunter Brown did hit Adolis Garcia in games, I think, was it game 7? Or at least he threw inside in game 7 on Adolis Garcia. Garcia did hit a home run right after, so maybe not the best idea. And an eventual 11-4 victory for the Rangers to move on to the World Series, which they eventually won. But hey, there's some history here between Hunter Brown and Adolis Garcia. Say the intent was intent. There was intent behind it. Do it, you cowards. Instead, it might have been intent there. Come on. Come on.
What's the matter with you? Be a man.
Yeah. Or shriek at. Someone needs to shriek at the Rangers broadcasters like they're Adrian and Rocky. And remember, Adrian is a terrible wife in these movies. Terrible wife. Rocky, too. Look, Rocky can't read, okay? He's a simpleton. And Adrian takes the one thing that he has going for him, an ability to clobber other human beings, away from him in Rocky 2. There's a large portion of Rocky 2 where Rocky's trying to find work doing menial jobs. And it turns out, like, he's not even good as an enforcer for the mob.
No, which you'd think he'd be great at.
Right. And then all of a sudden Adrian has a health scare, and the next thing you know, like, Rocky's like, oh, what am I going to do? I'm going to lose everything, and I've already lost boxing because my wife won't let me. And then she wakes up conveniently last second and says, hey, go fight Apollo Creed and live out your dream. Which, by the way, he would have been able to train for a little bit better, and maybe he wins it earlier, becomes a much more legendary boxer. Then in Rocky 3, she's bitching and moaning at him. And in Rocky 4, she's bitching and moaning at him.
Can't win.
Adrian is terrible. Terrible. How did they end up in the slums for Rocky 5? What happened there? Was it the wife spending all the money? They had a robot in Rocky 3. How did they go from Rocky 3 to Rocky 5? They had this mansion in L.A., and they're living in the hood in Rocky 5. The hood of Philly. What happened, Adrian? Yeah. Some of us know what happened. Adrian, terrible wife. She's not quite Jenny in Forrest Gump. Who?
No. I think Ginny might actually be the worst. Like, number 1 seed.
Oh, no doubt. Jenny is the worst of all time.
Even if you take it to TV and, like, Skylar White, she at least, like, is... You can see her position of you shouldn't sell drugs. Like, that is her position. It's like, it is wrong to sell meth. And you're like, I get what you're saying here. I don't agree. And maybe some of the writing isn't up to snuff, but I see her point of view here.
Exactly.
Some of these other, Ginny was just terrible.
Jenny sees a boy who, like, has been lifelong friends with her, and, like, consistently puts him in the friend zone. Keep in mind that this man
Another
also
simpleton.
dealing with some intellectual disability here.
Well, a war hero too.
And so there's one moment where she almost tries to deflower him, and he gets scared, and then she pulls back at the last second. But then a little bit later, she's fine with it again, and then all of a sudden, she got knocked up and had a kid and doesn't tell Forrest about it for 8 years. Oh, and by the way, she's dying of a bug. And, hey, Forrest, simpleton, can you take care of our child that I hid from you for 8 years? Oh, okay. Thanks, Jenny. Hell yeah.
Yeah. No, you summed it up. Jenny, bad lady.
Terrible. Adrian,
you know what?
Terrible.
You can't win, Rock. You can't win. Tough childhood for Ginny. That's no excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of people have tough childhood.
You know what excuses are? Skin of a reason, stuff with a lie. That's what it says at the Short Crest football weight room.
Sure does.
Okay? So there you go. Coog Blaze asks, why hasn't Forrest Gump 2 come out yet? Yeah, great question. Great question.
We need Forrest. That is something where every once in a while I have an idea where I'm like, why haven't they rebooted this? And it makes everyone in the room mad because everyone hates reboots. But Forrest Gump, it is like, I don't know. Would you be shocked if in 2027 it's Miles Teller is Forrest Gump? like no, that's we're about on track for that.
You know what I want? I want a spin-off series, sort of like with Cobra Kai from the Karate Kid. Haley Joel Osment, have you seen what he looks like today? So Haley Joel Osment,
he does some character work now.
Adorable kid growing up, right? Haley Joel Osment does not look like the adorable kid anymore. He's like kind of like a scraggly, like chubby guy now.
Yeah.
And I think that they should have a TV series that follows where little Forrest Jr., Nepo baby, is after his father, I guess, leaves this world. I want to know where Forrest Gump's kid, somebody who is the son of someone who's, let's just say, intellectually challenged, and also a woman of the streets. I want to see what that kid grows up to be. He's got all this money. Is he going to blow it all?
Oh yeah.
I mean,
he has. Yeah, he definitely has an app that he's working up, some sort of startup.
Let's do it.
I like this. I like this.
I want
coming to
off.
Apple TV.
hey, honestly, if they got us in a room, we would be able to greenlight this.
Yeah.
And we'd be able to make some money off it because no one's creative anymore. So you may as well just have a somewhat creative spin-off of Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
You get to bring Haley Joel Osment back into the works. Tom Hanks, he has to show up.
Cameo, probably.
We have a couple of ghost appearances by Jenny.
Oh,
and
wow.
she's like being abusive.
Like Force Ghost?
Yeah, she's being abusive to young Haley Joel, young Forrest Jr.,
Or flashbacks.
Yeah, lots of flashbacks about her being a terrible mom before she dumped Forrest Jr. on Forrest.
Yeah, all the boyfriends she brought around him before she dumped him on Forrest. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So just an idea, food
and then
for thought.
He's working on an app, and guess what?
What?
Now he works for NASA or something. I don't know. Because it has to be like Forrest Gump, where he stumbles into success.
I like it. What a year of movies that one was, as brought up on the Twitch. It is Gallant and George, no Joe, just Paul. And yeah, these are the paths that we take when there's no Joe here.
I don't think we would get into a 5-minute Forrest Gump conversation without Joe.
No, we just riffed here. We just riffed. Some of the text lines. Jenny is getting torched on the text line.
Rightfully so.
Getting torched.
Rightfully so.
It's from the 713. Oh, here's a defense. Jenny was not a woman of the streets. She was a hippie.
She was a woman for the streets.
For the streets.
She wasn't a lady of the night.
Yeah, she wasn't a hooker. She was a lady of the streets.
She, when you describe someone as, she's for the streets, that's Jenny.
That's Jenny. Okay. You know who's for the streets? NBA Street? Reed Shepherd.
Okay.
Let's talk about the greatest athlete of the summer here in Houston, at least based off a 2-game sample size. Next, stick around. Gallant George, no Joe, just Paul.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Disappointing weekend for the Astros, but they are one game back of the Seattle Mariners in the AL West and play Seattle on the other side in Seattle for a chance to reclaim first. We'll see if they're able to do it. It has been really fun to watch Reed Sheppard in NBA Summer League action. And this is a topic that just came to mind during the commercial break. There is a legitimate case to be made that on today, July 15th of 2024, that Reed Sheppard holds the white title belt, as the best white athlete currently in Houston sports. Now, I don't see race. I don't hear race. Okay? I'm better than a lot of you because of that. Please respect my privilege in this time. Some of us were just born pure. But Reed Sheppard is a white man, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's what I've been told. And right now, it's very clear that Reed Sheppard is the best white athlete in Houston sports. And I know there's some competition right now. There certainly is some competition. You got Hunter Brown. You got Kyle Tucker when he's healthy. He's not.
Yeah.
Been out over 30 days. He's getting called out by Andy Roddick, for God's sake. A tennis player is calling out his manhood on Twitter.
That's one where that I think we saw that literally at 3:30 on Friday, and just I wish that we could just like go live, just like react to Andy Roddick calling out Kyle Tucker.
Andy Roddick, for those who don't know, started complaining about a player in his fantasy baseball league. This is what Roddick wrote on his Twitter account, and he's clearly talking about Kyle Tucker. Still loading. Novak Djokovic is in the Wimbledon final weeks after having a knee operation. I have a guy on my fantasy baseball team who fouled a ball off his leg 6 weeks ago and progressed to playing a game of catch yesterday. Great is great. I didn't see it as a possibility. Bet against the all-time greats at your own peril. Props. Because for those who watch Wimbledon, once again, we had a Novak Djokovic versus Carlos Alcaraz final in Wimbledon, and Alcaraz won yet again against a hobbled Novak Djokovic. But Andy Roddick, little drive-by on Kyle Tucker without saying Kyle Tucker's name.
I loved it so
along
much.
the way.
You know what gave it away for me? It's the playing catch. Progressed to playing catch. I'm like, yep, Houston Astros, baby.
Yeah, that's part of the rehab process for the Houston Astros. Have you had a catch recently? So, best white athletes currently in Houston sports, Reed Sheppard in 2 games with the Rockets Summer League. Yes, against a lot of backups. He's got that belt. Hunter Brown, he's had a nice month or so, but you can't completely erase what happened at the beginning of the year, and he also had that start against the Twins not too long ago. And after that, I don't even really know who's in the conversation.
Yeah, we might get to Jake Myers pretty quick.
Yeah.
Might get to Alex Bregman pretty quick.
Let's be honest, there's not really many white Houston Texans, right? I mean,
no. Yes, you're right. Blake Cashman's gone.
Honestly, off the top of my head, I'm trying to
name a white Texan right now. Go.
John Weeks. That's all I got.
Kate Stover,
that's another one. And again, we don't see color, and it's not about race. We're just thinking because of Reed Sheppard having such an awesome summer in the Summer League that Reed Sheppard is the best white athlete in Houston, Texas. Okay? It's not a very high bar to clear these days. Not a very high bar to clear.
Avram Shingun.
Okay, yeah, I guess. He is European.
Yeah. Should we go white American?
White American title belt. There we go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Trying to think. Like honestly,
we were talking about it when
do they even have an offensive lineman that's white? Jared Patterson, I guess.
I don't think he's white.
Oh, he's not white.
Again, I don't see color. I wouldn't know. I've confused white tight ends.
No, and I might be
800
confusing
level
him
at
with
NRG
Juice
Stadium.
Scruggs, honestly.
Juice Scruggs? I mean, he's not white. So, again, Reed Sheppard, congratulations. Best white athlete in Houston sports. Hunter Brown, second place. When Kyle Tucker returns, Kyle Tucker's at the top. I guess if Justin Verlander was healthy too, that would help out a little bit.
Verlander, McCullers.
Yeah, that's the problem. Everyone's hurt. Everyone's hurt. Dalton Schultz is grinding on coffee and whiskey. Yeah, that's another one for the Houston
Oh
Texans.
yeah, Dalton. I was thinking about a tight end. I could not think of the tight end, and I came up with Cade Stover before the actual good one.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, Cade Stover could be good at some point down the road.
Prove it in the Hall of Fame game, because that's all we're doing with Reed Sheppard is doing 2 Summer League games.
Yeah. Davis Mills, Tommy Townsend, Case Keenum.
I think Case Keenum's up there for legacy.
But it's a legacy thing.
Yeah.
We're talking about who's got the title belt right now.
Charlie Heck. I'm just on the Texans roster.
By the way, Jarrett Patterson. He's white.
Okay.
So now you know.
I just wasn't sure. And this is a dangerous
You're welcome.
game.
Yeah,
It's
this
a
is a very
dangerous game
dangerous
if you're not sure.
It's a dangerous game if you're not sure. But no, you just say that you don't see color and you don't hear color. But what we've seen out of Reed Sheppard, on a serious note, in Summer League basketball has been awesome. There is a lot of praise for in his first game against the LA Lakers. This hesitation move that he had, where it probably was a double dribble, but they didn't call it. I don't know what a double dribble is anymore, I'll be honest. I hate the people that have found a way online to show how to do some of the moves that these NBA players do because they've read the rule book. And it's very clear that ever since the gather step was allowed as a thing, that players are traveling and double dribbling all the time. All the time. But that double dribble was really cool. And they didn't call it. So he should be able to get away with it again. Is that white privilege? I don't know. Again, he's white. I don't see color. So you're telling me he's white. But Reed Sheppard did get away with the double dribble in that moment.
It's also a situation where if logically the best NBA refs refereed the finals and the playoffs, it would make sense that in Summer League you might not be getting the best of the best.
Yeah.
Tony
Probably
Brothers
not.
might be on vacation.
That's also true.
But it was a slick move.
It was a cool. I mean, whatever the case, it was a cool move, and to go through the lane and have that little floater and get fouled along the way.
Yeah,
it was like just a perfect storm of whoa. That was awesome.
It also speaks to because we've been talking about him as a shooter, even a movement shooter, where it's not just staying in the corner. It's like no, you can run plays for him to shoot. But as we've been talking about him, we haven't been talking a lot about what he can do dribbling the ball. What he can do actually with the ball in his hands.
Passing as well.
Yeah. And I think at a certain point we have to maybe put the microscope on John Calipari. What the hell were you doing?
Yeah.
Coaching this guy?
I know.
You didn't let him do this?
I mean,
this
guy was off the bench.
Yeah. Him and Rob Dillingham, who was picked 8th in this draft, both came off the bench for Kentucky.
Man.
Who are a 3 seed. And finished like 4th in the SEC.
I mean,
they didn't even win the SEC. Like they're just like, what are you doing, dude?
It's a great question.
I get why he ran out of town before
Seriously,
he got fired.
I do too.
If he was pulling this garbage,
I mean, it wasn't both of Reed Sheppard's parents like
they
Kentucky
both played
legacy
at Kentucky.
players?
Yeah.
What the hell?
I think his dad's name is Jeff Sheppard. He was like most outstanding player for in like one of the 90s tournaments, and his mom played on the women's team.
I mean, listen,
college.
Nepo baby, perhaps maybe that was used against him, and he is not the tallest guy, but look, whatever level of talent's at the Summer League, he's been really impressive. I do not know what that means, but if you haven't seen highlights of Reed Sheppard and Cam Whitmore too, Cam Whitmore's been tearing it up. But with Whitmore, it's almost like, why is he here?
Yeah, Whitmore is dangerously close to the too good to be here.
Yeah, I think he is too good to be there.
Where Jabari Smith found himself last year, where Jabari Smith in 2 games, you're like, all right, we're good. He's averaging 30 on like 70% shooting. I don't think there's anything for him to prove here. Yeah. Cam Whitmore won Summer League MVP last year.
Yeah, you almost shouldn't be allowed back if you won it the year before.
I don't know. I'm fine with it. I mean, it's
fun to watch. The highlights are great.
It's fun to watch just a team that's like full of guys that are like too good to be on the team.
Yeah. I mean, listen, win all your games. Okay,
yeah, just win.
Winning matters, and they should be going all in for the Summer League championship,
which gets crowned at some point.
I mean, is Amen Thompson allowed back on the team?
Because
he's not there, right?
He could play if he wanted to, but he was on the USA select team.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I'm not sure if they're traveling with USA because they're in Dubai. They just played a game this morning against Australia.
Jabari Smith Jr. is too old.
I mean, he was also too good last year.
Yeah, but put him on the team. Who cares?
Just put him on the team.
Just put all the stars on the team. Let him absolutely tear these guys up. Have some fun.
I don't want to say something that might get us in trouble, but
okay.
Are we sure Jalen Green's not too good to be playing in Summer League? I mean, are we sure? Are we sure that he's not too good to be playing in these games?
I feel like Jalen Green playing in the Summer League would make me feel like he's a lot more committed to improving himself as a player and be more consistent.
Hey, he was great in March.
He had a great March.
There's a reason we only say he was great in March.
Yeah, because he had some rough months before March, and then he was so awesome in March. If that had happened, if that awesome month
was in December, we would not be talking about it. We would not be talking about it as much.
Well, what if the awesome month was the first month of the year, and then at the end of the season he's playing terrible, and then I think it would be on the table like, hey, Jalen Green, you might need to play in the Summer League.
Slump buster.
Yeah.
Go destroy Zachary Richarche.
A couple texts here. Cam Whitmore is Vince Carter. Sure. Okay.
In the Summer League, yeah.
In the Summer League, the Rockets look great.
In the Summer League, he's Vince Carter and
Reed Shepard is Steph Curry.
His white Steph Curry.
Yeah. Cocaine Curry, baby. It's Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the voice of Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Who is the best white athlete currently in Houston sports? I got a surprising amount of text on the text line there. Someone said Paul Gallant. You made my heart grow 3 sizes in that one moment. Definitely not, but I appreciate you for appreciating
flag football,
me.
maybe.
I don't know. I need new cleats.
Can we get an NIL booster to buy Paul some new cleats?
Let's get an NIL booster here, okay? Paul Gallant for the artist formerly known as East Bay, which no longer exists. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance. No Joe, just Paul. Joe's on vacation. Sean Mapes is about to go on a little vacation of his own. Coincidentally, this vacation is beginning at the same time as the re-release of a video game that has been out of our lives for officially a decade. NCAA football. 25?
25, yes.
Is, I guess, out within 11 minutes?
Yes. In 10 minutes and 10 seconds right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
So then you download it as soon as it comes out.
It's already downloaded. It's just not like available to play. If I click it, it just takes me to a screen that has a countdown clock.
Why Monday at
3
4
o'clock?
Eastern, 3 Central? Who decided that?
I have no idea. I mean, I'm okay with it. I mean, if anything, I'd prefer it to be like 4 o'clock, but whatever.
I've thought about getting a new video game console entirely for this. I thought about it.
That's what swings it in my mind is for all the people that don't have the like newest generation of either PlayStation or Xbox.
I thought they'd be cheaper by now. They're still $500.
No.
At least they're available. Because I remember for the PlayStation 5,
Yeah.
there were wars over getting those.
Yeah.
I don't think it was quite the same buzz for the newest Xbox model. But as someone who has stopped playing video games because I'm addicted to them, and specifically sports video games, because I lose my mind when things do not go my way in sports video games, I don't think I should get the game, but I want to get the game. It's a very difficult dilemma for me.
I imagine today, and maybe even this week, but especially today, for you, Paul, is a lot like, I don't know, St. Patrick's Day or New Year's Eve for a recovering alcoholic, where you just see everyone having the time of their life.
And
you just have to, out of the, looking out for yourself, because, Paul, if you don't look out for yourself, no one else will. You got to look out for yourself. You have to make the decision yourself to whether you want to dip your toe in the water or not. The thing is, though, for me, it was easier. It was a $70 decision. For you, it's a $570
It's a $600 decision, yeah. And I want it. I want it badly. Maybe I can find a deal at Walmart.
You might be. I mean, honestly, you might be able to get a used one. Maybe
I'll buy one of the boxes online. Some people scam people on eBay.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it says
Full
like
of
a fine print.
newspapers.
This is just the box.
Yeah.
You're just getting the box. Yeah, I'm tempted. I don't think I should, though. I think at 35 years old, I think I have to put video games in the past as badly as I don't want to, I mean, I love Elder Scrolls. I love those shooter games, but I think it's time to hang up the controller. Because if I get this, it'll be like 8-hour sessions of playing this game.
Yeah.
And next thing I know, it'll be like 3 a.m, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I have a show tomorrow.
Yeah, that's why, or that's coincidentally why I won't be on the show for that. I didn't want to. You know what, Paul? I didn't want to cheat the show. Didn't want to give you less than full effort. I knew I couldn't promise that this week.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm a we over me guy. Looking out for the show.
We all gotta look out for the show. Sometimes our show is secondary to that kind of a show, though.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Can't wait.
I know.
Stay out of my way on the highway, by the way, if you're listening.
I'm jealous. I'm very jealous. All right, guys. It is time for garbage time. I don't want to be a byproduct of my environment. I want my environment to be a byproduct of me, quoting Frank Costello in The Departed.
Okay. Yeah, I was like, that is a quote. I forgot. Was it Vince Lombardi or was it
No, it was Frank
Jack
Costello
Nicholson?
before dropping a hard N-bomb in the beginning of the movie The Departed. But listen, I grew up in Massachusetts, for those who don't know. And if you listen to me enough, you know that I like to imbibe. I love drinking on the weekends. I had no idea that the place where I grew up didn't allow this. Happy hour has been illegal in Massachusetts for 40 years. 40 years. But Massachusetts lawmakers have approved an amendment to bring back happy hour after it was gone for 40 years. Also illegal in Massachusetts, I knew this already, you can't do bottomless mimosas. So if you're doing brunch, bottomless drinks, no, you don't get to do that.
That's crazy.
Massachusetts is letting the trashy people, myself included, get their rocks off for a bargain once again. Shout out to the state of Massachusetts for finally, easing the restrictions on people.
It's crazy because both of those are more of a it's the fact it's a deal less than the drink itself. It's not like they banned mimosas or they banned, I guess, bars being open at 3:00. Like they banned making money.
Yeah.
Or not making money, but making it easier on the consumer.
In 1984. Like, it's been illegal since 1984. My whole life, it has never been legal to do a happy hour in Massachusetts.
Yeah. What was going on? Was that like Just Say No? They caught some Just Say No shrapnel?
There was a lot of drunk driving going on then.
Oh, that makes sense.
But they are the last state to have an absolute ban on happy hours. They were the first one to put the ban in as well. Communists.
That makes sense. But from what I hear and what I've seen in the movie The Town, it does seem like the roads would be tough to drive on if
they are narrow.
If you are in, don't be swerving around Charleston.
Exactly. You don't want to be buzzed driving around some of those people because, my God, they are aggressive. You think the drivers in Texas are aggressive? They are, but the drivers in Massachusetts are on another level.
Nice. I can't wait. I want to go one day. I just want to test myself. You know.
You don't. It's not. No, the roads are so narrow. You feel claustrophobic.
And now I know I can get a beer at 4:00.
Finally, for a reasonable price. Continuing through garbage time, Baker Mayfield says he was drug tested probably 11 times during the 2020 NFL season on today's episode of Pardon My Take. 11 times?
That's crazy.
For drug tests? I mean, I get with the Browns finally having a good year. They're 11-5.
I was thinking because Baker Mayfield has been so seesaw up and down, like year after year. It's either a good or very bad year. I was like, that must have been a really good year.
It was a really good year.
Huh.
But
and he got
11 times.
That means like more than half his games.
That's every other week.
That's crazy.
Probably even a little bit more.
Yeah.
This is something else. There's a brand new dating app out there. This brand new dating app forces you as a man to submit pictures of your hands, and it matches couples using state-of-the-art, get this, penis size predicting technology. It's based off your hand size.
What the hell is this?
I don't know, man.
What are we talking about?
The handy tool works by scanning a photo of a woman's hand and matching it to a man who has similar proportions. And it suggests couple who have relative sizes will have better sex together. So this will basically match you with people that it thinks match with you based off of their
Can I go?
length of penis size.
Can I go home now?
What an app. Shout out to them.
I got nothing here.
It's all about the banana
my
C
vacation.
shape.
My vacation started before when you explained the story.
That's going to wrap up today's show. The Killer Bees are up next. Big thanks to Sean Mapes. Big thanks to our listeners, our texters, our Twitchers, and YouTubers. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hope all of you are making it. Hope you're making it. You doing all right, Blankers? Brian?
Good to have you back, man. Did you lose power?
Yeah, I didn't get it back till Saturday, but I Ted Cruised out of town.
Oh, you did?
I had the pre-planned vacation.
Right.
I already had vacation.
Plus, you
the timing was impeccable.
Didn't you get a couple days back because of the station being down?
No, I didn't.
No?
Because it wasn't down Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Oh.
Yeah, I took off. Yeah.
We were the only ones that ended up working.
Efforting to work, though.
We probably could have done you a solid and just said we couldn't make it.
Maybe I'll petition that one.
Yeah.
We got power back on Saturday. But I mean, we were at it. We had the vacation, so we weren't suffering. We weren't laboring. I definitely did feel like Ted Cruz, though, leaving out of town a day after a hurricane, because we ended up leaving Tuesday.
Okay.
A little bit of fence damage, stuff like that, but minor in the grand scheme of things. I feel bad for Brian. He still doesn't have electricity.
I feel awful for Brian, and it's been like a running back and forth because we didn't get it back till Thursday night. So Brian and I, like, in texting back and forth during Astro games or whatever, we were like, power? No. You?
It's brutal.
No. Great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugly.
So Brian's coming to work, and it's better for him to come to work. He likes working, but he especially likes working today. But I hope everybody's making it. I hope Houston's making it. Good to be back. And then I'm leaving town next week as well. I'll be gone the entire week next week. More Ted cruising. Good, bad, and ugly from the Astros weekend. And look, this one was frustrating for me because you win the game on Friday. I honestly think the Astros melded in. Mostly yesterday. Saturday, whatever. But I think they melded into the All-Star break. I think they win on the All-Star break after they won on Friday. You run into Nathan Eovaldi on Saturday, you lose a close game, whatever. But then yesterday, I think you kind of peed all over yourself to lose that game. There's no reason you should have lost that game, yet you do. I think they put it in All-Star break mode after Friday's game.
Yeah, I don't know if they did that or not, but it was frustrating to me as well because I felt like those were like playoff type feeling games Saturday, Sunday. I felt like there was good intensity, like, it was to the in-state rivals, but I felt like there was a lot of extra energy in the building, and it was a lot more enjoyable to watch every bit of the game unfold. I'm with you, like, they lost Saturday's game, but they were in it to the very end, and I felt like that's one of those where, you kind of tip your cap, but that was both teams giving it their best, and you didn't come out on top. But then yesterday, I think to me, it was more or less, regardless if you want to look at, offense, defense, pitching, whatever. But you know how I feel about Montero anyway. But the minute that Montero came into that game and then what he proceeded to do yet again just let me believe that Joe Espada's just like, you know what, screw it. My bullpen's had a lot of innings on it, and we're heading to the break. I'm just giving everybody the day off.
Yeah, I mean, they scored 3 runs over the last 2 games. And yes, you faced Eovaldi. Yes, you faced Scherzer yesterday, but you actually loaded the bases with nobody out. That forced Scherzer out of the game in the 5th inning. I feel like the offense went into the break after Friday's game. A good, bad, and ugly. And we always, use the Astros. If they won the series, we start with the good. If they lost the series, we start with the bad. So bad and ugly from this Astros series against the hated Arlington Rangers.
So for me, bad leading to ugly is kind of connected in the fact that with the bases loaded over the last 2 games, they were 0 for 6.
Yikes.
And their left on base was as bad as it can get to. Left 6 on Friday, 10 on Saturday, 7 on Sunday. And you just look at overall with runners in scoring position, they were 4 for 25.
Yeah, that's not good. Like the left on base number is not extremely high. Like 10's not great. 7's not bad. But it's the average with runners in scoring position. 2 for 9, like you mentioned. 0 for 9 combined. 2 for 18 in these final 2 games of the series. I think that's absolutely. And the 5th inning's the one that really yesterday's game ticked me off.
That's the bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah, in the 5th inning. Yeah. Yesterday's game ticked me off because. Look, you have a chance to win the series. It would have been like, 7 of your last 8 series victories. It would have been like 9 of your last 10 or whatever, 11, I guess it would have been. You could have went into the All-Star break feeling really, really good. I feel like they're like, okay, we've done enough. Let's just coast into the All-Star break and then be one back, thankfully, because the Angels helped you out a little bit coming out of the All-Star break. The 5th inning was the one that highlighted my bad, too. You load the bases. You chase the starter out of the game against a bad bullpen. Like, it's not even a bullpen that's any good. So you get to the pin, bases loaded, nobody out, and then you have a Dubon strikeout on 3 pitches, which was abysmal at bat. He looked like Jose Altuve when Jose Altuve looks bad. Jose Altuve, pop-up. Bregman the ground out. Like, get a job done. Like, even if you leave that inning with one run, it changes the entire scope of the game. So that, to me, was bullet point, all bold letters, magnify it, leaving the bases loaded. No, I had visions of the Astros playing the Braves back in the late 90s in the postseason when they had bases loaded, nobody out. Walt Weiss makes that diving play up the middle. That was embarrassing, the fifth inning.
Yeah, to me, I'm thinking what you like, too, is the fact that Scherzer was pissed off coming out. You know, you had got to him after he was seemingly dealing a little bit early, with the exception of one bad pitch. And I'm coming out of that inning thinking, with the bases loaded as they're making the pitching change and Spores is coming in, I'm going, even if Dubon hits into a double play, we're tied. We're coming out of the inning, at least tie ball game with a couple innings to play. I'll take my chances at home. And then you look at it all unfold and go, seriously, like the Lombardi, what the hell's going on here? Like, what are they doing? And Dubon not just trying to sit on something he can get up in the air or, you know, looking for a specific pitch. He's flailing all over the place. And then I was like, oh, God, now I might got a sick feeling in my stomach. They're coming out of this with a goose egg, and lo and behold, there it was.
Yeah, I think that's where the game was lost.
For sure.
Because you couldn't do anything offensively. And from a performance point of view, that again, highlights the bad. Equally as bad, if not worse, was the managing of Joe Espada. And I like Joe Espada, I think, more than like the pulse of the city. If you took an approval, and maybe we'll do this tomorrow, this week, as we look for things to do, maybe we'll take an approval rating of Joe Espada. Because, I mean, it's a presidential thing. We're kind of in this presidential time. What is the approval rating of Joe Espada? We'll talk about that at some point this week. I think that I approve of him higher than what the city's approval rating of him is, but the way that he handled the bullpen in yesterday's game made absolutely no sense to me. You have your big three, right? You got Abreu, you have Presley, you have Hader. That is what you like kind of build that bullpen around. Like, those are the guys you go to. If you had the lead after 6, you're going to win the ball game, et cetera, et cetera. Hasn't always been that way this year. You're down by 1 run after 6 innings yesterday. You didn't use a single one of those guys on Saturday, and these guys are about to have 4 days off before you play your first game from the All-Star break, out of the break, at Seattle on Friday. None of them are in the All-Star game, so they're going to go 4 days without pitching if you use them in Sunday's game. Why in the world did Joe Espada go with his low-leverage guys of Rafael Montero and Seth Martinez? Why didn't you deploy the big three down by 1 run whenever they've had a day's rest and they're about to get 4 more? That was managerial malpractice by Joe Espada.
It's all Joe Espada. There's no doubt about it. And I've been a guy that's stuck up for him like you, more than most, especially from the early stages when everybody wanted his head on a platter. And I kept saying, hey, look, there's been injuries and there's been all these different factors. And yes, he was going to have some hiccups and make some mistakes in his first minute, but it's undeniable when you look at that scenario and situation and go, hey, look, yeah, I get it. Well, there was another 2-run home run given up by Montero, who I don't want to hear about the fact, well, he hadn't been used in a while. We needed to use him again. You didn't need to use him. You can use him if the situation presents itself. But that situation did anything but say, I want Rafael Montero into that ball game because he can keep us close. And he didn't end up doing it. There's really no argument that I can find that can be made unless guys like Abreu might have a tired arm. We know how many appearances he's had. He's been in the game. You know, he gave up a run over the weekend as well. Maybe he needed more rest. But between Hader and Presley, and even when Presley did make his last appearance, it was, I think, single-digit pitches. The fact is you had guys at your disposal that could have prevented you from letting that thing be a 3-run game instead of a 1-run game with 2 at-bats left in the 8th and the 9th.
I think you deploy your big three there. And to me, like, this is something we see from Espada all the time, and I think he borrowed it from Dusty Baker. And by the way, Joe Espada, give him a chance to defend himself. He said after the game that he did not want to use Abreu, Presley, or Hader in a situation where the Astros were trailing. I know the magnitude of the game, but I got to listen to our relievers and the volume of innings and work that were given them up to this point. Okay, like, I can understand that. I can understand that they're overworked. Maybe you don't want to use them. You're trying to save their arms. Yesterday wasn't the day to do that. They're getting 4 days off beginning today. So yesterday was not the day to do that. I understand where he's coming from, not the day to do it. Now, it does pose the question, because we see Joe Espada use his big three when the team is up 4, 7th, 8th, 9th inning, and I asked this today on Twitter at Jeremy Branham. What is a better way to deploy your high-leverage relievers? We call these guys the big three, Abreu, Presley, and Hader. Is it better to use those guys when you're down a run or up by 4?
See, I think when you're down a run.
I think so, too.
And I think the other thing is, it's just like we said, they're interchangeable. That means that you have three guys that have been experienced with high leverage. So if you want to play matchups or you want to use one guy versus the next, all three of them have enough experience that you should feel equally comfortable no matter when you choose to use them. And if a guy, like I said, if Abreu, if you and I didn't hear his comment after the game, but knowing how many appearances he's had in the first half of the season leading into the break, he's the one guy that I totally understand. You want to rest him, shut him down so he's got a full 5 or 6 days to really get cool. But Presley and Hader, to me, should have been available. You could use one and then the other. You could see what you could get, but I don't understand it.
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought that was a managerial malpractice by Joe Espada there. 713-780-ESPN. We get to some more of our bads and our uglies, Brian's bads and uglies, and we'll get to a few goods. There were some good things that happened this weekend. A busy show, Mailbag Monday coming up today. We're going to figure out which teams are selling around Major League Baseball. Who could be some good trade partners for the Houston Astros? What moment in Texans history would you like a do-over for? Reed Shepherd, thoughts on him. But more of the good, the bad, and the ugly when we come back. 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your thoughts. 713-780-3776. Our HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitter, Blankers is at Pac-Man Joel. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, Allstate Siding and the Windows are the best at so many things, and it says it in their name. When you look at siding, windows, even doors for your house, the fact is that you're going to have all kinds of companies that are just eager to get your business, but you look for someone that's established. You look for a business that means Houston, that takes care of Houstonians, that basically has all the things that you need so that you know that you're not going to have to worry about the company that you selected to do the work. That's why I chose Allstate Siding and Windows. They just put new windows in my house a few months ago. Absolutely phenomenal during the storm. They were durable. They were protecting. They look fantastic. From the curb appeal to the way that they're going to reduce your energy bills to all the ways they're going to keep energy inside your house and also protect you from the storms like Beryl, which we just had. That's why I went to Allstate Siding and Windows, and that's why I'm telling you, you should too. Right now, they got 30% off all windows. They got $2,500 off a complete siding job. They have free estimates available, which I think is key, because all you need to do is call them at 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. They're going to come to you, and they're going to see what you want to do. They're going to tell you about the siding, the windows, the different products, the different styles, the different kinds of things you can do, like double pane windows, and then let you ask questions to give you everything that you need to make an educated decision on what you want to do. They are fantastic. It's family owned and operated for almost 50 years. Mary keeps everything down to snuff at the headquarters. Her brother's out there like he came to my house, and he's giving me that estimate and telling me exactly what we need and what products will work best. They are the best in the business. I encourage you to check out their website as well, allstatesidingandwindows.com. You can see some of those different styles and options for you in both siding and windows. But if you're ready to have them come out and give you an estimate, just call them, 832-204-1936, allstatesidingandwindows.com.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What's your bad? What's your ugly? 713-780-ESPN. Ocho says, I don't care how many consecutive innings their high-leverage relievers pitched. Not using them when needed is bad managing. I'm sick of all the pacifying of today's pitchers. It's ridiculous. Look, if they were used 2 days in a row, I get it. They were not used Saturday. That's part of this. We're not used Saturday. Have 4 days off. You're afraid to use them in a one-run deficit. It makes no sense. And Joe Espada will run the big three out there when you're up by 4. If you're trying to win the most games possible over 162 games, give me the big three when you're down by a run over being up by 4. I don't like using my big three whenever I'm up by 4 because it adds to their workload. It adds to their games pitched. And now in a game that's more winnable, whenever you're down by 1 versus blowing a 4-run lead, you're not going to use them because of their heavy workload.
And here's the way I look at it, too, which is with these guys, more times than not, I'm not looking to throw them out there just to get a little work in because I know with above-average team, there are going to be ample opportunities from now through the end of the season that they're going to get their work in. I'm not going to be worried about that, and especially because of, and again, in the case of Abreu with the almost overusage that we've seen in the past that hasn't worked out well in the second half of seasons, see Phil Maton, and the likes of guys like that. You don't want to push him too far right now. I would get that. And especially, like you said, if he had pitched test Saturday. I'm not in on that. But the fact is, you don't have that series with Seattle starting tonight. You don't have anything because of the All-Star break until the following weekend. So therefore, when you're looking at all those things and factors combined, and you know they're going to get ample rest over that time, there is absolutely no excuse for not having, like I said, at minimum, 2 of the 3 guys completely accessible and ready to go.
Yeah. What bads you got? Any more bads? I have a couple more.
I mean, Montero is obviously something that we mentioned. We'll talk about again more, but Montero is definitely on that list because, again, a guy that I've been grateful to say hasn't been used in a long time or not needed except for in extreme mop-up, and then you didn't use him in mop-up. And Abreu to me, and this is something Brian and I talked about a little bit last week, and I mentioned that you and I normally go back and forth on this one a little bit. But Abreu, maybe it's because of the excess usage or whatever, but he's been setting the table for himself for some disasters. And it caught up with him a little bit in the fact that he gave up 2 hits in a run, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I didn't love Mauricio Dubon's ejection. I thought that was dumb, quite honestly. I thought it was Mauricio Dubon. You can't argue. You can't argue a challenge. You can't argue a replay. It's an automatic ejection. And it's going into the 10th inning, and it's going to limit Joe Espada's bench when you do it. I thought that was a selfish ejection by Mauricio Dubon. I understand he's frustrated because he thought he was safe. I think he was safe too, although I didn't think they were going to overturn it because it was too bang-bang. That's a dumb ejection. Dumb time to get thrown out of the game. Pena, the double play ball, the error got away, first inning, 2-run homer, next pitch, make a decent throw. That was an easy play, quite frankly. Hate the man for man, but what I really hate about the weekend is you gave the Rangers second life. Not to say that you could have put the Rangers away, but now all of a sudden the Rangers are 4 games behind you. Now all of a sudden the Rangers have won 7 of their last 10 games. You win yesterday, it's a 6-game lead over the Rangers. Now, again, you're not putting them to bed. You're not laying them to rest, but there is this bigger separation. Now they're not feeling great going into the All-Star break. They lost 2 of 3 to the Astros. Instead, they've won 7 of 10. They just beat the Stros. They're 4 games back of the Stros, 5 back in the division. I feel like you gave them a little bit more life with losing a winnable game yesterday.
I mean, you look at it and just try and scratch your temple and say, how the hell did both the Mariners and the Rangers, and the Astros, do you the favor and the solid to get you those 2 games and to build momentum? The only thing that you can hope for is a lot of guys talk about. The worst thing that you can have happen, and they were talking about on the Shin before the games, before the Saturday game, hey, look, the worst thing that can happen to a team as hot as the Astros were until they lost Saturday is the All-Star break because you don't want that momentum to end. Hopefully for the Rangers, the momentum ends because of the All-Star break, but you're right. To gain that many, 2 games on both teams just like that, it's got to give you a little bit of a pep in your step.
Bitter there. All right, Brian, what do you got? What are your bads?
My main bad was just it felt like watching Saturday's game that they had the opportunity. They put the graphic up where, Astros versus Nathan Eovaldi. Sometimes they just destroy him and sometimes he shuts him down. And Saturday felt like an opportunity where they really could have destroyed him, but they let go. It was the first inning for sure, and I believe the other one was the 6th inning where they had the bases loaded with 1 out and came away with nothing after that. Now, the first inning, they still got a run before the inning ended, but they had 2 bases loaded opportunities with 1 out and got 0 runs off of it. They had an opportunity to absolutely crush Eovaldi, knock him out of the game, get to the bullpen. You got Scherzer coming up. You don't know how long he's going to go. I think that could have really turned the series. And then the other one is Chas McCormick. He's just awful.
His defense was good.
Defense
was good.
Yeah, the diving play.
Yeah. Nice. Okay. 1 for 6 in the series. 3 for July.
He follows me on Twitter, so I like him.
He's 3 for July.
You can like him in Sugarland.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
I'd rather watch him in Sugarland, as in not watch him.
I mean,
he's kind of Jason Lane. He's kind of Jason Lane.
So he's going to become a pitcher in Sugarland?
No, I didn't mean that. No, I meant that he's a one-hit wonder.
Okay.
I had my concerns going into the season about that, but he didn't look like he wasn't like Montero-esque with prior stats back a baseball card to say that it isn't possible that he could pick it up where he left off
on the back
last
of his
year.
baseball card.
But at the same time, when you look at him now, there's limited at-bats for a guy if you're struggling. And I know they're going to force-feed him into the lineup every so often, but low Perfido and other options that are better for you in Dubon if he's not going to play first because Singleton's been hitting, that just throw him down there because he ain't going to get any better getting just limited at-bats and once every third or fourth game appearances.
Yeah. 6091 says, my bad is the way y'all think Singleton is not a starter. Dude is better than most. He's been better as of the last few weeks.
Better than most as another first baseman in the league? That's a stretch.
He's probably your best option there, especially against righties.
That's fine.
Maybe against lefties,
better than
Dubon
most,
is.
to me, denotes that he's better than most major league first baseman, and I would not make that case at all.
If you took his last 2 to 3 weeks, you could make the case, but I think that's an incredibly small sample. I don't think that he's an average Major League Baseball first baseman.
I just, Barry and I had it out on this topic on Friday a little bit because he just is completely anti-John Singleton. And I just said, look, because of the offense that you have and because of, yes, it may be a smaller sample size, but because of the fact in the last couple of weeks, he's gotten multi-hit games, he's made good defensive plays. He's won your best option for now, but he's a guy that if he continues to just do this, that there's a chance that he could be a guy that bridges something until you make a trade or make a move. And even not, he's not your first baseman of the future, but because once he's getting every day at bats, he's been average. That's acceptable based on what you've had to digest all year at first base.
Yeah, I mean, he's your best option over there right now against right-handed pitching. I don't think that that's something you can argue. Can you upgrade there? Absolutely. Absolutely, you could upgrade over John Singleton. Alonso's an upgrade. Vlad Guerrero's an upgrade. Christian Walker's an upgrade. Cody Bellinger is an upgrade. You can upgrade over John Singleton. Now, has John Singleton been better over the last month? Yeah, absolutely. In the last 28 days, Singleton's hitting over 300 with an over 800 OPS. That plays.
Absolutely.
It's far better than what Jose Abreu was giving you. It's better than what Dubon was giving you whenever he was playing. Because Dubon's kind of went in the tank a little bit over the last month or so.
He's front-footing a lot, too. I mean, it's one thing that he used to be pretty free swinging on the first 2 strikes, and then he found a way to just put a barrel on it and get it somewhere, whether it's a ground out or not or a fly out, but he would be able to do what he needed to do. And now he is just on that front foot all the time, off balance, and just kind of one-handed things. It's not pretty.
Yeah, he's not he's not producing very, very much lately. All right, let's get to a few goods. There were some goods that came from the Astros weekend. At least I have some goods. I don't know if y'all do.
Yep.
What do you got?
I start with the starting pitching because you look at the 3 starting pitchers, and though you had the hiccup early on from Blanco. The fact that, once again, he did what he did his last start, which is after that first little hiccup, he settles down and mows down multiple guys in a row, and he eats up innings, and he gives you what you need to be competitive in a game. He flat out got behind and just thought that someone wasn't going to swing on a 3-0 pitch right down Main Street. He got absolutely abused by it. But at the same time, he kept you in the ball game. I thought Hunter Brown did a really nice job of doing the same thing. And even Arrighetti, for as shaky as he could look, he did enough to eat up innings and keep you in a ball game and keep you tied until you got to the bullpen.
He needs to work on his PFPs because he almost cost you that inning. Starting pitching was good. It was safe on the field.
Yeah.
The pitching was good. You're right. Blanco was fine, even though he's a little shaky early. The command, which is a Blanco thing, like that's always who Ronel Blanco is going to be. Brown was good, and Arrighetti was good. The good that I have is the Walker Yanick pick, a Major League Baseball draft. I geek out on Major League Baseball draft. I'm one of the very few. I have no reason to like Walker Yanick, by the way. Catcher at Sam Houston. My uncle Jamie Branham, he used to be the best catcher in Sam Houston baseball history. 4-year starter in the 90s, and Walker Yanick is now the undisputed #1 catcher in Sam Houston baseball history, passing up Jamie Branham. I like the pick, though. Like, he was a guy that I had earmarked for the spot. I've seen him play a few times. Super athletic especially for a catcher. Like, he'll steal some bags on you. Very good defensively, very good receiver, good framing, a good guy, good catcher at blocking pitches in the dirt. He's got a really good, strong arm. I wouldn't call it a cannon. I would say strong. I think he could play in the bigs right now defensively. Offensively, he's good. His defense is better than his offense, but offensively, his numbers were incredible. Although I'm not a huge believer in college baseball numbers when it means translated into the professional game. But he can swing a little bit. Good offensive game, good contact. Has some home run power. I like the pick a lot by Dana Brown.
Yeah, no. In watching the draft coverage and then listening after the draft coverage to some of the comments, they said basically he is a catcher. He is on the fast track. He could be on the fast track to be up pretty quickly. And just kind of some of the things that you just said, the fact that from a defensive perspective, he gives you everything you want in a major league catcher. Yes, there's some questions about his offense in terms of what he can and can't do right now, but they said most of that stuff is going to get better as he gets at bats and experience. And I think it was a solid pick for a team that we know after getting rid of Corey Lee and kind of clearing out things to make sure Yiner had a clear path. You might need some depth at the catcher position.
I don't think his bat is bad, by the way. Like, his numbers this year at Sam were through the roof. Like, he hit above 350. I think he was double-digit home run guy. He stole some bags. It was a middle-of-the-order bat for Sam, which is a good baseball program. We saw them a few times over the years, so I've seen Walker Yannick up close and personal a few times. Was always the best athlete on the field, was the best player on the field. So I really like the draft pick. I think I think he'll be a big leaguer someday. Now, I'm not saying he's gonna be an all-star or anything like that, but I do like the pick. Keith Law said that Yannick could end up being a 20-homer guy with strong on-base skills plus defense at a critical position. Cam Padino, who is the Astros amateur scouting director, said afterwards, top guy on our board for like 9 or 10 picks there. So they were sweating if Yannick was going to get to him for 9 or 10 picks. He said, we're really, really excited to get him. We did not think he was going to be there, frankly. For him to get all the way down there, we were pumped. He also said he felt that he was the best catcher in the draft. Of course he's going to say that after he picked him.
And they said the ESPN coverage, aside from your boy who was clueless and
See,
annoying.
I watched MLB coverage.
Okay, I watched the second round on MLB.
I did not want to deal with Ravitch.
Yeah, and Ravitch was, from the fact that he was literally looked like he was going to put his feet up at any moment, leaned out of the shot because he was just leaned back, relaxing so much. But between the three guys that were, and it was Perez and it was Chris, the former Astro, the guys that did the College World Series. Chris Burke. Chris Burke. And I really like, what's the guy that does all the college games? He's an ex-pitcher. Is it Keith?
Moreland?
No, not Moreland. He's ESPN's College World Series
guy. Oh, you're thinking of McDonald.
Not Ben McDonald. It's the guy, but you know him if he's.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
It's Kyle something or other. Kyle Peterson. He's really, really good. And all three of them said, look, a lot of guys had the Stanford catcher rated higher who ended up going to Texas with the last pick of the first round. But from an Astros perspective, they zeroed in on a guy that might be more ready to play quicker and still has all the skill sets of all three catchers that were rated highly. So I thought it was a really good pick, and I think that it's a position of need for this organization with depth. So I'm excited to see where the kid goes.
I don't like need picks in baseball. I'm a best player available guy, but I thought Yannick was the best player available, and catchers is a premium position. It's hard to find catchers, so I like the Yannick. Any goods, Brian?
Yeah, I'll start with Jose Altuve. I mean, it feels like we could name him most weeks, but hitting every game, had the big 3-run bomb. Hit the 3-run bomb while going down to a knee, which was classic Altuve. Stole a base later in the series. I thought Altuve was great. And just to echo what you guys said about the starting pitching, especially Arrighetti, because I was not expecting much. I was pretty worried about the Saturday game after, you knew Hader, Presley, and Abreu were not going to be available Saturday night. You have Arrighetti going against the Texas lineup, especially Simeon, who just terrorizes the Astros. But he held his own. Obviously, there was a funky inning there where they didn't get out of it. Then they did get out of it, a couple overturns with the replays. But I thought Arrighetti pitched pretty well Saturday.
Yeah, I think that about covers it up for the goods, because other than that, not a whole lot of goods. Although the Astros have been drafting a lot of pitchers today. And remember, Jake Bloss, they drafted him last year, and he's already up in the bigs.
Which is weird, because Dana Brown had a quote before the draft saying this was a bad starting pitcher draft, and it was heavy offense.
I think he was talking about the first round.
Maybe.
I think but that's what Dana Brown does. Dana Brown says one thing and then does something else.
Yeah.
Now, he does have maybe this is just because of where the Astros are, because their minor league system isn't where other teams are because of a variety of different things. He's drafted a lot of college guys. Like last year, he drafted Matthews, college position player. This year, he drafted Yannick, college position player. And then he drafts like a bunch of college arms this year. Same thing, bunch of college arms after drafting a position player in the first round. I think Dana Brown has a tell.
How about the other thing that was fascinating to me watching the first round unfold was Caminiti's cousin that got drafted by the Braves?
Yeah, Cam Caminiti.
At 17, the kid was throwing upper 90s.
I was kind of hoping he would fall.
No, I'm sorry, not at 17. He was drafted at 17.
Mm-hmm.
They said at 13, he was throwing mid to upper 90s. What is going on? I mean, obviously in basketball.
UCL surgeries is what's going on.
He may be headed for one. But, I know LeBron was the freak of nature athletically when he came up. But you got a pitcher 13 years old that's topping out at 95 plus.
Do you want that?
I don't know, but
I don't think you want
crazy.
Why wouldn't you want that? Give me Velo. I love Velo.
Yeah, okay, great. You have Velo when he's 13. What happens when he's 22 and his arm's blown?
That's every pitcher.
I know.
Every pitcher.
I just wanted to lay it like, let's hit 95 when you get to 17 and 18 and you've actually developed a little bit with, just the natural progression as you age and mature. It's just, that's too much too soon.
I mean, Nolan Ryan was throwing 103 when he was 12 years old in Alvin. Yeah.
You don't grow him like Nolan Ryan anymore because every time that stat comes up of
you can't compare anyone else to Nolan Ryan.
What was it?
He's
The
a freak.
297 pitch game and extra innings that he threw and made his next start.
He was walking to school uphill both ways in snow in Alvin,
Barefoot.
Texas.
Barefoot.
In Alvin. He was turning the summer heat into snow. That's how great
While
Nolan Ryan
plowing
was.
the fields along the way.
Yeah, exactly. And raising cattle and then selling Nolan Ryan beef. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I'm hearing a lot of this take out there recently. I saw it while I was on vacation. As I try to get off the grid, I still saw it. It kind of bothers me. The Astros can't afford to keep giving away their top prospect. I think that's malarkey. And I'll tell you why. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ocho says, BMAC, my guess is these young pitchers are injecting the same steroids J.J. Watt is currently using. Ocho, we don't read stuff like that on the Killer Bees. We don't read that mess.
J.J. Watt loves the good thirst trap photo.
No kidding.
To say that Paul was enamored with that photo?
I was enamored.
Paul talked about it for an entire segment about just he's never seen a physique like that before.
I think we can all admit JJ's a good-looking man. I mean
JJ's in unbelievable shape, no matter whether he's still playing NFL football or not.
It's pretty obvious. I think we could all be man enough to admit that we get it.
Y'all don't see J.J. Watt when y'all look in the mirror?
I don't know. I haven't.
I do. That's what I look like whenever I look in the mirror. I don't see. I thought it was myself.
I'm a dog.
Scroll through Twitter on that. That's what I thought. But we're not going to read steroid allegations, Ocho, especially for the great J.J. Watt.
I mean, maybe about Luis Garcia, but I might read those. I might read those.
What's that about?
You're going to pretend now.
Luis Garcia?
No, I said Adolis Garcia.
Oh, I thought you said Luis.
You did say Luis Garcia.
You did, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. No. I said Adolis Garcia.
Yeah.
Now, Luis Gonzalez, we could talk about those, but that's a conversation for another day.
He was so weird because his numbers, his body was like, Same thing with Steve Finley. Like, okay.
Well, they were like, what, 12, 13 home runs, then Gonzo goes to Arizona, hits 50 plus.
Brady Anderson.
Brady was still kind of jacked. Like, Luis Gonzalez was skinny.
Yeah, Brady Anderson always had forearms, but all of a sudden he hits 50-some bombs and everything filled out like he looked like Adolis Garcia.
Yeah, so I don't know. But we're not gonna say steroid allegations for people, Ocho. That's beneath the Killer Bees. All right, so I've been seeing this take a lot. The Astros can't afford to keep giving away their top prospects. I don't like this take. I think this take is malarkey, which is one of my new favorite words. This comes down to projectability. This comes down to your evaluation. I'm usually a prospect hugger. I like keeping the prospects. Mm-hmm. I'm even in favor of trading players away that are on the big league team, even if you're a winner, before they enter their final year, so you can continue to get return on the investment over and over and over. And it's this cycle of just turning and burning these players and turning them into young players all the time. All the time. I think that's how you can sustain winning. I think that's how you can be a winning team each and every year. So I like prospects, but the Astros can't afford to give away their top prospects every year, I think that's ridiculous. Like, if you were to look at the Astros, some of their prospects that we know, let's say it's a Jacob Melton. Okay, Jacob Melton, we project to be an everyday center fielder for us in a year or two. Okay, well, that's a guy you probably shouldn't trade. That's a guy that you should really try hard to keep. Jake Bloss. We think that Jake Bloss, from this point going forward, through the years of club control, is going to be a starting pitcher in our rotation. Okay, well, that's a guy that you should probably keep. How about if somebody calls you on Pedro Leon, though? And you're sitting, well, Pedro Leon, we like Pedro Leon, but we think he's blocked by Melton or Myers. We think that he's an outfielder. We're not sure that he's a starting outfielder. Okay, if you don't project him to be an everyday starter for you, goodbye. If you have 4 or 5 guys in the minor leagues that you're projecting to be an everyday starter or be in the rotation, hang on to those guys. If there's a dozen other guys that the teams are interested in and they're calling, and you don't think that they're everyday starters, see you later. I don't care if somebody has them ranked as your 4th best major league prospect. If Dana Brown thinks that his 4th best prospect isn't an everyday guy going forward, that's a guy that you trade for help right now. So yes, the Astros should be mindful of keeping some players that they really like, that Dana Brown projects to be very good players in the big leagues. But maybe another team thinks higher of Pedro Leon than Dana Brown does, and you can trade like a decent starter for a Pedro Leon. So you have to trust your evaluation. You have to trust your scout. If Dana Brown likes player A, thinks he's here forever, keep the guy. If Dana Brown thinks that player B is questionable, he doesn't know if he's an everyday starter, he's a bench guy, he might have to be a reliever, see you later, goodbye.
No, to me, growing in my professional career and watching Daryl Morey, I learned that there are 2 ways to go about your prospects. If you're in a rebuild, then your prospects are hypervalue, and we've seen that, especially with the way that the Rockets have rebuilt with all this young talent. But if you are a competitive team and you are a playoff caliber team in multiple sports, and you're chasing more than just the playoffs, There are ways you're going to get those prospects back later if at a certain time you change gears, you shift gears as an organization. You say, hey, we're now not in go-for-it mode anymore. We're now in a full rebuild mentality, but you still have quality players on your roster. You can still recoup a lot of young talent quickly if those players are above average that you're getting rid of, especially when teams are in dire straits to get something before the deadline in other situations. So you can rebuild when you need to. But at the same time, I think that especially when a team like this is still in go-for-it mode, the fact is you traded Drew Gilbert, who was supposed to be, one of the top prospects, if not the top prospect, and Ryan Clifford, the big red dog, for Justin Verlander. And Verlander paid off dividends yet again for the team to continue to have a chance to get to another World Series.
That could have still been a bad trade, though. Like, the jury's not out on that. If Clifford and Gilbert both turn out to be all-stars, that was not a good trade.
Right, but where I'm going with this is when you look at some of the trades like that were made previously, like the first Verlander trade, like the Zach Greinke trade, like some of the trades that you made other than that, you look at it and say, God, we gave up several top prospects. Of those several top prospects, was BMAC, was you and I talking about this last week? When you look at Beer and when you look at Daz Cameron and you look at a lot of the guys that people are like, you sure you want to give up those guys? Well, guess what? They haven't really panned out anywhere across the board, and yet you got what you needed to get you to a different level at that present time.
I think you're cherry-picking the trades that work for you, though. I feel like you're omitting the trades that backfired on you. Like, to me, it's 50-50. Half the time they work, half the time they don't.
The Milwaukee trade backfired, right?
Sure, but if you wanted to go back to, like, even Christian Vasquez, yes, he was on the World Series winning team, but he was the backup to Martin Maldonado, and the Red Sox got a couple players that are really helping them out that you would like to have on your team right now. So to me, it's not like revisionist history. Oh, you go look back at the trades that you made, and this one was a good one, this one was a bad one. It's this is a take that it's more about trusting your evaluation on a player. You look, I just pulled up the Astros top 10 prospects. Like, this is MLB.com's list, and every team has like a running list of prospects that they like, whether it's their team or whether it's other teams' players. So, like, Zach Cole is the number 5 prospect on MLB.com prospect list. If Dana Brown thinks that Zach Cole is a backup outfielder at best, that's a guy that you're entertaining to trade. Jake Bloss is the number 9 prospect for the Astros. You're not trading Jake Bloss. You think he's part of your rotation plans going forward. So this is like, just because you're in win now mode doesn't mean, okay, let's sell the farm. Just because you're not in win now mode, it's like, okay, don't trade anybody. General managers need to trust their evaluations. They need to trust their scouts. And we say it on the show all the time, that a general, like we in media and Jeff Bagwell and Joe Espada, they're always like, well, back a baseball card. It's not that. A general manager has to project what a player is going to be and then trust those projections. Are they going to be right all the time? No, they're going to miss. But Jacob Melton right now is the number 1 prospect for the Astros. Luis Baez is number 2. If Dana Brown thinks that Luis Baez is a better baseball player than Jacob Melton and thinks that Baez is an everyday outfielder and he's unsure on Jacob Melton, he should trade Jacob Melton for somebody who can help and keep Luis Baez and take him off the table. Jeff Luhnow had 2 prospects that he did this with. One worked, one didn't. He refused to trade Kyle Tucker. Successful, win. He refused to trade Forrest Whitley. Failure, miss. But you trust your evaluation. And Luhnow was not afraid to make a big trade. You mentioned the Greinke trade. He made the Garrett Cole trade. But Luhnow trusted his evaluation. If there was a player that he loved, that he projected for him to be a star or a big league starter, wasn't trading that guy. But for the Beers and the Bukowskis and the Corbin Martins, he thought they were fringe guys and was more than willing to trade those guys away.
No doubt. And that's kind of where I'm at in the point that I was going to, which is I'm going to go with the bird in the hand that I know is a proven commodity, like the Verlanders and the Greinkes and the Coles and the guys you got back. Yeah, there's a chance that these prospects are going to pan out too, but that doesn't mean that by the time that they panned out that you were going to be in a position that they couldn't help you this year when you are still trying to chase a championship and you needed the help immediately. And that's the price you pay for doing business sometimes. Yeah, you're going to hit, you're going to miss, but if the team is truly in go-for-it mode, then I don't think that those prospects mean as much, and I think there's a way to get them back.
No, I still think you keep them. I think that you keep them even if you're in win-now mode. Like, even if you're in win-now mode, if there's a player like Kyle Tucker, they were in win-now mode before they brought up Kyle Tucker, but he refused to trade Kyle Tucker because he believed his scout in Kyle Tucker, and he was right. Now, he's wrong on Forrest Whitley, but those are the decisions you have to make, even if you're in win-now mode.
Right, but I also think that they go hand in hand in the fact that, sure, you're still going to be a couple guys where if you're just hell-bent on you see something, that they won't be part of the package, but you still have enough of the higher-rated prospects on this list that a GM is going to say, I got their 3, 7, or 9, I got 2 or 3 of these guys in their top 10.
But they're not looking at this list. They have their own list.
I get it, right?
Yeah.
I get it. But what I'm saying is, and as long as that jives with if your GM wants to hang on to a couple guys, that's fine. I think logjams play into it too, because a lot of, you go back to the Corey Lee trade. Corey Lee, especially after you got Yiner in there, and they had a logjam with catchers, they were more open to trading Corey Lee, who was supposed to be one of their top prospects.
See, I would say that trade backfired.
Right now it did.
Because Graveman, it has no chance of improving.
Well, but Graveman's going to come back at some point. It's just, he
not
might,
for the Astros.
But
this
no,
is final
no,
year
I
of his deal.
the last year of his deal. But I'm saying at the time, when you got Graveman, you thought we were getting a guy that's a proven commodity that in a need that we really had to have.
But it was a loss. That was a lost trade. The Astros didn't win that trade.
I didn't say they won the trade, but I'm saying you also had a logjam thinking that Yiner was going to be your everyday starting catcher too.
And he might not be.
Well, now we're finding that out. I get
be.
it. But I'm saying that's why moves are made like that too.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of like trusting your scout and trusting who is blocked and who is not blocked. And, is there a path to the big leagues? Do you have a surplus of a certain position? But I don't believe in the whole, like, this player is off limits. This player is not off limits. We're not going to trade our top 5. No, you trust your scout. You trust your evaluation. 713-780-ESPN. We'll take your reaction on this. 713-780-3776 on the other side. Also, let's figure out which teams are going to be selling at the deadline. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. 713-780-3776. 6167, you guys have no idea what is going on. None of us do. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Rob wants to talk about prospect hugging. Rob, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Rob?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. I think I'm probably on the same side as you. I may just say it a little different way. I'm very much a win now, worry about the future later kind of person. I think as the roster sits, the Astros window is probably no more than 2 years long, unless somehow Crane opens up his books for Tucker. If there's a player that the Astros absolutely believe is the one guy to fix us, then you do what's necessary, and you worry. And you know what? If we come back with a title and we aren't as good for the next 2 or 3 years because of it, I'm very okay with that. I'll sit there and look at our 3 World Series rings and be okay. You look at the trades the Astros have made in this era. I think the only prospect that really you could say hurt us was Hader. The trade for Verlander, the trade for Cole, the trade for Greinke, the trade for Verlander. Again, nobody has done anything.
Joe Mosco's been pretty good.
What's his name in L.A.?
With the Angels?
The outfielder for the Dodgers.
Oh, Teoscar Hernandez.
Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, I mean, there's been players they've given up that have been good. To Rob's point, like, would you make that trade over again?
I wouldn't say he hurt us, though. I wouldn't say that hurt us. We had outfielders at the time. There wasn't a hole for where he truly hurt us.
I mean, that's a trade I would like to have back. I'd rather have Teoscar Hernandez than Francisco Liriano. I would say that's a hurt. Would they have won another World Series title? Probably not, to Rob's point. Did they win more games since that trade if they had Hernandez versus Liriano? Maybe a few. Like, does it matter much? Probably not. And I think that's Rob's point. Now, I hate the window thing. I'm not a fan of the whole... call me Nick Caserio. I'm not a huge fan of the Astros window's 3 years longer. The New York Yankees haven't had a losing season this millennium. Like, why do the Astros can only win for 7 years. Why can't the Astros be the team that never has a losing season for an entire century? Why?
This is Jeff Bagwell. I love the Killer Bees.
That's the reason why. Like,
good call.
If your philosophy is, okay, we're all like, and Jim Crane has said this. Jim Crane has said, as long as I'm the owner, our window's always open. In my mind, your philosophy and what you aspire to do is you want to win every single year. And Rob says, like, the only way I can see the Astros doing that beyond 2 to 3 years is if they open up the pocketbooks. Jim Crane's in the luxury tax to re-sign Kyle Tucker. I think that a better chance to win going forward is to actually trade Kyle Tucker, because you don't have to pay the $35 million or whatever it's going to be that you can then, use back as an influx into the team. You get the prospects. Like, go look at the Juan Soto trade that the Washington Nationals made. Look at all the players that are helping Washington. Yes, Washington's not a winner, but you currently are. You still have a foundation that's very, very good. I hate the Astros only have 2 to 3 more years of winning, sell the farm. No! I want the Astros to be a winning team every single year. And how do you do that? Because you have strong philosophy within the organization of this is how we do it. The Yankees have done it. The Dodgers have done it. Tampa Bay has done it. Why do we surrender with the Braves? Braves have had some down years, but mostly they have done it. You don't have to be a huge market team to do this, but the Astros are willing to spend. The Astros have a top 5 payroll. They're in the luxury tax. Crane's willing to spend money. If you have strong organizational philosophy, the Rays do this without a payroll. So I hate we only have 2 to 3. No, win forever. Always win.
That more than anything else is a revenue and owner driven philosophy or decision to make, because I think every team has the ability to be sustainably successful on the field. Like you said, you have to play your cards right, and you have to be very creative sometimes in juggling between your salaries and kind of reloading. When you have a Kyle Tucker, you have to understand the two-foldedness of it. You can get a whole lot of prospects for a Kyle Tucker at the right time. But at the same time, because you free up the cap money, you can still continue winning because you can replace Kyle Tucker on the short term. You might have to pay a little extra, but you have the money to play with to go out in free agency in the meantime, while also reloading assets that you may be using for another trade down the road to get better yet again. So you keep that sustainability level up. It's the teams that in a smaller market that worry about their revenues and their lack thereof if the attendance falls down or the team doesn't succeed throughout every season that start pulling the plug on it. But there is a way. It's kind of like in the NFL when you're $80 million over the cap and you don't think you can do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Within 24 to 48 hours, if you get creative, you can find a way to be a player.
And you know how you do it? Like, it's not like, sure, money helps, but that's not the Astros' problem. The Astros are willing to spend. The Astros have more than enough willing to spend that is necessary to be a winner every single year. How this is done, how you have 20 straight winning seasons. Look, the Astros are almost halfway there. Like the whole idea that, well, no, you can't always be a winner. The Yankees do it, the Dodgers do it, the Rays do it. There's the Milwaukee's been doing it for a while.
This is where I was going to go. I was waiting for you to finish, but Milwaukee is the absolute epitome of being able to do it because they're a small market team. They still do a lot of what the Rays do. They don't hate Hader and other guys. They're going to dump out even when they're in the middle of a playoff run. But you know what they do? They find a way to make the playoffs every year.
Yeah, like this, you don't need the number one salary in baseball or payroll in baseball to do it. Now, would it help? Yeah, it helps. The Astros have plenty of payroll, plenty of money to spend. How you do this is you hit on more decisions than you miss, whether it's in the draft, whether it's in trades, whether it's in free agency. Because, look, bad contracts restrict your spending. Jim Crane's willing to go into luxury tax this year, but look how many bad contracts he's paying. He's paying $19 million on Abreu. He's paying $11.5 million on Montero. I like Josh Hader, but he's paying $19 million on Josh Hader. You could even throw the Verlander contract into there, maybe, although I'm okay with the Verlander contract, especially because the Mets are paying half of it. But you win your trades. You don't give out bad contracts. You hit more times than not in the draft. You have good player development. You could win forever.
And your talent evaluation goes deeper than just your draft and your farm system to when you are willing to make a trade to kind of reload. You know exactly the guys from other organizations that you pinpoint and feel are the right fits for your organization that have a bigger success and hit rate than maybe some of the other guys they might be offering.
Yeah, I hate the window talk. Well, the Astros can only be good for 4 more years. No. You get good people making smart moves every single time. You can win for a long period of time.
Hi, this is Jeff Bagwell. I love the Killer Bees.
Here's my take on that, though. I think that they've neutered Jeff Bagwell. I really do. I think that the DFA, it wasn't even a DFA because they knew that no one was going to claim him. The release of Jose Abreu, I think, was the final signal, or maybe the only signal, that Jeff Bagwell's not going to be that instrumental in decisions going forward. And maybe that's me being hopeful. I don't really have any, no one's telling me this. I don't have any sources on this. It's just my read on the situation.
I hope you're
right.
My
read on the situation is that when they released Jose Abreu, they said, okay, this is Dana Brown's organization.
I hope you're right because I think that there's one other kind of shoe to drop on this one too, which would be to kind of do the same thing or at least get the owner to take a step back too. And I think, and we're going to get into that, but I think that maybe the worst case scenario financially or a bad scenario for them financially turns out to be the best thing that could happen, to Brian's point, going forward for this organization, because maybe they both screwed up so badly that they're going to stay the hell out of it for a while.
Yeah. I think that it's possible. I think it's what happened. I hope that's what happened. And maybe it's me being hopeful and just like, hey, this is what I want. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I got sidetracked there, my bad. Let's figure out which teams are going to be selling. There could be trade partners for the Houston Astros. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But first, I got to tell you about HR&P. Love telling you about HR&P. You need HR&P in your life if you're a business owner. Human resources and payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. So you know it's good people over there. Chris Fisher over there, too. He's an Aggie. Good people with Chris Fisher, too. Business owners, let HR&P help you. HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in all of these areas. They can help in one of those areas. Whatever you need. They're taking care of you, so whatever you need. No boxes with HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. It doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P is going to completely customize a plan for what you and your business needs. HR&P is fluid. You have a problem, you have an issue, HR&P is going to find a way to help. And they do it in a way that's unique. It's the best, really. Technology meets service, best technology in the game. You can trust it. You'll love it, but you're going to fall in love with the service that HR&P provides. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. Always talk to someone who knows you, who knows your business needs, and that's what you're going to do when you're talking to the fine folks from HR&P. Give them a call at 281-8800. 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Aggie Matt says that doesn't the win window relate to winning the ship? Yankees are a winning team, but I don't think they're a championship team. I mean, it depends on the length of time that you're looking at. The Yankees since the year 2000, they have not had a losing season at all. From 2000 through the present, the Yankees have not had a losing season. They've also won 3 World Series titles since 2000. Now, that was 2000, 2001, 2009, so it's been a while, but they were winning World Series titles. The Dodgers have had 2 losing seasons, and barely, like 80 and 82 with their record, 79, 83, something like that. They've had 2 losing seasons since 2000. They won a World Series title. Yes, it was the COVID title, fluky, asterisk, yes, yes, yes. The Rays, since they went to their World Series the first time, remember they were an expansion team in the early 2000s. Whenever they went to the World Series in 2008, they've only had 4 losing seasons since then, and it was all consecutively when they were pressing the reset button. You mentioned the Brewers. The Brewers have had 2 losing seasons since 2011. You can sustain winning in baseball, and no, I wouldn't say that the win window relates to winning the championship.
No, and I think that's, again, to what we were talking about, the fine line of being able to be creative and smart at the same time in terms of juggling finances. Because think about the guys the Yankees have taken on. They've been able to maintain their farm system, and they've done a great job with talent evaluation from that perspective. But they took on Stanton. They took on Soto. They took on guys that a lot of teams wouldn't touch, and a lot of pitching guys, especially too, that had big salaries attached to them. They were able to endure that and soak up that salary, whether they were good or not, and still built their farm system and kept it sustainable.
But the Astros are closer, quite frankly, to the Yankees than they are the Rays financially.
For sure.
We always say, well, the Yankees are just going to spend. Although they have been more fiscally responsible under Cashman the last 5 or 7 years than they had been in the past. The Dodgers are not fiscally responsible at all, but the Astros are much closer to a payroll perspective to the Yankees and the Dodgers than they are the Rays. Quite frankly,
No, that's the truth. I mean, Same thing with Milwaukee. Milwaukee's closer to the Rays. Milwaukee's never going to be a team that highly overspends. But to your point, they made 6 playoff appearances from the inception of their team when they left Seattle and came to Milwaukee until Yelich got there. And everybody looked at the Yelich deal and they were like, that was a huge mistake. That was a massive, and he had some down years. But since Yelich joined the Brewers, you mentioned those 2 losing seasons, they've already had more playoff appearances than they did with their entire. If you do it the right way, there is a will and a way to get it done over a lengthy period of time.
Don't spend bad money, win your trades, hit on draft picks, and then develop the players.
I mean, that feels like, no duh, but I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, I get the idea of it, but I think we're also maybe over banking on the idea of the Astros spending. I get now that they are in the luxury tax, but before the Josh Hader deal put them in the luxury tax, which I know we've had conversations, that might have been almost completely a reaction to Kendall Graveman, or at least a large part reaction to Kendall Graveman going out for the year. He hadn't gone into the luxury tax. The only time before this year with Hader, he gone into the luxury tax and got wiped out because of the COVID year. I don't think we've seen and maybe Jim Crane, and we don't know the answer to this, was looking at the market, didn't think it was warranted, thought the team was already good enough in previous seasons. But we haven't seen a sustained year after year frequent willingness to spend at the level that you're talking about.
They've probably been in the top 10 since 2019.
But without a great farm system to replenish some of these guys that we're expecting to leave, or for them to get priced out of as far as signing new contracts, if they don't have the guys in the farm system to come up, it's going to require a big amount of spending, and we haven't seen the Astros under Jim Crane be willing to do that at that level that we're talking about, that the Dodgers and the Yankees do.
A lot of his spending has been stupid too, quite frankly. It's been bad money.
Well, that's the other part of it. I mean, you talk about winning trades, winning deals. I mean, we haven't seen since James Click left, we haven't seen them do that consistently.
No, they haven't done it consistently. But in terms of their spending, this year they're 3rd in payroll. Last year they were 7th. 2022 they were 8th. 2021 they were 4th. 2020 they were 5th. 2019 they were 7th. 2018 they were 7th. 2017 was the last year they were out of the top 10. They were 17th. So 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's 7 years in the top 10.
It is. I guess I look at what's coming in the future, going back to the point that caller Rob made last segment. When you look ahead to a time when, in all likelihood, Fromber and Bregman and Tucker and Verlander, these guys are going to be gone, I think the amount of spending, because the farm system, unlike before, was able to replenish, what you lost in free agency when you lost Correa and Springer and those guys. I don't see the farm system as being able to step up and fill that gap, so I think it's require a higher level of spending than maybe we're giving credit to what's coming ahead for the Astros.
I think you can make shrewd signings. Like Michael Lorenzen isn't making a ton of money for the Rangers. He's more than capable of being a back into the rotation guy. You need to find the bridges. I think Michael Brantley was a bridge, quite frankly. You can find bridges fiscally responsible. Where you get into trouble is whenever you're trying to sign the best free agent at the position every single year, because usually that turns into bad money.
Wasn't Charlie Morton and to some
he was very frugal, yeah. He was like a 2-year deal at the time.
It was really minimum money. It was like, I think 10 or 11, if that. And
it was everybody, like just over 10. Yeah.
And everybody was scratching their head, going, "Who's a Charlie Morton, and why do they need him?" And now then you find out a couple of years later that's exactly who you needed, and he was phenomenal for them.
You know who else was an underrated pickup that we don't really give credit to be like a shrewd signing that was really good while he was here and did it at a very affordable price? Was Wade Miley. Wade Miley in 2019 had a sub-4 ERA. Like, those are the guys that you bridge the gap with. Not big to long-term money. You're waiting for the prospect to fill out the rotation, to fill out the everyday starters. It can be done. It can be done.
But the guys we're talking about were done by different front offices.
You have to have a good GM.
Yeah.
The having a good GM is the most important thing.
And he's got to have autonomy to do the moves himself,
absolutely. Absolutely. Having a good
GM
is the most important position on a Major League Baseball team, bar none. Bar none. It's the good GM matters more in baseball than the best player does in baseball.
Because it's not just him and what he brings to the table and his ability to evaluate, but it's his ability to hire your scouting directors and your scouts and your analytics people and all the people, because it's a combination of both, no matter how many people are going to drive the analytics.
I know analytics has those things out there.
The fact is that you need the best cross-section of both if you're going to have sustainability.
Yeah, let's breeze through these quickly here because, quite frankly, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. But tomorrow, I'm going to do the Branham Astro trade targets. Do this each and every year. Got to do it this week because I'm on vacay next week. So we need to identify which teams are going to be sellers.
Okay.
Which teams are going to be sellers. We'll go division by division. We'll start in the Astros division, the West. Mariners, no.
No.
Texas Rangers, 5 back in the division, defending World Series champions. They're 7.5 in the wild card.
Not now.
Okay. Angels, 10 games back in the division, 12.5 in the wild card. All right, let me write that down real quick. The Oakland A's, 15 back. Okay. Baltimore Orioles, no. Yankees, no. Red Sox are 4.5 back currently in a wild card spot. There's been talk that they might be sellers.
Big market and the fact that they know that they are finally back in it. I mean,
they're in a wild card spot.
Yeah, they're in a wild card spot.
That they might sell.
And the way that whole Yankees-Red Sox series went and that rejuvenated their fan base and everything, too, talking about the fact that they need to be in this thing, I think they're going to be buyers.
I would tend to agree, although let's not forget that the Mariners once upon a time were in the race and they were selling because their probability to win a World Series was low. Red Sox front office, kind of quirky. Tampa Bay, 48-48. They're 10 games back in the division, 5.5 in the wild card.
I always think they're selling.
Always think they're selling, Brian?
I just
want to
think
vote on
they're
this?
I haven't looked at who's coming up for a new contract, but anyone
Probably
coming
no
up
one
for
close. They get rid
But
of
I
them.
heard that they were open to a Rosarena.
They've already
open to
made
trading Randy or Rosarena. You're not buying.
They're always willing to sell. You're right.
The guys like Snell and Glasnow are already gone. So I mean, if there's someone that's coming up on a deal, I could see him moving. But I don't think anything major.
So one step in on the Rays, not 2 steps in. Blue Jays, 44, 9.5. All right.
I think they're selling.
Cleveland currently leads the AL Central. Minnesota currently a wild card, and they're also 4.5 back in the division. Kansas City, 7 back in the division.
They've
They're
already made a
2
deal.
back in the wild card.
Yeah, they're already adding. So no,
Who did they add?
Who they add?
They added a relief pitcher
today.
I think it was it was over the weekend. It was
I didn't
the
see
last
it,
2 days, last day or two.
Tigers 47-50,
Selling.
12 back, 7 in the wild card.
Selling.
All right, White Sox obviously.
Selling.
That's everybody in the American League. Let's scroll over to the National League. NL East, Phillies are in first. Braves are 8.5 back in the division, but currently in the lead the wild card.
Not selling.
All right. After that, you had the Mets, 12.5 back in the division, currently a wild card team, the final wild card team.
Not with Cohen. They're not. They're going to be buying.
He sold last year.
Yeah, but it wasn't that big of it because now that they're back in it and they're actually in it legitimately. He's gonna buy.
Nationals 18 so no Alonso.
Oh,
I don't
maybe.
think so.
I don't think so, but maybe. I think if they got again, that's who's making the decision.
It'd be
If
tough
it's
to
Cohen,
tell
they're not going to get rid of Alonso. If it's a GM that's savvy that says this is a deal we really need to make for the long term, then it's who makes the decision.
We'll cross the Mets off.
Yeah, I mean that market. You're in a wild card race. You're over 500. You trade off your best slugger. That's a tough sell.
Yeah.
They also want to re-sign him, according to reports. Nationals 18.5 in the division, 6 in the wild card.
Selling.
Marlins 29. They're already selling. Brewers lead the division. Cardinals 4.5 back in the division.
Don't cut the Brewers out from selling anyway.
I can't do it, though.
They do it all the time. I don't think they'll do it now because they've already traded a guy that ends up being the starting
right?
pitcher for the American League.
But
this
they don't
year.
do it midseason.
They did with Hader. They were in the
That's
playoff
right.
run a couple
right.
with Hader, and they traded him away. And people
But it
were
was
like,
a swap, though. Didn't they get back another major league pitcher?
Not
I know
that
it wasn't
recall.
someone
It was a
of
bunch of
Hader's
prospects.
quality. I know
yeah.
it wasn't someone Hader's quality.
See, that's the tough thing of doing the trade deadline stuff and like the sellers is because we see a lot of major league player for major league player trade nowadays with the expanded wild card.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of teams that are like, oh, surplus of offense, surplus of pitching.
Yeah,
We're
like
trade partners.
the Bader Montgomery trade a few years ago.
Montgomery,
right?
The Straw for Maton.
Yeah,
you see a lot of contenders make trades within themselves because there isn't that many sellers nowadays. But it makes it difficult to do this kind of thing. Pirates. 500 team, 6.5 back in the division, 1.5 in the wild card.
I think this is a year much like the Royals. I think they're in it.
I don't think they're selling. So yeah, we're no Pirates there. Reds 8 in the division, 3 in the wild card.
I don't think they are either. I think that because they got a bunch of young talent and Dela Cruz and all that, I just think this is a year that they've had some injuries, but I don't think they're going to sell.
Last place Cubs 47. So no Reds. Last place Cubs 47-51. They're only a half game worse than the Reds. 8.5 back in the division, 3.5 in the wild card.
I just got a feeling, and since we've already seen rumors too that they're talking about Bellinger and other guys, I think the Cubs are going to sell.
Brian?
Yeah, I think they stand pat. I mean, maybe they add, but I don't think they're sellers. I mean, they're like you said. Really, there's only two teams in the entire National League that you would look at that, in my opinion, say they're completely out. So I don't think the Cubs are selling.
I will add them to the Rays tier, kind of 1 foot in, not 2 feet in.
That's fair.
Because I think they'll try to trade their expiring deals. Like I could see them trading Bellinger, but not a full fire sale. Dodgers, no. Diamondbacks, 7 back in the division, 1 in the wild card.
No.
No.
You can't have a team that went to the World
So
Series
no
a year
Christian
ago.
Walker.
Yeah.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you're like you just said it. They were in the World Series
I don't
last
think,
year. They're above 500.
Because it involves the
selling.
Astros, I'd like it to be a possibility, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm taking Arizona off too. San Diego, 50-49, 7 games back,
No
1 in the division.
No way.
They've already traded for a rise. Giants, 47-50, 9 back in the division, 3 in the wild card.
They spent a boat ton of money in the offseason to be in it. I have a hard time believing that they're going to sell off guys. I think they're going to buy and try and get more into it.
I give them a soft sell label.
This is a sneaky seller. I mean, I don't know. I just don't see this team as being capable. I think if they took an honest look at their roster, they're not going to look at it and go, yeah, we can make a run.
Yeah, I don't think they trade a star, but do they trade a reliever who's in the final year of his deal?
Maybe.
Soft sell with the Rays
I can
and the
see
Cubs.
that. Because let's look at it. Let's be honest. For as much as we know what the missteps of Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell have been, you look at that offseason and the amount of money they spent and the fact that basically every dollar they spent, for the most part, has been a complete and utter disaster for them. Snell has hardly pitched, and he's hurt. Chapman's underperforming. What's the name from Toronto as a starter has been okay. Hicks. But
Jordan
overall,
Hicks. Yeah, Jordan
they
Hicks.
spent a boat ton of money to be where they are. That's not good.
I think they'll be a soft seller, kind of like the Rays, kind of like the Cubs. And then the last team on this list would be the last place team in the NL
Rockies.
West, the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, they're selling.
Obvious sell.
Okay,
for sure.
So we got Angels, A's, Red Sox, Blue Jays, Tigers, White Sox, Nationals, Marlins, Rockies as the hard sellers, and then the soft sellers, Giants, Rays, Cubs. We comfortable?
Yep.
I think we're comfortable. Did we miss anybody? 713-780-3776. All right, Blankers is fighting his own reasoning of never getting excited for the Summer League, and it's not because of the reason you think, Reed Shepard. What is the reason? He'll tell you when we come back. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, Blankers, why are you fighting your own reasoning of not getting excited for the Summer League? And it's not Reed Sheppard?
Well, it's partly he's part of the equation, but I'm fighting it because of the fact, similar to when you and I have the conversations about don't get overly excited about 7-on-7s and 11-on-11s and shorts and pre-training camps and OTAs. Summer League, aside from a Rudy Gobert winning an MVP one year and then at the Summer League and then turning into something, there's a lot to do about nothing until you start facing NBA competition. But when I've watched 2 games, as much as I saw an infomercial for the Lakers is what ESPN wanted to cover, the fact is I saw a Rockets team that seemed to be together, seemed to be well coached, seemed to be fundamentally sound. And then that's just the kind of the surrounding elements. When you talk about what we saw from Reed Sheppard for 2 straight games, you're talking about a kid that looks like it'll translate to him being a contributor on this team this season. That's exciting. And the thing to me that takes me to another level than just Reed Sheppard is the development that I've seen out of Cam. Whitmore, to me, looks like he's ready to take a big step and be the kind of guy that was supposed to be drafted higher the year they got him. And yeah, he was a steal in terms of where you got him from, but you could see the limitations that he had to work on. He had attitude issues early. He had to get better defensively. He had to do some things in order to be a guy that could be involved in some things on this team. And even as he got better offensively throughout the year and was a rotational guy for the Rockets, he had to work on defense. He had to learn things. When you see him now and the way that he's with confidence, the finishes, the fact that his body looks stronger, the fact that he's above the rim by a large margin finishing, but that he's playing defense and he's active and he's boxing out and he's actually defending some guys, that's firing me up. Like, I'm having to like slap my own hand and go, hey, easy now. It's still just Summer League. But the fact that you see Ricochet and some of these guys that were higher, even higher picks than Sheppard, and you're like, that's a project, man. That if you're playing against this competition, you're not excelling. That means you're a few years off from being a few years possibly from being a guy. The fact that your 2 best players right now in Summer League are dominating can't help but get you excited about the fact that there's the potential that they can be contributors this year.
For me, it's kind of keeping my hopes and expectations on track. Like, I don't put a whole lot of stock in the Summer League, but at the same time, do I want my guys playing well in the Summer League or not playing well in the Summer League? I want them playing well in the Summer League. I prefer that over the alternative. So I like what I've seen. I think that both of them are rotational guys on a good team. I'm bullish on the Rockets' young foundation, though. Like, I've been there. I think that you need development from some guys to take that next step into all-star status, whether it's Alpi, whether it's Jalen, whether it's Cam Whitmore, whether it's Amin Thompson. Maybe it's going to be Reed Sheppard. I don't know who it's going to be. They need a couple of guys to develop into all-stars to take that next step as an organization. But why I like it is, like, I'm a numbers guy. Whenever you have 7 options, a couple of them should develop into hitting that sort of status.
Part of the reason why when we do what we do is we have some people too, and we know some people. And the people that I talk to say the one other element to this that's got me excited, and it's not about Summer League proper, is there's 2 other things going on. There's the USA men's national team that was practicing against the select team. Amen Thompson, Jabari Smith was part of that mix. But then on top of it, they have a spin-off Summer League that was going on with NBA players right in close proximity for veterans to the Summer League. Everything that I'm hearing is Amen Thompson has taken a step. Amen Thompson, it looks like a guy that is going to take a big step this year because his ball handling has gotten better. His decision-making and the way he sees the floor is still where it's at and better. And the fact that we already know he can defend and that he's working on his game so that he might even get a little stronger. And Jabari looked like he could hold his own defensively against some of the guys he was going up against. So now to your point, when you start talking about rotational guys, you're possibly adding an extra guy in Sheppard to a rotational mix. And Tari Eason's a guy that they said has looked like he is completely recovered from his leg issues and that he's going to get back to being the guy that you thought he was going to be after his first year. Now you're really, really, truly encouraged because it doesn't matter who you're playing against. If all these guys can be contributors, that's a great problem for Udoka to have. Like on any given night, I got better options. If I got a guy that goes down, he's sitting out, he's hurt, or he's not playing well, I've got even more options to keep me in ball games doing what I need to do.
Yeah, Slow says the Rockets need to keep the core intact. Don't trade away a piece like OKC did. See this rebuild through. That's where I'm at. Unless you get a star, a superstar, then let's talk. But right now, you got to figure out who's going to be the guy who takes the next. Maybe it's a Min.
Well, but who's your?
Maybe it's Reed Sheppard.
Until you know who your SGA is, if you're going to use the Oklahoma City example, until you know that you got an SGA on your roster too, then you just need to keep developing them. And then at a certain point, and you don't have to do it this year, as we've talked about. There's another way to be creative. We talked about creativity with baseball. There's a creativity way. You don't have to give either guy extensions with Alpi and Jalen Green until you know, but don't make a decision until you know.
Yeah, and the way that you can kind of maneuver the cap, too, it makes sense not to give them that max contract yet as well. Everybody's going they're loving what they're seeing from Reed Sheppard, rightfully so. Are we already calling him a guy who's going to succeed in the league after just 2 summer league games?
I can't do that yet.
Are we there?
I can't do that
I'm there.
yet.
I'm completely there.
I can't do that yet because I got to look. There's guys. Again, he's still small and looks like he's got to develop. So there's guys that have done this before in the summer league, as I mentioned. But at the same time, I think fundamentally, mentally, knowing the game, his background, he understands. But he still has to kind of mature physically to fit into this league on the long term. So I got to see him go up against other NBA talent before I'm willing to make that decision.
You're there, huh, Brian?
Look, Joel, I'll let you be the level-headed one here, but because I'm completely on the opposite end. I'm sold. Hell, I was going to maybe think about turning this into a cash or trash, but hell, I'll do it today. I'd put Reed in the mix for Rookie of the Year at this point. That's how sold I am on Reed Sheppard. I mean, admittedly, I didn't get to see the full games because I don't have power and where I was watching games.
You just don't want it enough, Brian.
Sports bars, right? Exactly. Only had the Astros game on. They didn't have the summer league games on. But the video, the highlights I've seen, I mean, he's taking guys off the dribble. He's doing the thing that Curry does that I love so much, where he gets a guy on his hip and keeps bodying into him to create that separation until he eventually gets a shot up. He's coming off screens. He's running point. He's playing the passing lanes and getting steals. He's scoring. He's scoring on pull-ups. He's scoring from deep in the perimeter. He's scoring in the lane with the floater. I mean, every box you could possibly check. I know summer league, but I'm excited. Maybe it's because I've had nothing to be excited about because of center point. But Reed Sheppard mania for me is just through the roof.
Well, but I think he could be the Rookie of the Year because he's just the most ready for this season because so many guys are so.
You say that like it's a negative.
No. I'm saying, but in terms of being like he's going to make it in this league, like being a big time type guy or a really, really good player. I think that based on a lot of these guys are 2 or 3 years away that were drafted in the first round, but I think that because he's the most polished already coming out, if he gets minutes, he should show because his shooting ability to me looks really
unreal.
good.
His deep shooting ability is. Oh man,
my thing
amazing.
is the minutes though.
Yeah, I just don't know if he's going to get the minutes.
That's the problem because you got Fred VanVleet, you got Dylan Brooks, you got Jalen, you got Amen. There's not a lot of time, not a lot of minutes to go around at the guard.
You re-signed Holiday and you didn't re-sign him to sit. I don't think.
I'm not worried about that as much, but
you know how Udoka likes his guy.
I think he's more insurance though. I don't think he's not. I mean.
I'm not really worried about that as a threat to Reed's playing time. I mean, I guess,
it might be early, but
as the game gets more and more positionless, how we saw men playing in the post, down the stretch last season, maybe that sort of solves and takes someone out of the equation and opens up some minutes for Reed. But if he shoots like he shoots, I don't see how you keep him off the court.
They love his toughness too.
2 games in, who's your comp for?
Cocaine Curry, baby.
For Cocaine Curry.
Cocaine Curry.
You going Steph Curry?
Yeah,
I like Shep Curry.
I want to go. Yeah, it's pretty good. I want to go Curry too, just because in case it is right. I want to be right.
I think it's too much. You're talking about the greatest shooter in the history of the game. I don't think Reed Sheppard's going to end up being the second best shooter in the game history.
You're selling him short. He's going to be the greatest shooter in the game.
But I think that that's a great question. I mean, I know Lance is on this Mark Price thing.
Which, by the way, is not a Lance original. We saw Mark Price comps during mock draft season before the draft.
Mark Price
maybe
is
that's
a good
where he
one,
got
though.
it, but then he doubled down on it by showing the Mark Price highlight video for those that didn't know.
Yeah, he was that was not original Lance. Like that was out way before the draft even took place.
Kyle Korver with handle?
No.
I'll tell you one, but I think it sells Reed Sheppard the potential to short, but Rex Chapman.
I think it's Russell Westbrook. That's why.
Same body.
LeBron James.
Same physicality and athleticism.
He is a sneaky good rebounder.
Yao Ming comps.
I think Rex
for Reed
Chapman
Shepherd.
because he can shoot. Rex shot
Block
the
or
three.
charge.
Yeah, but at the same time, Rex was a hell of a player that people forget, and he had hops. He won dunk contests. He shot the three extremely well. He was athletic. He could handle the ball, and then he went to Kentucky. By the way,
What about Kenny Smith?
Good
shooter, sneaky athlete.
Yeah, well,
really smart
He was in a
IQ
dunk
on the
contest
floor.
too.
Kenny Smith.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah,
He was in a dunk
I
contest.
like Rex Chapman. You go Kenny Smith. I think.
No, I want Curry. I'm just saying Kenny Smith is an alternate.
I think those I like the other two names. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna anoint the Curry one.
Cocaine Curry, baby.
Slow. The floor
Chef
is simple.
Curry.
CP3 with Curry shooting championship, baby. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday. What do you want to ask the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville, best in the business at getting your hair back. He's got a couple of options for you, and both options are should be viable because of the fact that they are successful. The fact is if I always do the analogy, it's like your lawn, right? And if you have grass still growing on your lawn, but you need it to be more thick and lush and have better coverage area, you fertilize it. And that's what PRP does. You've heard of PRP treatments with the platelet-rich treatments that are done with athletes in their joints and other parts of their body. You can do the same thing with your hair follicles, and that's what PRP does. You can explore that option. If Doc looks at your hair and says, you know what, it's too far gone for that, the bald spots, the thinning, it's too far gone, like my hairline was, he can get it back with the fact that he has another option called the NeoGraft. I did the NeoGraft. It was a phenomenal game-changing moment for my hairline and my life because of the fact that my 8 head was returned to a 4 head. I got my hair back. I loved every bit of it. I can speak for them for days because of how happy I am with the procedure. You can find out the information on both, and it doesn't cost you a cent because you listen to us. Just go to 975hair.com right now. Set up a free consultation. It's free. Off the street, people that don't listen to us have to pay $150. You listen to us, you want to learn about it from him, you get the consultation for free just by going to 975hair.com. No money out of pocket, no commitments to be made, no signing on any dotted line, just a question and answer session after they explain to you the two procedures. I did the procedure, couldn't have been happier with it. I just think that everybody should know about it and at least know that they can get the information free of charge to make the decision for themselves. It's not all the sprays and the creams and the foams and the gimmicky stuff. It's something that truly gets the job done, both PRP and the NeoGraft. Check them out today. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and go see my friend Doc Linville.
Time for the Mailbag Monday with the Bees. 713-780-3776. What is your question for the Bees? And let's go straight out to the HRP listener line. Pena has a question for the Bees. Pena, what's your question
what's going on
for the Bees?
What's going on, guys?
Hanging out.
With the Olympics around the corner, what are your top 3 events that you're looking forward to? Thank you. Have a great day.
I will obviously say men's basketball. I love the track and field, so I think that the 100, 200 for the men's track, and what's the female hurdler that set the world record in the trials? She does the Gatorade commercials too.
Richardson?
No, that's Sha'Carri Richardson. Is the 100 and 200 for women. I'll think, but
I didn't know her events. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say basketball, the track, and of course Simone Biles.
Simone Biles is my number one by a mile. Anything Simone Biles is doing is what I have the most interest in by a mile. By a mile. Second event that I want to watch, the mile. I'm kidding. I don't want to watch the mile.
The mile's got to be the
What's
most
more
boring
excruciating than the marathon and the...
The only thing more boring in the Olympics, and this is a Winter Olympic thing, but than the mile is the whole ski and shoot thing. That's the most boring event in the world.
There's
I like
one
the
word,
shooting
the
aspect.
marathon.
Yeah, marathon's pretty boring.
No, I just wanted to use the joke. But no, Simone Biles, number one. Ledecky, number two.
Yeah.
Want to see what she does in the pool.
Sure.
Number 3, I have a tough time coming up with a number 3.
I don't really have a number 3. For me, it's men's basketball and swimming in general.
I don't even have that much interest in the basketball. I guess basketball is my number 3.
Honestly, I'm more of a Winter Olympics guy. Maybe it's growing up. Maybe growing up in Texas, I just like seeing snow because I never see it here. But I'll watch the men's basketball and I'll watch pretty much all the big swimming events. But that probably will be it for me.
I'm going to leave basketball off and go with the sprints. The Olympic sprints.
You got
the short ones. Yeah, like the 100
Noah
meter, 200
Lyles,
meter.
who
That's
said
fine.
that the NBA championship isn't a world championship. We are the true world champions, and he's very boisterous about he wants to sweep everything. But the sprinting is awesome. Sydney McLaughlin, now married, but Sydney McLaughlin is the.
I thought she sang that sad song that we.
Sarah McLaughlin.
Her sister Sarah.
Yeah, her Sarah. Sydney broke the world record at the time trials that she set, and that's a good watch.
She ran into the arms of the angels.
Yeah, the 400-meter hurdles. Yeah, and I can't ever watch that commercial with dogs in the house. Sorry.
I can't ever watch that commercial with Jose Abreu in mind. 713-780-3777. That's right. What is your question for the Bees? 0113, would you lock in this career stat line for Reed Shepherd right now or take a chance on the unknown? 18 points per game, 8 assists per game, 4 rebounds per game.
Lock it in now.
Take it.
Yeah, I would take it.
Definitely.
Sure.
That's not Curry, though.
Doesn't matter.
No,
that's
it's
why
not Cocaine
why I
Curry.
was skeptical on Shep Curry. But I'm very bullish on the fact that you get a guy that can average 18 plus and give you 8 dimes a game. That's better than average.
That's an all-star.
Yeah.
If you could build an MLB offense of one player, so like Bonds and 8 copies of Bonds, who would you build your lineup with, Eric the driver?
In current baseball right now?
He said if you could build an MLB offense of one player. He didn't say current or all time.
Boy, I mean, the 2 names that come to mind are Acuna Jr. and Judge.
I'm going Bonds.
Yeah, if
of all
Bonds
time, I
gets,
thought it's in the game right now.
He didn't say either.
No.
He didn't specify.
If Bonds gets to stay enhanced, I'm taking Bonds. Hell, even if Bonds wasn't enhanced,
Tell
we're
him,
talking
Jeremy, he was
Pirates
never
Bonds, I'm
convicted.
probably still taking that.
He never failed a drug test.
Never
true.
convicted.
Yeah.
And he never broke a Major League Baseball rule.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Barry Bonds on roids is the greatest baseball player that has ever existed.
He's a video game.
He's insane.
Yeah, he's a real life video game. Barry Bonds.
There is no other answer than Barry Bonds, I don't think.
Barry Bonds on base percentage in his peak year, his peak on base percentage year was 609. You're telling me I can get 9 players in my lineup with a 61% on base percentage?
That means
they're going to get on more than they're going to get out. Give me that guy.
Every trip through the lineup, 6 guys get on.
Yeah.
Okay,
that wins.
If you could build your team around one guy currently in baseball.
If just same question with one guy currently?
Just one guy currently in the game right now.
Build?
Yeah, you could build around him for your team.
It's hard not to say Shohei because he can hit and pitch.
You see that the kid from Florida, they're wondering if he's going to try and show it.
Yeah, I think he'd be a reliever, though. I don't think he'd be a starter.
98. Yeah.
I think he'd be a reliever. I'm curious about this Mississippi State guy who switched
Yeah, both hands.
But
right.
he's better as a righty than he is a lefty. But he kind of fascinates me too. If I went one
kind of
player,
neat if though he started a game and then he got tired, he could switch.
You could.
And throw the lineup off too.
I think I would use him as a right-handed starter and a lefty reliever.
You could use him in the same game.
You could use. There's so many options. Now I don't know if he has a big league left arm. He's got a big league right arm. I'm not sure he has a big league left arm. Next question. I like that question though.
But I was like, you got Dela Cruz, you got Bobby Witt Jr. Like if you could take one guy, Acuna because of the injuries is tough, but otherwise he's young and he's a stud.
Yeah, I mean, he's hurt. He's had 2 season-ending injuries.
ACLs,
Now, Shohei's also hurt pitching-wise.
Right.
I would have to go with Shohei, I think.
Okay.
I mean, there's a reason that he makes $70 million a year, 68% or $68 million of that deferred. What are the chances that the decision to keep Kyle Tucker out as long as he has even an inkling to do with the possibility of trading him?
I don't think so. Well, I don't think so. We're a year from that. I think that again with a team he was playing really well before he got hurt, and this is a team that's chasing, as lucky as they've been lately to stay within one game of the division. I just think every game matters. I don't think there's any of that this year.
Yeah.
Why would that help? Why would that help trade him? I don't even understand the basis of the question.
No, the answer is 0.
Because if he's hurt, no one's trading for him. So you keep pretending.
I think they would trade for him.
They would still trade for him anyway, because they would know they would still have next year of team control plus the opportunity to re-sign him.
But his value just wouldn't be as good.
Right.
Are the Astros heavy at any position where they can trade with a non-seller, good player for good player?
Oh boy, I mean, you could have said starting pitching until the recent injuries.
Maybe outfield.
Now you can't. I was gonna say maybe center field if you want to get specific.
Yeah.
I mean, Chaz sucks though. Is the problem?
Right, but you got Jake, and then you got Leon, and you got guys.
Leon's a minor leaguer. We're talking about major leaguer for major leaguer.
I mean, the question didn't exactly specify that, but you can make that assumption, I guess.
I guess before I would be so willing to trade Jake, and now with what he's been doing again lately and consistently, you can't.
And he played in center.
Right.
Like, no one's been good. I think the only player where there's a surplus of the outfield that's on the big league team would be Loperfido. I think Loperfido would be the only one. Now, you might be reluctant to make that trade, but no one's going to give you anything for Chaz.
Nope.
You don't want to trade Jake. You're not trading Tucker. The only answer there would be Joey Loperfido. If they feel like Joey Loperfido is not an everyday outfielder, some other team might. Loperfido could be that answer. Now, Dana Brown would tick a lot of people off if he traded Joey Loperfido in a week.
Yeah, depending on what you got back, and even still, I think you still aggravate some people pretty good.
If you traded Loperfido for Bellinger, what would the reaction of the city be?
I wish you didn't use that name because that's the whole clubhouse thing too. But if there was a Bellinger-esque type player that you traded Loperfido for, I don't think anybody should be upset.
Should be
final year of the
but they
deal,
will.
rental.
Isn't there an option on it?
He's not going to accept it. Okay. He's going to test free agency again, in my opinion. 7212, final one. If you could build the perfect home run derby lineup, what would it be? What do they do, 8 guys?
Yep. No more head-to-head.
Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Yainer Diaz, Jeremy Pena, Jake Myers, John Singleton. No, I'm just kidding.
You're only supposed to do that for the Cougars.
I'm just kidding. I would go – Bonds has to be here. I think McGuire was a great home run derby participant. Ken Griffey. You know who was sneaky good was Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton was really stinking good. Now, do I want him in this field? Sammy Sosa would be fun on steroids.
Who are we? I think you got to put Judge in there.
I will go Yordan. I'm not going to go Yordan because of my principle of I don't want Yordan Alvarez doing anything other than playing for the Houston Astros. Who did you say?
Judge.
That's a good one. You want to throw Judge in there? It's one of my, one of the 8. That's 6. We're missing out on some great sluggers.
We are.
I know that we are. If we're going all time, give me Babe Ruth. Give me Babe Ruth, and then I'll go Hammer and Hank.
I was going to say,
I'll go Hammer and
throw Hank in there as well if that's what you're going to.
That's a pretty good 8, I think. Anybody we missed?
There's a name that's escaping me right now of someone who won like 2 or 3 contests in a 4-year span within the last decade.
Pete Alonso's won 3, really, right?
Yeah, but Alonso. But I think there's another. I'll look it up during the break. But
there was also someone that was hitting like bombs almost out of the stadium one year when Berman, I think, was still calling him.
It wasn't McGuire?
I don't think
so.
Wasn't
Sosa?
It might. And I'll tell you one that would have been great if he was healthy was Bo.
Yeah, he was so strong.
Yeah, Bo Jackson could have just mashed.
He was so strong. Who would win an Astros home run derby?
Currently or all time?
Currently.
Yordan. I don't think anybody hits him even close.
My outside the box one's John Singleton.
I just don't think
effortless power.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the distance on him.
He's pretty far.
The Majestics.
He's just not as good a hitter.
Think
as
about
Jordan,
the ball
obviously.
in Toronto and the ball over the scoreboard in the World Series.
Yeah, we're talking about BP balls.
Think about the one he hit in right field in BP that took the light out of the scoreboard in the third deck.
I'm not saying that they're throwing BP balls as a knock on Jordan. I'm saying it's easier for Singleton. Like, Singleton hits the ball a long way, too, when he connects. And now you're giving me the fact that all he's doing is facing – now it's a pitching machine.
But I'm saying in BP, Jordan knocked the light out of that scoreboard in right field.
Jordan's the obvious answer.
Yeah.
My outside-the-box one here is John Singleton. I think John Singleton would finish second. I would take John Singleton in a home run derby over Kyle Tucker.
You don't think Yiner can hit him further than Singleton?
Yiner's not a bad answer. I don't know. They're probably pretty close.
Yeah. That might be a good matchup.
But you can get Yiner out by throwing pitches out of the zone.
I think the name we were forgetting.
Tell your BP pitcher that.
I think the name we were forgetting was Prince Fielder.
Prince was dominant in the home run derby.
He won two.
Yes, he was.
He won two.
Yeah, he doesn't eat meat. I'd rather have Cecil because he eats meat. Give me old man Fielder. Give me that guy.
I think he might have been eating meat still for one of those.
The sneaky one was
think so.
Vlad Sr.
Vlad Sr.
Vlad Sr. won one.
What was sneaky about him?
1-1 or 2 because he doesn't look like that big.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. He was tall and skinny.
He wasn't skinny.
He was ripped. He was ripped.
But he was skinny.
He was lean muscle, baby.
Okay.
Maybe
like
when
me.
he was in Montreal, but once he got to the Angels, he was ripped.
Yeah, maybe early in his career he didn't pack it on quite yet. He was eating meat. All right, 713-78. Will you be watching the Derby tonight?
I mean, there's nothing else on. I'll probably check it.
Yeah, I'll probably have it on in the background. All right, what moment in Texans history would you most like a do-over for? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, if you are looking to put some money down on something, you might as well check mybookie.ag tonight and see the odds on the home run derby. I know they're out, and I know that's something you can bet on if you'd like. Look, that's the key point. When you want to bet on anything, anytime, anywhere, the place I always tell you to do it is mybookie.ag because they got it all for you. They've got everything going on in sports. If it's golf, if it's UFC, if it's baseball, if it's you name it, they've got it in most cases. And at the same time, they also have live dealers standing by where you can play casino games without going to the casino, without flying to Vegas. You can sit in your own home, on your phone, on your couch, in your pajamas, and you can bet right there at mybookie.ag. And I always tell you about the fact that they take care of you for going to bet with them. Mybookie.ag has a promo code because of our station, Bet975. Whenever they ask for a code, if you use the code Bet975, you're going to cash in almost instantly with more money in your account. If you've never signed up before, you get a sign-up bonus. And up to $1,000, depending on what you put in your account, they're going to put more money on top of that. And more money in your account means more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. Same thing if you're reloading a currently existing account. Use our promo code and get a little extra scratch that you can use to bet on casino games and the games that are being played. It's a fantastic community to be involved in. There's also live chats going on with live in-game betting and so much more. Check them out today, but as I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, and make sure you use our promo code BET975.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Okay. What is your biggest Texans do-over? You get a moment in Texans history you want a do-over for. One moment, 713-780-3776. What is your one do-over moment?
Well, I mean, the obvious answer for me is the entire Chiefs game after they got the 24-point lead.
Okay. That's a very popular answer right now on the text line. 713-780-3776.
I mean, you could say the fake punt. You could say the,
No, I think the game in itself is fine.
If I can just say the game, that's the first thing that came to my mind.
It's not even a debate. 19 divisional game against the Chiefs. Texans do-over is 100% the game. The Texans blew the Chiefs. Yeah, I think this is a debate. This wouldn't be my answer.
Yeah, it's not my answer either.
CBSSports.com, they picked one for each team, biggest do-over they would make in NFL history. Their answer, a missed opportunity, 2019 AFC divisional playoff. I had zero faith in that team. I had zero trust in that team. I expected the Texans to go to Arrowhead and get blown out. So maybe because my expectations were so low, and I didn't trust a Bill O'Brien coach team, quite frankly.
That's the thing.
This wouldn't be my do-over. Like, it doesn't surprise me the Texans lost that game. It wouldn't surprise me if they lost at home the next week to the Titans. I just had zero faith in that team. Zero expectation. So that's not my answer for me. My answer would be protecting Matt Schaub's foot some way, somehow. The Liz Frank. Like, the Texans have won 12 games once in franchise history. One time in franchise history was the year that Matt Schaub had the Liz Frank with his foot. That actually was the best chance for the Houston Texans to make a deep run into the play. First time to get to a conference championship game. Could they have went even further? Because even they won a playoff game without Matt Schaub that year. They beat the Bengals at home, low-scoring game, 19-13. People forget they were in the game at Foxborough against the Patriots. That was a 17-13 game at the half on the road in New England. And actually, Matt Schaub played in that game.
Who was the who?
It was TJ Yates.
TJ Yates. I knew it was initials. Yep.
Matt Schaub, Liz Frank, protect the foot. That would be my answer.
Yeah, they were playing the Ravens though.
That's right.
Yeah,
it was
not the Patriots. But yeah, that was my
that game.
Yeah, that was my answer. I guess if I'm going to have to give me to go to a second one, it would be some of the questionable decisions they made. Maybe just take back. It's technically two, but the decisions they made at quarterback in the mid part of the aughts with Brock Osweiler and then following that up with Deshaun Watson, I would probably go ahead and take back the Brock Osweiler deal. That was obviously a pretty bad one, but my choice was definitely because in that game where Matt Schaub got hurt, he got hurt on a quarterback sneak when the game was in hand. There was no reason for him to be in the game, so that would be my number one answer. If I had to divert, I would go with never having Brock Osweiler on the team.
Schaub got hurt in 11 when they were 10-6. They won 11 games when Schaub came back the next year. But give me those back-to-back seasons. Give me Schaub in the playoffs. I think they beat the Ravens. They lost by a touchdown.
I feel bad about saying it because the guy just passed away, but they were Jacoby Jones muff punt away from winning with TJ Yates at Baltimore, and then would have gone on to face the Patriots in the AFC Championship game. So that team with the healthy Matt Schaub, I think, gets to the Super Bowl.
Give me that one. 6036 says JJ not getting the MVP over Rodgers. Tough one because you don't really like this. I mean, it's not really your redo. Now, Watt winning MVP would have been good. Would have been nice. 4583 biggest Texans do over take Julius Peppers over Carr in 2002. I would agree with that.
That's a good one.
That would be a really good one.
That's a good one.
He said then take Andre in 03 and then take Eli or Phillip in 04. That'd be fun if you had one of those two quarterbacks with Andre.
With that mix?
If you want to go current Houston Texans, I would sure like to have that Kenyon Green trade down back and just take Kyle Hamilton. That would be my current one. If I had to pick a current
Even if you didn't take Hamilton, there were still plenty of players that turned out to be good NFL players already that you could have taken.
6487 says Jacoby Jones not dropping the punt against the Ravens. Rest in peace. That is sad. There's still not a cause for that.
No, they said passed away peacefully in his sleep.
No, they think he had a heart attack in his sleep.
Okay, well,
but at 40 years old, that's
story
was way too soon.
That's brutal. 3632, leave Ed Reed at the homeless shelter. Brock Osweiler's contract. That one was so bad because you had to then use a draft pick.
You lost a second-round pick to get rid of him.
Yeah. What a weird 2 years that was. Like, you used the money to sign Osweiler. He actually led you to the playoffs. Then you trade. You're in the playoffs.
He didn't start all the games though. He wasn't the starter for the full season.
He started all but one.
Great punching bag
more
to
than
Bill
that.
O'Brien.
More than that.
Was it more than one?
Yeah.
He started the playoff game though.
He did, but remember he got benched and got pouty about when he got
and that's
put
when
back
O'Brien.
in.
That's what I was gonna say. That's when at halftime of the Tennessee game that O'Brien punched him supposedly in
I don't
the
think
coach's
he punched
office.
him. I think it was an altercation. I don't think he punched him.
I had heard
he got miffed with the
I had
O'Brien,
heard
like, oh,
some
now
things
you
that
need
Billy
me to
O
go
actually
back in the
punched
game.
him.
Yeah.
I don't think he got punched.
I doubt he got punched.
I would question that.
I think we would have known if he would have punched him.
Oh, I'm just
that
saying,
wouldn't have come out by now.
Are
That
you saying
happened in
punched in the face?
2016.
I
You
don't
wouldn't
know
have heard
where
that
he
got
punched him, but I was told that he physically punched him and it kind of staggered him.
I'm calling BS on this one.
Okay.
That Bill punched Brock or Brock punched Bill?
Bill punched Brock.
Yeah, I'm calling BS on that. And then he went, and then he played in the game.
It was for the second half.
So he got punched in the locker room at halftime and then played for him in the second half.
Yep.
I don't believe this one.
Okay.
Brock
I don't
started
believe this
14 of the 16 games, by the way.
So
So almost, yeah.
6005 says signing Brock Osweiler. Did we have a shot at drafting Mahomes? Yeah.
If they
that
traded
was
up
when
even further.
Kansas City traded up.
They traded up to 10 to draft Mahomes, and the Texans traded up to 12 to draft Deshaun. So
There was also the rumor that Billy O loved Mahomes.
Yeah, so they didn't pass on him with a pick.
They would have had to trade up even further. Yeah.
Which I think was possible with what they had in the draft.
3 spots. I mean, they traded up to 12. You would have had to get to 9 to get ahead of the Chiefs. So
My Texans do-over would be hiring a real GM in 02 in order to draft, trade, and sign a real offensive line. It's hard for me to go way back into the early 2000s, especially the expansion time, because I don't think they would have won anyways.
Casserly was
Charlie Casserly was your GM.
He was a real GM, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a part of the front office that won titles in Washington in the 80s.
Biggest Texans do-over, pay for the Oilers' name, and don't be the lame bad word Texans. That's fair. The car draft there was not that many good players coming out of the draft, if I remember right. Peppers was the best. Peppers was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
So there was one really
This
good
year,
player.
right? Going in this year?
I think so. Yeah. I saw a video of him getting the gold jacket. But it's hard for me. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion, who you drafted in those early Texans years because Jacksonville and Carolina had so much success, they stacked the deck against the Texans. So even though Peppers would have been the better pick, and yes, you would have won a few more games, the peak still isn't that high.
Right.
So give me like Schaub's Liz Franck. Give me a Kyle Hamilton on this team. Give me the 19 divisional round at Arrowhead. Like Peppers over Carr wouldn't have gotten you to the playoffs, I don't think. Biggest do-over is the Astro. Okay,
you want to do the letter jacket game over?
No. I did think of that. The one that just brought to my mind, if you believe the stories, there were stories that the Texans passed on Peyton Manning when he got hurt. So,
that they said we already got Matt Schaub. We don't need Peyton Manning.
So I would like the Peyton Manning that went to 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos and I think it was 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, I think it was 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. But that Peyton Manning, obviously, and also the Peyton Manning that set the NFL record for passing yards and passing touchdowns, I believe in his second season with Denver. That one is a very, very big do-over.
Ironically, the one that he won was whenever he was terrible.
Yeah, he was terrible.
He was really bad at that point.
No arm or anything.
2588 said not going after Peyton in 2012. That's a good one. Space City Kev, how about the D-Hop trade?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I mean, it doesn't ultimately change I don't think it changes their upward. They don't make a Super Bowl if they don't make that trade. I
think it was such a train wreck it was done anyways. I mean, they still had O'Brien. They still had Easterby. I don't think they were escaping that regardless.
Would you say the Tunsil trade?
No.
The way it was handled? Because of
it was bad, but it doesn't change the.
No,
I think their ceiling at all.
Yeah, and I like that you have Tunsil now.
But just the fact that you didn't extend him, so you
still
held
on the team
over a barrel, and you gave up a boatload to get him.
I'm not so sure the contract would have been that different. Like he would have. Like you're trading for him, you're still going to demand a big salary. Maybe they paid a few $1 million more, and yes, you did pay a lot. I thought the bigger screw up in that trade was the addition of Kenny Stills. Like they were on the brink of cutting Kenny Stills, and Brian Flores was playing what? Wasn't he playing like Jay-Z music to like troll Kenny Stills? Was it Jay-Z?
Yes,
I can't remember. Was it Jay-Z?
It was. Yep.
He was playing Jay-Z music at practice to troll Kenny Stills. Like that was a divorce waiting to happen, and they were like, "Hey, give us a third. We'll throw in Kenny Stills." And O'Brien was like, "Yeah." Like, have some feel, man.
How'd he work out? No,
have a little bit of sense.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, those Brian Jones.
They got
Kevin Johnson.
They got Mario Williams right that year with Reggie Bush and
Vince Young.
And
yeah, they got
in
that
terms
right.
of winning, yes, I would have loved to see Vince Young here.
VY here would have been a really fun show, just overall.
It wouldn't have worked any better though.
I think Mario Williams is the right pick.
Yeah, Mario. I mean, all the maturity issues that Vince had wouldn't have been helped by being around everyone that would have coddled him and been yes men to him his entire time growing up.
No, it would have been bad. You're right. It would have been bad. Now, escaping Fisher might have been good.
Yes, that part of it would have been good for him, but I don't think it would have helped him being here.
I think you're right. What moment in Texans history would you like to redo over? 713-780-3776. Also, is it time for the Crane Gang to admit the totality of their GM failures and DFA? Rafael Montero? It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for the good people at Vanderford Air. Maybe you got your power back, but you realize, hey, my air conditioning's all screwed up now, and I need someone to fix it. That's why I keep telling you about Vanderford Air. You can go to vanderfordair.com, but you can understand some things that I keep telling you about, and remember that they are the only place that I recommend you go see when you have anything to deal with your AC. That's because everything that they do is guaranteed. It's a phenomenal, phenomenal concept, and it's the why when you're going to do business with people with services involved, you need something just like this. The fact that everything that they do, it starts with the fact you call them within 24 hours, they guarantee they are going to be at your door to service whatever you have going on. Not days on end waiting, not weeks on end to get them to come out because they've got a ton of customers. Nope, they are going to be there within 24 hours of you calling them. And then we'll take it a step further than that. What the fact is, once they start doing the work, you're going to understand that everything that they do is guaranteed. From the work that their actual workers do to the parts or the systems that they put in, it has to work to your specific standards and needs, your expectations, or you get 100% your money back. It's 100% satisfaction guarantee. That means the performance is guaranteed, that the system and the parts are going to operate at factory standards. The quality workmanship that their workers do is going to be that everything works and they did the job right the right way. The comfort assurance guarantee, the temperatures are going to be where you expect them to be, and it's the best value at the lowest cost to you. If it's not, then you get your money back. Call them today, 281-557-COOL, 281-557-COOL, or go to the website, vanderfordair.com. But save that number in your phone because you never know when you might need them, or maybe you just want to call them and get ahead of the game before it gets too hot. 281-557-COOL, vanderfordair.com.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
B's on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-3776. Didn't Arian Foster get injured in a game after the game was decided?
He was down there. They were down 21 at Miami, and Bill O'Brien, for some reason, kept him in the game with like 6 minutes left, and he tore his Achilles, and his career was over.
Try to make it a 14-point game. Those coaches are weird about that, man.
I know. I remember this because I was writing for Bleacher Report at the time, and I spent a lot of time writing about it and chronicling all the times where Bill O'Brien would leave people when the games were far in hand, especially with Arian Foster. But yeah, the game was completely out of hand. The Miami won that game was like 50-21, and it was 40-0 at halftime. And for some reason, with 6 minutes, the game down 3 scores, Bill O'Brien still had Arian Foster in the game, and he tore his Achilles.
I hate it whenever teams still do that. Teams will leave quarterbacks in the game up 21
we
to
talked
put it
about
on
it.
a
Matt
knee.
Schaub. There was no reason. The backup quarterback couldn't do the QB sneak.
Yeah, but you see this all the time. Up 21 points, starting quarterback in the game. Why is he still in the game up 21? Well, he's the only quarterback that we work in the victory formation. Your backup quarterback can't put it on a knee. You're up 21. If he fumbles and the other team scoops and scores, you still win by 14.
There was another team recently that lost in the last couple of years. It just came up in the last week or so that they lost a significant player for the exact same thing. The fact that they had, one of their premier franchise type players in a game that was completely in hand way too late and got hurt. It's like Thibodeau. Thibodeau's known for that with the Knicks. Yeah. The fact that he grinds his up 30, he's still going to grind his best players and rotational guys, and then he loses them.
It's brutal. You hate to see it. I still wish JJ would have got the sack on Romo. I don't remember that play.
I vaguely do.
I remember it being talked
about.
Out,
I believe.
But I don't remember I remember the play. I don't remember the significance of not making it. Like, they lost the game. What did it cost them? Do y'all remember? Like, I don't remember the significance of it.
Other than just losing to the Cowboys.
Yeah, they lost in overtime at the Cowboys that year. I think that would have sealed the game if memory serves me.
And it's just a Houston-Dallas thing? It really didn't have any significance on the year or whatever?
That would have been the 2012 season, I believe. So, I mean, they still went 12-4 that year. It's not like it kept them from, although that might have got them a bye. But
yeah, maybe it cost them a home game in the divisional round.
Where
they lost at New England.
I'm surprised we haven't had at least one listener say Tank Dell blocking on a goal line play.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't remind me.
But I'm just saying, because that could have been impactful.
I think it was impactful.
But for the rest of the season, it was. And then even in the playoffs, that's a weapon.
No, it was very impactful.
Yeah.
No argument. I mean, they had nothing other than Nico by the time they got to the playoffs against the divisional game against the Ravens. I stand by my statement.
They gave Dalton Schultz some money. I said what I said. I mean, they paid Dalton Schultz a significant amount of money in the offseason.
I stand by my statement. They had nothing other than Nico Collins. They could have used Tank. Yeah, if he hadn't been blocking in like a guard on the goal line, that would have been. I don't think it flips the game and they beat Baltimore, but I think it's more competitive.
Trading back instead of picking Clowney, that would have been good in hindsight. Khalil Mack was in that trade or in that draft. That would have been nice. I mean, that's.
So was Aaron Donald, right?
Super revisionist history, yeah.
Aaron Donald was further down,
like
though.
13.
He was picked at 11. He would have to trade
I thought it was 13.
I thought it was 13, too.
Okay, well, either way.
I thought Mac might have been 11. Or I may be flipping those. I don't remember.
I thought Mac was more like in the 8 range.
It might be 8 and 13. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to go look now. See who's closest on that. Who do you have the most faith in here? 2014 draft. Mike Evans. I don't know why I said Mike Evans. Who are we talking about?
Aaron
Donald went 13. Mac went 5.
So Mac would have been the pick if they traded back. It probably wouldn't have been Donald.
I didn't go over on either one. Price is Right guy.
Do you remember who the first quarterback taken in that draft?
Blake Bortles, 3rd overall.
I saw him play in college. UCF,
yeah.
Blake Bortles. Didn't they beat Baylor in a New Year's 6 game?
They did, yeah.
I think that they did, or they played him at least. All right, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. A lot of people are saying the Texan Letterman jackets. You still probably lose the game. Like, I don't think it was.
Yeah, they got their ass kicked that day.
I don't think because you wore the Letterman jackets was the reason you lost the game. It added to the embarrassment. You show up in those things and you get smoked on Monday Night Football, but you still lose the game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. You assume that if you just do over and do that game over and not do the letter jackets, maybe the outcome's different. I doubt it, but maybe.
Yeah. All right. Is it time for the Crane Gang to admit the totality of their GM failings and DFA Rafael Montero?
To me, if you're asking the question, it should have been done already, and I think it is. I think we saw enough of him to realize yet again that this has bigger ramifications too. But the fact that if you do that and you get out from under that once and for all, maybe it also subdues the two guys that we're talking about that had way too much influence, that made the decisions in the first place that were horrible. That when you talk about Abreu, the move that they've already made, and the fact that you do it, and that was, I guess, Bagwell gets the most credit or discredit for doing that move. And then before there was a Bagwell, there was Jim Crane going out and overpaying Rafael Montero. The combination of the $30 million and the fact that you can, maybe to the benefit of everybody that loves this team, realize that if it was each done by one of the guys, that the two of them might get together and say, maybe we should sit the rest of them out for a while. Maybe we should take a step back, because I've seen way too much of Rafael Montero, and it took too long with Abreu. And when you look at what Montero is not doing for you compared to what he is paid to do, and the fact that the money's going to be the money regardless, I don't want to see him on the mound again unless it's just utter mop-up duty. I've seen way too much of him to know that he just can't get guys out. And this team chasing is, even if it's one game right now and the wild card to get involved, to make sure you stay in that too, I don't need to see him anymore.
Yeah, my pushback that I would have here is the Astros don't have a lot of big league arms. I've been on the train of, I think that it's in play. I think that it's in play that the Astros DFA Rafael Montero at some point this year. Now, there have been some hits since I've said this. Luis Garcia, when does he return? Justin Verlander, when does he return? Lance McCullers, I'm not even going to entertain the idea of him returning.
Did you hear Dana's comments last week when you were on vacation?
Yeah, I think he threw a shot at Lance McCullers.
Well, but the fact that he said, hopefully he can be our sixth inning guy a la Montero in September.
I didn't see the sixth inning. I saw the bullpen quote.
Yeah, he could be. Yeah, I heard him on the flagship.
Oh, okay.
Talking about it.
Well, he also said he got his second opinion, which it's like, that seems like a little bit of a shot at McCullers. Like he was the guy demanding a second opinion. Like, well, he went out and got his. Like, maybe I'm reading too much into that, but yeah, I did notice that. So, like, what would be the play here? Like, you DFA. Like, I'm not opposed to this.
Well, you got Penn Murphy.
Montero,
I don't know where Penn Murphy is, but Penn Murphy, I think, is a veteran relief pitcher that has pitched enough big league baseball that if that's my option right now, then I'm fine with that.
He just has to get healthy. So it's still like, I don't know, a month or two away.
Maybe, right? But
I don't know his timeline.
I thought they said that I thought his timeline was more towards between now and the end of July.
He's not pitching in games.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
we don't know this pitching game. He might be throwing.
He's behind Luis Garcia. Like, he's going to have to go out on a rehab assignment and probably use up close to his 30 days. Yeah. And we know that the Astros haven't started his rehab assignment. So
thank God he's not a starter.
He's behind Garcia.
As much. But yeah, I mean, he's got to throw. But I mean, look, I would be fine if Taylor Scott became your Montero guy.
Sure, but I'm talking about being on the roster. Because, I mean, Rafael Montero is not your sixth inning guy right now. Taylor Scott's being used in much higher leverage spot. Rafael Montero is your mop-up guy. Mm-hmm. I've been calling him mop-up Montero for a month. Like, he's an $11.5 million mop-up guy. He's the most expensive mop-up guy in all of baseball. It is what he is. You can hide a mop-up guy. Like, this isn't Jose Abreu where he's playing every single day. Yeah, but you're getting rid of a major league. Sure, but you're getting rid of a major league arm. You know what I mean? Like, yes, Rafael Montero stinks. Who was that?
Caleb Ort.
Yeah, I like Ort more than Montero. That's fine. And if that's your move, okay, cool. But now you are losing some positional depth whenever you do lack depth in your pitching staff. So I'm not opposed to this. I think it's probably a return from injury or two away, or a trade for a pitcher or two away. I think it's definitely on the table that Rafael Montero gets DFA'd this season. I don't think it's imminent. I think there is a pitcher or two that needs to be added back to the team. Not a Caleb Ort type, not a Nick Hernandez type, not a Contreras type. I think it's an injury return. It could be Verlander and or a guy that you trade for. I think it's on the table this year. I think it's on the table by the end of the month.
I think it should be. I think it should have been already done. But at the same time, I also have that fear and reservation. They don't want to admit another mistake, and they think that maybe you can fix him in the offseason to where they find some way to try and stash him away and get into his last year of his deal, thinking there might be a way to salvage him.
I would hate that because I don't know what the relief pitcher equivalent of Jose Abreu would be, but I mean, right now Montero's got an 8.49 ERA since the beginning of June. I don't know if that's the Jose Abreu equivalent of relief pitchers, but it's pretty damn bad. And I don't trust him being anything other than mop-up, like you said.
Yes, yeah, it probably is the equivalent, but you can hide that more than you can hide an everyday first baseman. You could only pitch him up 5, or not even up 5. You could only pitch him when you're down by 5. Like, you could hide a mop-up guy. You can't hide an everyday player. So even if he is the equivalent, it's in a much lower importance of position. So I don't think it's happening by the end of the All-Star break. I think it could happen based on injury return or trade by the July 30th trade deadline.
Yep.
I do think it's on the table. And look, I've brought this up, and people think I'm crazy for thinking that. I definitely think it's on the table. And I also would say that this would be another signal, like we were talking about earlier, Jose Abreu. Maybe that's a sign that the Astros are getting away from, their you call them the Crane Gang, Bagwell, Reggie, Jim Crane. Maybe it would be another sign that, okay, we weren't very good at this. Dana,
step out of the way.
This is yours, baby.
Let Dana do what you were hired to do that we weren't letting you do previously, for sure.
And I think that the symbolism there, I think, would be more impactful than Rafael Montero being the mop-up guy on your big league team. And I would like the symbolism more than anything else. Because, yes, he is terrible. Yes, he is awful. I do not want him on this team anymore. Here's another outside-the-box name for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Forrest Whitley's been pitching pretty good.
I saw that.
Forrest Whitley's been pitching okay out there in Sugarland.
I've seen the tweets.
His stuff plays. His
and
stuff
that's
is
the thing.
nasty.
He's got velocity
if
for sure.
We've seen some of the other guys get a look with this squad because of the fact that they're just in dire need of arms in the bullpen. You could do a lot worse than trying him out before he gets hurt again. I mean, throw him in there as quickly as you can while he's healthy to see it, even if you save him for a less, a low leverage situation. But to see him against major league hitting, to see if it translates from Sugarland, and if he does it once, then throw him out there again. We saw it with like the guys you mentioned, with Nick Hernandez and with the guys that they've already thrown out there. Give him a shot.
Yeah, another relief pitcher arm that I've seen hot takes about. Has Josh Hader been a disappointment? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
8-3-4-1, you better be up more than 5 if you're putting him in. Yeah, I recanted immediately whenever I said that. He doesn't pitch with a 10-run lead. He's only pitching whenever you're down by 3 runs or more. Mop up Montero. Most expensive mop-up man in the game.
What was the game where they were up in the 9th, 7 or 8, and it got to be...
He made it a little hairy.
Yeah.
It made it a little bit of a sweat. 0002, gonna be 2 DFAs. Bagwell has to be the worst temporary general manager in the history of sports. Over Bill O'Brien or that Hopkins deal. Still the worst. Who's the worst temporary GM, Bagwell or O'Brien?
Well, but doesn't Easterby get some in there too?
I don't know how much Easterby was GMing.
Towards the...
I think it was more middle of the year whenever you're not really making moves, though. Because Bill O'Brien was the general manager during the offseason. Maybe Easterby was his right-hand man, but Bill O'Brien was calling the shots.
Right.
But O'Brien was calling the shots, except whenever he drafted the defensive end who just left and went to Minnesota. Why am I blanking on his name?
John Grenard.
Grenard. Remember whenever Easterby drafted Grenard, whenever they were doing the COVID
was
draft?
That the tantrum?
Yeah. He goes, that one's on you. That was the best pick. That was the best pick of that draft. Easterby nailed it. But O'Brien was calling the shots until he got fired 4 games in. So Easterby became the general manager after that, but it was in season. Like you're picking up guys, you're filling out the roster. Not to say that it's not important. It's just not as important if you were GMing the offseason.
But still, you're looking at guys that get cut or pickups.
No, it still matters.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it's as impactful as an offseason general manager.
No.
And I don't think that Easterby caused...
agency.
From a roster point of view, because I think a lot of Easterby stuff was like psychological. From a roster point of view, I don't think Easterby had nearly as much impact as Bill O'Brien. Which now add the Bagwell element to the equation. Who was the worst GM between the two, Bagwell or O'Brien?
But on the Bagwell thing, that's what when we started that discussion. I think that Bagwell doesn't get, and rightfully so, I think. But I think that the first move made was Crane himself doing the Montero deal, and he was speaking on it.
How do you know that was Crane himself, though?
I don't know. I'm saying I don't know for a fact.
I think we can lump all those moves into that group. Okay. Like, we don't know who exactly was pulling the strings.
I just know that Crane was the one talking
players.
about it. Crane was the guy that said, I wanted to keep from the minute free agency started, or the offseason started, I wanted to keep that entire bullpen together. You know, I want him back. I wanted him back on the roster. He was the one that was actually speaking on Montero, which is, and then when the Abreu thing, it seemed like Bagwell was, everybody was asking him, and Bagwell was the guy right there tied to Abreu.
Yeah. So I would go. This is a hard one. I would probably go. I think the worst would still probably be O'Brien. Like, you've been able to sustain Bagwell's poor moves and still be a winning team because your roster was so good to be able to sustain it. I probably lean O'Brien slightly over Bagwell. How dare I talk about Bagwell? He's an icon in this city. Right now, Bagwell, but Hopkins' trade was utterly egregious. I think Bagwell's a little prisoner of the moment. Like, O'Brien's moves led to a downfall of the organization and hitting rock bottom. I think the Astros have corrected it.
The Tunsil trade, it wasn't ideal. The Stills part of it, and the not getting the extension done, a lot of those things. Then the D-Hop deal, that was another one. I'm trying to think of what other things that he gets credited for that were bad personnel moves.
Yeah.
Handing out some bad contract extensions for sure. Nick Martin was a terrible one.
Merciless.
Yeah, Whitney Merciless. He was never a difference maker.
Yeah, Nick Martin was a bit right.
And he was very willy-nilly. He traded a third rounder for Duke Johnson. I mean, there's a lot of those moves that you can start stacking on top of each other.
And the mistake he made with the Laramie Tunsil thing wasn't even it was to wait till after the deal was made to get the contract done. The mistake was telling Clowney that they were about to trade him, giving Clowney the ability to then just not sign his franchise tag and hold the team hostage so he could direct where he would want to go. Or if he hadn't told Clowney that, they could have waited till Clowney came in, he signs his franchise tag, then they trade him directly for Tunsil 1-on-1, and you save the 2 first in the second that they end up trading away.
It's O'Brien, I think, by a landslide, actually. Like, O'Brien was just stupid. O'Brien was just not, like, what Bagwell's worst in, if even it was Bagwell, was that he was willing to give a lot of money to players that, I mean, Montero wasn't top of market, but Jose Abreu was. Like, was it a failure? Or did it not work? Obviously. But what was Bagwell's worst crime? That he paid the best free agent first baseman at the time the most money. They made it. It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
And then Montero's deal.
Yeah.
And then the Michael Brantley deal, he still ended up playing for you, but he said he was going to be ready opening day.
But all they really cost them there was money, and the team was good enough to sustain those bad contracts, where Bill O'Brien was just like flat out negligence and ignorance, whereas Bagwell has just spent a lot of money on players who didn't, really materialize or got hurt. So I would go O'Brien by a mile over Bagwell, I think.
I think you've talked me into it. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you think about all the little ones that are more forgotten under the radar compared to the big ones.
All right. So another signing for the Astros. 3062, Bagwell gets a reprieve because he was gifted the keys with a better team, and the team had to win in spite of him. No, for all the other reasons we just brought up. Like O'Brien was a lot of negligence and ignorance, and was the power figure. Like Bagwell still had to answer to Crane, right? Like Crane still had to give him the full power to do whatever he wanted. The Astros signed Josh Hader in the offseason to a big deal. $95 million, 5 years, $19 million per year. Hader's numbers haven't been as good as a lot of people expected and or to the amount of money that he's being paid. And I've seen a lot of people call Josh Hader a disappointment. Is Josh Hader a disappointment? 713-780-3776. What do you think?
When you just asked me, just right off the cuff, my answer is yes. My answer is yes, because the guy that you were paying all that money to, the guy you were signing up to get and making sure you were going to have for the next 5 years, was supposed to be the most dominant relief pitcher in the game, was supposed to be a guy that, doesn't give up the long balls, doesn't give up, his numbers stack up like historically in terms of his earned run average and his effectiveness, his strikeouts, all those other things. And the fact that you've got a guy that doesn't seem like he is the head and shoulders cut above anybody, even in his own bullpen. We were talking about, who should be closing games or, where the pecking order was. The fact is he's been a disappointment because of the money he makes, because of what he's done previously in all of his other stops. And the fact that you went out for this guy to be 1/3 of the reason why the games were supposed to be over after 6 innings, and that hasn't been the case. And he's given up a lot of long balls. He's still giving up hits every time when he makes an appearance, whether he gets out of it or not and gets the saves. He gets the saves even when they're multi-run saves, and he ends up giving up a run or two before getting the save. I think that's disappointing.
I'm going to push back. He hadn't been disappointing to me. He hasn't lived up to like elite closer, best closer in the game. I think he's making more money than like the return that he's giving you. I would say that. How many saves do you think Hader has blown?
Oh, no, I know. I think we talked about it last week. I think he's 16 for 16, right?
He's blown one. Okay. He's blown one save all year.
I didn't think he had even blown one.
He's blown one save. Now, he has lost some games because he comes into games whenever they're tied.
18 in a row, but the blown save was at the very
beginning. I thought it was 18
of the year.
for 19.
Yeah, well, I think it's 18 in a row, but I think the blown save was at the very beginning of the year before the streak started. If I might be off on that, but yeah, either way, the save number is impressive.
Now he's lost some games for you because he comes in tie games, gives up like walk-off home runs to dudes who don't hit home runs anymore, like Christian Vasquez. I don't think that he has been a disappointment. And I think some of his peripheral numbers are better than what he's actually pitched to. Like, I think an ERA for reliever is a bit overrated. You get one bad game, it skews the numbers because you're not pitching as many innings. 3.86 ERA, that's not bad either, though, by the way. 3.86 isn't awful, which is what Hader has. Now, it's not $19 million for a closer number. But would it surprise you if I told you that Josh Hader's whip is the best he's had since 2021? He's got a whip of 1 this year. Last year was 1.1. The year prior to that, it was 1.28. And then his best whip in 21 was under 1. It was 0.835. Hader's whip is better than it's ever been since 2021. So, like,
it is surprising.
His numbers are better than, like, the ERA. His strikeout per 9 is up there.
I think home runs.
He's given up some home runs. He's been prone to the dongs. 8 home runs this year, which is a lot.
And his max was what, 15?
15 was his career high, yeah.
I don't know if any closer is worth $19 million a year. I don't believe in spending big and long-term money to relievers. I think Hader has been better than people give him credit for. I would not call Josh Hader a disappointment.
I think to the reasons you gave, because of the fact that they paid what they did and that this is a guy that's not going to be here short term, he's going to be here for 4 more after this one. I think that's why a lot of people would say it's been disappointing, because when you do give a reliever that much money and you do basically identify he was the most the best reliever in the free agency market, and you got him the way you got him with the contract that you gave him, you expect this dude's lights out every time he gets on the hill, and he hasn't been that.
Eric says, nah, after the first month, he was horrible the first month, but a 2.5 ERA since then. I take that before the season. If you asked Aaron, I'm fine with him. If he had half as many save opportunities as his top competitors, he would have a ton more. His worst outings have been in tied games or even behind. That is true. Not sure it matters, but it hasn't impressed. Lucky for him, he's got time to change opinions. The Astros are one of those rare teams where the postseason is the only thing that matters, assuming they make it just still out. That's a good point. Like, if he has a very mediocre regular season, but the Astros make the postseason, and then he's this dominant postseason figure, we're all going to be over the moon with Josh Hader.
That's the recency bias too. Yeah,
true.
The
importance, though, and
right?
The stakes.
But at the same time,
forgiven.
I think you can say that for all three guys in the back of the bullpen. No matter what kind of struggles they may or may not have in the regular season, if they make it and all three guys then make it a 6-inning game throughout the playoffs, and they become who we wanted them to be all season long, then a lot of people are going to forget Ryan Presley's hiccups in the middle of the season or Abreu's or whoever.
Yeah. The postseason, when you really start getting you win.
You earn your keep.
You win favor, you lose favor. Because yes, the regular season kind of gets thrown out the window once you're a playoff team. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Hater been a disappointment. Also, Willabits. You never know what you're going to get with the Willabits. You just know it's going to be very, very good or mediocre, but mostly good. Mostly good. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and I honestly have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great big food debate? The biggest Joel rant of all time? Jeremy trolling someone to the point of crying? Or just some actual bees making some honey? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play. Is it Bush League?
Rock the Mic is returned, and it's time to find the newest Hot Sports podcast. The winner of Rock the Mic will receive a podcast hosted on our ESPN Houston YouTube channel. Whether you already have a podcast or have always wanted to start one, now is your chance. You can enter by sending a 3 to 5 minute video giving your best Houston sports take to rockthemic975@gmail.com. The winner will be announced at our live finale August 23rd at Carbach Brewery. Get your entries in now to rockthemic975@gmail.com. Rockthemic975@gmail.com. I bet you zero of the Twitchers will try to do that. All right, what did our girls say?
Bush League or not?
Bush League or not? Is it Bush League or not? I was surprised to see Sean working today.
Well,
I had heard that Sean Mapes is taking a week off this week to play the new football video game NCAA. What do they call it? 25?
25.
NCAA 25. I guess his vacation starts tomorrow?
It starts tomorrow because technically with him getting off at 3, the game would have been out until he got home anyway.
Because the game came out today at 4?
Yeah, the early release, you could download it at 4 o'clock.
You got the early release.
I don't play video games anymore. I'm not going to say that I'm retired. I'm going to say it's a hiatus. Because I think if Brandon Baby plays, I'll probably pick. I mean, I play Mario Kart with the oldest sometimes.
Okay.
He's not too much into video games. We play Mario Kart or something like that.
So far, my girls aren't. So.
Yeah, I don't play video games for my sole entertainment anymore. If it's one of my Brandon boys, then I'll play with them. But
I think the Blank girls are going to be more focused already on phones than they are video games.
Yeah. So I'm on a hiatus. I haven't played in a long time. So I'm not going to pick it up. I've kind of toyed with the idea. I don't think it's a good idea at my stage of life and the schedule I have to be picking up a video game hobby at this stage of my life.
Carpal tunnel.
I'm not worried about that.
And arthritis.
I'm not worried about that.
No, not worried about that at all.
It's more, commitment
you're
to
not,
the family,
you keep playing.
commitment
Yeah,
to
that's
the
what I'm saying.
job, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's not really a problem.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to pick up the video game. But is it Bush League or not that Mapes is taking a week off of work to play the new NCAA 25 video game?
It's just weird. It's just weird to me that I understand because different strokes for different folks. Everybody's got hobbies and things. But to take your vacation time where you could literally be doing a ton of things and finding like beachy destinations or doing whatever you want to do, you're taking a week off because of video game release?
Hold on, Joel. But you're looking at this as a family man who's going to take a beach vacation. Sean Mapes is a 28-year-old single man with no responsibilities. He's not gonna take time off and go by himself off to a Caribbean island. I mean,
you have friends. I don't know whether he.
You're gonna go with male friends to a Caribbean island?
If there's bars and there's bikinis and there's there's opportunities.
Your male friends wear bikinis?
No. Wow, Brian got very much tickled.
It wasn't
by
that good.
No, that was quite the cackle for that one.
It was very mediocre.
I'm getting 2 hours of sleep at night for the last 9 days. It's not going to take a lot right now to make me laugh.
It was a 5 at best. And Brian acted like it was a 10.
I might save that. Save that audio. Man, plenty of times to take a vacation with your buddies to Vegas or anywhere else, and you can find a party.
Yeah, but you also have to remember, look, not to go too deep inside or pull back the curtain too far. I don't think Sean or people doing what Sean does, I know this because I'm doing it, have Caribbean and Vegas, spend a ton of money there type of money. So, hey, look, it's your vacation time. Do what makes you happy. If playing video games makes you happy, do it.
I'm kind of torn on this one. King of Twitch says he doesn't have a girlfriend, so it's a good point. Slow says don't hobby shame Blankers. If he wants to play all day, let the man play.
It's just weird.
I don't think it's Bush League. I don't think it's Bush
I think
League.
it's weird
because he works hard. Mapes works hard. He works hard. So he's earned his days off. Like he definitely earned those, deserves those. So I'm not going to.
He hasn't earned Palillo like days.
No,
off.
of course not.
Right.
No one can. No one will. So
that's half a year.
I don't want a PTO shame. Like take your time however you want to take your time. So I'm going to say it's not Bush League. Would I ever take time off to play video games? Certainly not now. At his age, without girlfriend, without family, without much of a social life. without much going for him.
Right now.
You're really putting a lot on him.
I don't think that I would have done this at his stage of life.
Well, you know where I stand because I have done this and would do this if I could, but I've got a 3-year-old now.
As you said, you're also lucky you didn't do this
I'm
time.
lucky I didn't do this because I'd be screwed because I don't have power to Friday at best case anyway.
Even like I would just rather use my days elsewhere, even at his stage of
Me
life.
too.
Like think about it too. Like how much is when,
You also
when,
have
when
to
is he
factor
coming
in this game. Look, like if you were talking about a game that was coming out every year, I would be maybe more on your side. But we haven't had this game. I say we as the gamers who have been waiting for this. This game hasn't come out since 2013. So it's not just the run-of-mill game that's coming out every single year. This is a return after 11 years away when the Ed O'Bannon case took it away from us.
But how much time is he really losing by working?
Now, that's a fair argument because he does get
that's
off.
where I'm coming
he
from.
does get off at 3. So
and what time does he show up here, you think? 9:30? 9? Maybe let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
9. Let's say 9.
So that's 9 to 3. So 6 hours he's losing, but he could also recoup some of that by just not sleeping as much
just
those
don't
days.
sleep, yeah.
So like I don't know how much time he's actually gaining in playtime by taking time off here.
Like, I could see you doing this, Brian, for the next Jason Statham movie for a day. I couldn't see you doing it all week. Like,
I've
even
taken
for
time
one
off- I've
of
taken
one of
time
your
off for video
Marvels or
games.
your horror films. I don't know, but a whole week?
And I have taken vacation time for movies, but in video games. But
I could never do like you could still watch the movie on a day that you work.
yeah, no, you could, but sometimes you won't. Like, especially if it's a movie you've been anticipating. Like in this case, for a number of years. You don't want to run the risk of spoilers, so sometimes you just want to see it right away so you don't have to worry about, seeing something that would ruin the movie experience.
Okay.
But at
that
a
makes
certain
sense.
point,
Like I did that for Avengers, I remember if it was Infinity War or Endgame. I think it was Endgame.
But now you bring up that. Like I thought I was on your side for a moment, and then you say the movie that you were doing it for, and then you lost me.
I've also done it for a Batman movie. But sometimes you just don't want to risk, because you're right. Because I could wait till, like, if it comes out on Thursday, I could wait till Saturday to see it. But then you might see a spoiler because that's something that people do nowadays because they like to be a-holes.
Yeah. The spoiler thing is a good point. It just the movie you're watching.
yeah, and it would also be like if it was like 3 different movies in a week. Then I could see, okay, well, like the Costner thing, like the fact that he's got several different.
That movie's terrible, by the way.
I've heard mixed,
Ugh.
but at the same time, if it's going to be like 2 or 3 movies in a release period of a week's time, then maybe that makes some sense. And because of the spoiler alerts, but from a video game perspective, especially if you can compromise on sleep, you come to work and you can eat at the same time. So you can eat, you can catch up, you can get your nourishment now, and you get your everything else you need. So then when you're done with work, you can go right back to your video game.
Yeah, the best point so far, I guess, against what Sean's doing is with the point of being made of he gets off at 3, he could stay up to midnight playing it. Like it'd be more of a case for like someone who works my schedule, who's working in the morning in the side job, work comes here, then gets home with the family, at 7, 8 o'clock, and doesn't really have time for it. So it would be more beneficial for someone with my schedule than Sean's. But yeah, I still don't blame him either way.
It's questionable to me.
I think it's questionable.
Like,
I
I
don't
like
think
Dell's
it's Bush League at all, but I just think it's weird.
Yeah, not Bush League. I think Dell's plan is the right one. Like, I leave at 12. I still have plenty of game time here. Like he's still not.
There's
he's
plenty
still
of
gonna get his
daylight. You
hours
don't need
in.
it. He's going to be doing it the rest of the day, and you can still.
I just don't
go to
think.
work.
I don't think that Mapes is going to gain a whole lot of play time as much as he thinks by being off of work.
Sean's point was if he wants the game for 14 hours, he wants to have that option.
It's a lot of hours.
It is. It is a lot of hours. It is a lot of hours.
I can't do anything for 14 hours these days.
Wasn't Brendan Riley like that? Where he would just.
I don't think he ever took a day off to game.
No, yeah, he would just lock himself up in the apartment, have food delivered, and play the game.
I mean,
a lot,
food delivery is popular nowadays.
Yeah, but I don't think you take time off of work for that.
Yeah,
you take time off for what you enjoy. Mapes enjoys the college football.
It's hard for me to take time off and not leave the city.
Yeah,
or at least have something planned.
Yeah.
I think the perspective
With a
changes
family,
though once you're a family man in your
absolutely
30s and 40s. Again, Mapes is 28 and has no kids, no wife, no responsibility. It changes.
I hope things get better for him. I hope he enters the stage of life where he doesn't need to use PTO to play NCAA football. I really hope that for me. I wish the best for him. All right.
He could still reset the
713-780
deck
ESPN.
between games. He could look at new headbands. He could do some things.
He does look like Roaring Kitty. He definitely does. He's a big Roaring Kitty on NCAA 25 as he's trying to lead Texas to an SEC title. Do you think he plays with Texas?
Oh, for
No,
sure.
well, maybe in one of his dynasties, but he's also going to play some
More
smaller
than
schools.
one dynasty?
Of course. You also got to take the small schools and lead them back to prominence. He actually did a Mount Rushmore +1 on the bullpen this week of the small schools he's going to lead back into relevance.
I've seen some people posting their college, like their top 5 that they're going to lead to glory on NCAA 25.
Mapes, he's going to lead Rice to glory, Texas State. I believe Sam Houston. I forget the other ones. Oh, Tulane was one of them.
Tulane's been at glory.
Rice. Yeah.
Tulane's been to a New Year's Six game.
Yeah, but they're not there every year.
Fritz, yeah.
I mean, it sounds like Mapes is trying to follow the Fritz path here. Sam, Tulane. Well, who's your team? Who are you going to play with, Brian?
Just mostly Texas. I don't think I have time to do 5 dynasties.
Yeah.
We'll take some time off. You can make time.
I'd like to, but I got a
You
kid.
can do it too.
Kid stuff.
I thought the kid's out of town.
Well, yeah, right now, but I can't take time off.
He's gotta take
I don't
time
have
off
the
for the kid.
PTO available because I use the PTO for kid stuff.
We should have Blank play this game for content.
There's no chance.
Just for content. You do anything for
Mapes
content.
versus Blank, the
Yeah,
showdown.
or Brian versus Blank.
That wouldn't even be a competition.
That's the fun of it.
Not for me, it isn't.
Well, take one for the team.
Okay.
Roger Dorn, stick the elbow out, take one for the team. I'll play Brian for content. I'll
There
do
we
it
go.
for the team. You take on Mapes, I'll take on Brian. Or vice versa. I don't
You
care.
already have some kind of concept of the.
I have no idea how to
the
play this.
controllers. I don't even. I'm not even there. It's been that long since I played video games.
Do they have Atari mode?
They don't. No,
Yeah, see,
there's
they're
no
screwed.
Pong controls.
We should do this for content, I think.
I'm game.
I think it'd be good for content. We can blast it on social. We can get our brains beaten in by the millennials, even though I am a millennial.
You're say you're a millennial
but
too,
I
pal.
identify as a boomer. All right, car wreck of the day. What's our car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Soccer Matters coming up next. Glenn Davis. Eric Svachenko will be a live guest in studio at Glenn Davis. Glenn picks his live guest on the most difficult name to pronunciate. He's like, I'm going to get Brandon a name. I'm going to find the most difficult name of the Dynamo squad.
That's why he's coming back, because Sevchenko has been on the show before.
Svachenko. I think it is, yeah.
Svachenko.
I think you were right. I was butchering it for the bit.
I know,
It's
but
totally
Brian
the
tried
reason.
to say it, he butchered it worse than you did.
No, I didn't try to butcher it, I just
Sevchenko.
did.
I can't type in my
You
own
got
Twitter
7
handle.
in there somehow. I don't know.
I can't even type in my own Twitter handle. You
No,
think I can
you
get this
cannot.
right? So
is that your side hustle now? You're getting strays.
Try. No. I don't think
$6.99.
I don't think anyone would pay for that, Joel.
Okay, $6.99.
I don't think I would get $6.99 for that.
Okay.
Eric Svachenko will be in studio talking to Glenn. Also, Glenn will talk about Copa America and the Euro, the best of both of those. I watched the Spain-England match yesterday once the Astros game went final. Good finish.
That was the car wreck of the day for me.
Why?
The lead up to it. The fact that it was delayed by
No, that wasn't the Euro. That was the Copa.
That was Copa America. Yeah, the Copa America to me was the one that, because I watched some of that, but my good.
I can't believe England didn't score on that double header. They had a shot to equalize.
Messi's ankle was
doubleheader.
nasty.
You're still talking about the wrong match.
Okay.
I didn't watch the Copa.
It was weird because he hurt his ankle, and then at halftime walking off, he looked like he was absolutely fine. And then all of a sudden, they had the one shot where he couldn't go anymore, and he had his spike in his sock off, and it was nasty.
Lionel McCullers?
Yes. In this case, yes.
That was one of your car wrecks
Copa
of the
America
day.
was the whole crowd thing. The fact that you had people and not enough security and were not prepared for like thousands and thousands of non-ticketed people to like bum rush and bull rush and storm a gate, get in, go through air conditioning vents once they got in the building to hide and then come out in the stadium. They completely destroyed like one of the escalators.
I saw people running from security.
Yeah. And then after they got in, they found like bagged popcorn that they were and they started using it like confetti, and just random fans that got in for free were throwing it around. One of the players' moms was terrified, and the player had to come out and get the mom.
I saw some highlights of it.
It was crazy.
I thought they pushed back the start time originally to let Biden talk. So it was all the crowd thing?
Oh, yeah. It was all, and then they had to lock down one of the entrances for the game and not be able to use it because of the escalator and all the damage. And all the fans were like, there were fans that paid $2,000 a ticket that couldn't get in because of it.
It's crazy. I've always said good things about the Rice. I think the Rice is great. I think it's a fantastic academic school. I think their athletics are underrated. I think that they're going in the right direction in the American. I'm a big fan of Rice. Even though I'm a Cougar guy, I like to root for the crosstown team. Dane Myers, former Rice Owl. They saw him in the series against he's a Marlin. He was in the series against the Astros, local kid, Katie Taylor. He broke his left ankle kicking a clubhouse door after he was ejected from a game Saturday. Myers was mad the home plate umpire didn't check on an attempted check swing that he went around on. He went around, and it actually happened in the Houston series, too. I think it's why he was mad.
This was the
because
Phil
it happened
Maton
twice. He kicked the clubhouse door and fractured his left ankle.
Jeez.
What a way to go down.
By the way, before we get out, the Yankees have to be nominated, too.
What'd they do?
The fact that in the ninth inning when they were wrapping up a game, that they had two horrible errors. Volpe bobbled a force out at second, and then Verdugo came in on a ball that went over his head, and the Orioles scored like 5 in the ninth and won.
No better team than that.
Perfect for that.
Who's winning?
I'd say the Copa America.
All right, Copa America, you're the winner. You're the car wreck of the day.
Glenn will talk about it, I'm
which
sure.
Perfect segue to Glenn Davis and Soccer Matters coming up next. Eric Svachenko, Copa America and Euro. Thanks to Brian. He's Brankers. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye, Houston.
All right, we got so much to get after here tonight. Spain winning the Euros, and, of course, Argentina winning the Copa America. All of a sudden, apparently, we're not able to run events in America. But there's something more to this tonight here. It's called CONMEBOL, and we'll get into that chaos and madness tonight. Sad note, as we heard of the passing of colleague Ken Hoffman, the great writer, the former station host here. Seen a lot of tributes coming in from a lot of the sports media here in Houston and others in and around Ken, but very, very sad. So we dedicate tonight's show to him. Call-in number is 713-780-3776 ESPN. I want to get your thoughts on both the Copa America, the Euros. Which one did you prefer? Which final did you like better? And we have champions. Spain wins the Euros. Now, one thing you have to remember, for me, Spain, the top team in both tournaments. Nobody played aesthetically the football they played. Nobody was as consistent as Spain. And Spain won 7 of 7 games. Let's not forget. 7 of 7 games they won. Okay? The next closest team only won 3. Okay, and that was England, the Netherlands, Germany, and Turkey. France only had 2 wins in this tournament. So when you think of winning 7 games in a short amount of time, and usually teams in a tournament in this short duration and in World Cups usually have an off game. I really didn't. So good for Spain, best team. And again, show is always brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm here tonight. And then, of course, Lautaro Martinez winning the Copa America for Argentina in extra time. So let's first off start with Spain and England. And by the way, tonight we'll have Eric Sviatchenko coming on tonight on the program as well. We're going to talk to Eric about the Dynamo. We're going to get his thoughts on everything in and around the Euros and the Copa America. And Eric, really, just a very commanding guy with the language, but has things to say. He's one of those interviews of a soccer player that has things to say, which I like, and he does it very well. So Eric Sviatchenko will be on. By the way, he had the flick on that led to the goal that Sebas Ferreira tied the game up against Minnesota United. You would have seen him get up in the air. In fact, he got up in front of even Mikhail, his own teammate. But he's fighting Eric Sviatchenko. I think there's a little frustration in him, too, and we're going to ask him about that tonight. No question about that. And we'll continue on. So let's start with Nico Williams. 47th minute. Now, look, Spain is really set up well for the next couple of years with the talent up front. Lamine Yamal, Nico Williams, Dani Olmo. These guys are all 117 and the other, I think, are 20 and 21. They are set up. Rodri, for me, was the man of the tournament. I think he was voted the man of the tournament. I think he may win the Ballon d'Or come October and November. In my opinion, I think he should. A lot of times it always goes to goal scorers and attacking players. 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. All right, 47th minute. Here it is. Nico Williams, opening goal for Spain.
Lovely ball by Carvajal to Lamine Yamal on that left foot. Some danger here. Williams puts Spain ahead. It's Nico Williams for the Spaniards.
All right, so Spain in command and getting a lot of the ball, and we go on to the second half, and then England will make some changes. They'll bring on Cole Palmer, and Cole Palmer comes on. He'll get the equalizer. This is the 73rd minute.
Watkins is waiting there. Palmer equalizes! Cole Palmer! England level from nowhere!
Oh, and they were pumped about that. And at that point, you're wondering, does England now, because Spain's a little rattled, do you go after them a little bit more? And they seem to get slightly cautious, not really sure why. And I may be wrong there. I mean, Dani Olmo headed that one off the line. That was a crazy sequence. And then it's Mikel Oyarzabal scoring the game winner for Spain. This comes in the 86th minute.
Be introduced shortly. Oyarzabal with the layoff right across the face of goal, and there it is. Spain grab a winner. It's Oyarzabal who might just have clinched the crown for Spain.
Spanish coach Luis de la Fuente.
Yo no es que consideráramos favoritos, ya dije que íbamos a estar en disposición de competir por ganar. Lo hemos hecho de una manera difícilmente mejorable, pero se puede pedir pues seguir creciendo, mejorando. Desde luego este grupo de futbolistas que no se cansan de mejorar, de competir, de intentar ganar, de que haya uno que se sienta orgulloso de ellos, os dije desde el primer día hasta el último, no de ahora, sino de todo el tiempo que les conozco.
Yeah, so he just goes on to say that he personally thought that he wasn't one of the favorites, but he wanted to go out and compete, and he had said that beforehand. He's really proud of this team. This team is really proud of themselves. They know that they can accomplish good things, and they know that this is only the beginning.
Yeah, I believe he's right, and that goes back to the point I made about Yamal, Nico Williams. I mean, you got Dani Olmo. You got a lot of young talent for the future. They've already won a Euro, and I think it was a big weekend for Spain. Like, didn't somebody win the Live Tour? And then I think we had somebody win in tennis. I mean, Spain produces amazing athletes. It really does, in a lot of sports. Basketball as well. So there's a number of good things going on in Spain. But the Spanish national team, I mean, that's a big flag stuck in the ground for the future because there's a lot of youth in that team. As well. Now, a lot of people are going to say Lamine Yamal's goal was the best of the tournament. We'll get into some best and worst and disappointments and things like that, I think, for both of the tournaments. But again, Spain won 7 games. The next closest team in the Euros only won 3. Think about that. And that was England, Netherlands. Germany won 3. And I think maybe that was one of the better games of the tournament was the Germany-Spain game, which that one could have went either way. So Spain started off with Unai Simon, Cucurella, Laporte, Lenormand. Danny Carvajal got back in the lineup. Fabian Ruiz and Rodri. Rodri actually went out, about halfway through the game. Nico Williams, Olmo, Yamal, and then Morata. So it's going to be interesting to see who will be the ultimate striker in the future for Spain, to combine with the wide game of Lamine Yamal and Nico Williams, who are both targets, by the way, of Barcelona, your favorite team, Guillermo, or one of your favorite teams, right? So we'll see what happens there. England, it was Jordan Pickford, Walker, Stones. Stones, I thought, had a good tournament. I thought Gui had an excellent tournament as well. There was Saka. There was Kobe Mainu, he's got an incredible future. Declan Rice ran more than anybody in the entire tournament. Luke Shaw got a start. Phil Foden, Bellingham, Kane. And then off the bench, Cole Palmer and Ollie Watkins were important during the tournament as well. All right, 713-780-3776. Thoughts on Copa America, thoughts on the Euros, thoughts on the Houston Dynamo. We'll take it all. 713-780-3776. All right, on to the Copa America. Argentina 1-0 over, obviously, Colombia. Broke their 28-game winning streak. That's another thing I think you have to bear in mind there. 112th minute, it was Lautaro Martinez. Here's what it sounded like.
La barrida espectacular de Leandro, robando el balón. Y otra vez Leandro. Paredes por el centro. La pelota buscando dentro del área. Lautaro.
All right, so what did we learn about Argentina in this tournament? We learned that they can do it without Messi pretty much, because this was not Lionel Messi's tournament due to injury. Some of the earlier rounds, I think he was playing injured, and then we saw his ankle, and he had to come off in the 66th minute. He's supposed to be here in the Leagues Cup with Inter Miami in a short amount of time to take on Tigres. That's at Energy Stadium. Tickets available for that at lsse.net, but you got to wonder where he's going to be at. I hope he's going to be able to play in that game. But, man, his ankle, when they zoomed in on it, looked pretty big. But a lot of times these things can look worse maybe than they are. But has there been any progress report on Lionel Messi? I don't think anything's been put out yet about the injury.
No, nothing of that.
All right, so record 16th Copa America title for Argentina, right? They break the 28-game unbeaten streak of Colombia. Colombia has a heck of a tournament as well. Final game for Angel Di Maria. Goes out a champion. By the way, what's he, 37 or 36? He was running like a 23-year-old man. I mean, it was incredible. The fight and determination of Angel Di Maria, pretty incredible. That goal, by the way, from Lautaro Martinez came in the 112th minute. So they were on to extra time. That game was down at Hard Rock. Now, we'll get into some of the problems that the whole world is talking about today when it comes to the administering and the execution of this tournament from the standpoint of the promoters and CONMEBOL and everything else. It's been a bit of a nightmare. All right, let's go to Lionel Scaloni on the win and the performance of the team.
No sé si marcar una era, pero sí es verdad que no deja de sorprender. El equipo no deja de sorprender. Se repone a las dificultades de un partido muy difícil, con un rival muy complicado, sin hacer un primer tiempo bueno. En el segundo tiempo creo que mejoramos y merecimos ganar. Y después siempre en la prórroga el equipo, en la larga el equipo siempre da un plus. Entonces es gratificante verlos jugar y estoy eternamente agradecido por cómo se brindan.
He says that the team doesn't stop surprising, and that he thought that the first half could have been a lot better against a really hard opponent, Colombia, but he believes in this team, and he also is sure that every time that they go to extra time that they get a special boost, so he was convinced after that.
Yeah, the energy in this game was great. Lionel Scaloni, the manager of Argentina, winning the Copa America. He's now won the World Cup. You remember how he was lambasted by the Argentine press and people seriously doubting this man. He's a big story in itself to find the way to get Argentina to win a World Cup and another Copa America now. And then you have to give the same to Luis de la Fuente of Spain winning the Euro. So two excellent managers, seem very under control. Now, Argentina's star for me was Lautaro Martinez. Now, let's just look at what he did in this tournament. First of all, he didn't come into the tournament as a starter. He was behind Julian Alvarez. So they started with Canada, started on the bench. He came in that game and got their second goal. He then gets the game winner again off the bench. Okay, you're bringing Lautaro Martinez of Inter Milan off the bench. Okay, so then he comes into the game against Chile. He comes off the bench, scores there. And then Scaloni says, okay, well, I guess I got to start him, right? So he starts against Peru and he bags two more. So he's now got 4 goals in the first 3 games. He starts again against Ecuador here in Houston. Was that in Houston? No. Yeah, he did in the quarterfinals. Sorry. Quarterfinals he starts. And doesn't score in that game, and that ended up being almost a little bit of a scary night for Argentina because Ecuador scored and tied that late and almost won it, and it went to penalty kicks. He didn't score in that game. Was back on the bench for Canada in the semifinals. Didn't score in that game, but then comes back off the bench in the final to get the game winner. So 5 goals. He led the tournament in scoring, 3 off the bench. The luxury of having a couple of really, really good strikers. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 reminds you, get the best in empanadas at Little Patagonia Empanadas right around the corner from us here in Houston. And then if you're up at in Austin, Q2 Stadium, they sell them in the stadium. They're building another store up there. Our great friend Sebastian, he's Argentine. Him and my other friends from Houston, all the Argentines are super happy. Danny Gonzalez and company. Little Patagonia Empanadas and Cafe. Highly, highly recommend it. They're excellent. Get them. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. Best in modern contemporary furniture. DanishInspirations.com. This is Soccer Matters brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Well, this is Run DMC. I mean, these guys were creative. They mixed hard rock with rap. Remember? Aerosmith and them did that Walk This Way. And the guys from Run DMC, was it? No, I think it was Steven Tyler bust through a wall. But the guys from Run DMC, oh, incredible. All right, Copa America. There's a lot of crazy stuff that has occurred during this with the execution of this tournament, with the problems in the Uruguay-Colombia game, and then straight on down to the Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. We welcome you back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Hey, quick shout-out here, LamontBrands.com. Get the T-shirts and hats for the show. All the proceeds go to the 501c charity. Again, it's LamontBrands.com. They have orange. They have red now for you Manchester United fans or U of H fans. But get the shirts, get the hats, and they will all be going towards a great charity, the 501c charity Snowdrop Foundation, which, by the way, the Snowdrop Foundation is when we've had these banquets and the clinics that the Dynamos Youth Soccer Club puts on. Sorry, just have to. Yeah, so anyway, they provide scholarships for pediatric cancer patients. So we're real big fans of the Snowdrop Foundation. All right, like I said, Eric Sviatchenko is coming up in the next segment. All right, so let's get into this criticism that had come from Marcelo Bielsa. There was a ton of that, but then Jesse Marsch also, who is a former U.S. international, is now the Canadian national team's manager, who, by the way, Canada is the best team out of CONCACAF in this tournament. They got to the semifinals. They lose to the ultimate champions 2-0. Here's Jesse Marsch on Canada's experience at the Copa America.
Tournament has not been professional for me. There's too many gaps in the treatment, the overall experience from a day-to-day perspective. We've had our players be headbutted. We've had racial slurs thrown at our players live and through social media. We've been treated like second-class citizens. And in the entire time, I've challenged our team to stay disciplined and stay focused on our task at hand and to make sure that we represent ourselves and our country. Because in the end, that's what this is. This is about representing your nation. You're on the national team. And our players have held themselves to the highest level of integrity. We've played hard. We've played aggressive. We've often been accused by the opposing coach before the match as a play to the referees that we crossed the line and that we're overly aggressive. A big compliment to our team and to our focus and our discipline and our concentration to control what we can control. They've never crossed the line. They've never berated referees. They've never rolled around on the ground like children looking for calls and yellows from referees. They've held themselves with professional integrity and been an incredible representation of what it means to be a Canadian high-level athlete.
Can't disagree with anything there. Now, remember, he's talking about the competitive side of it. And then some facility issues, all these different things that he brings up. But then we see the security issues that occur here. Now, let me make it really clear. I'm sorry. There is no right for people who don't have a ticket to behave like animals and think you can rush in there. And, I know there's people right now going, but it happens all the time in South America. Yeah, it's generally not the way in the United States. There is no right for people to behave like that. You got to be real, and hard truth is important here. I mean, who would have two of their kids with them trying to bust into a stadium and risk? It's just incredibly bizarre to me. It's the same as like when I see these photos of some guy standing up at an athletic event, flipping somebody off, and then there's two little kids next to him. It's disgusting behavior. It seems to be accepted. I don't know. I mean, would you stand up with your kids next to you and flip somebody off? I mean, I don't know. But anyway, this was a mess in Miami. And it was a mess after the game with Uruguay and Colombia. And these players had their family members in the crowd. First of all, the players' family members shouldn't be in the crowd. Okay, they should be in a suite. Now, what I heard was in the media suites at a lot of these games, there were people who must have been friends of friends through CONMEBOL that somehow got into the media area wearing jerseys, cheering. It was highly unprofessional, what I heard. I don't know if it was in every market, but I heard this. Problems with security between Uruguay and Colombia. And listen, if I was a man and my family was in the crowd, or my child or wife, I'd be the first one in the stands too. So I don't know. Copa America has broken incredible tradition, though, by having the tournament the last couple of times in the U.S. It's great for us in this country to get the chance to see this. It's great for fans that are traveling and on vacation. But we all know the reason it's here. It's for monetization. So I would say, did CONMEBOL, everybody's blaming CONMEBOL has been the strongest in blaming Hard Rock Stadium for what happened in the final. And before the final, that delayed it. So all these people were trying to break in. They were going through, it was incredible. They were climbing up into vents at the stadium to get in. And then there's people who paid big money to see these games. My guess is that they offloaded expenses in Miami, security-wise. And generally when Argentina plays, and I've gotten this on good authority from promoter friends of mine, there's like rings you got to get through. The Rolling Stones concert, I had to go through like 3 checkpoints. The initial one when you get in, then you got the band on, you got to get through 2 more before you can get close to the stage. So this is bizarre. Now, it's not the first time it's happened. By the way, it's happened in Europe, too. Happened in a Champions League final. Happened in a Euros final over there where people rushed. So it's not anything new. But when you start hearing people go, oh, well, how are you going to host a World Cup? Well, we hosted the greatest World Cup ever in '94. Nobody hosts events as well as the United States. I think CONMEBOL's probably going to take a lot of the blame and lack of accountability on this. And they're the ones who've come out now that have blamed the Hard Rock. Supposedly, there was 800 law enforcement people. I don't know. Did they offload expense and not do enough security-wise? Somebody did. Ooh. But today, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami's not looking good. Miami got crazy experience down there. I don't know. Maybe the gates needed to open earlier. Who knows? I mean, I'm not an expert in that. Hey, by the way, a fan was beaten to death at an L.A. Dodgers game in the parking lot. A lot of problems at NFL games. A lot of this has to do with liquor. I think it was England and Italy 2 years ago at Wembley. Was that the one? Maybe people stormed the gates. Anyway, pretty bizarre, sad. But there was some great competition on the field, and there were some great games, and there was, just to have this like 3 or 4 weeks of being able to watch these games and compare. You get the Euros during the day, and then at night you get the Copa America. I didn't know what to do today, to be honest with you. All right, so back to let's go back to the Euros for a second here, and before I do that, I want to tell you about, let's do a little theater of the bizarre here, because there's something I got to get off my chest.
Yep, that was weird. There's a lot of strange stuff that happens in the world of soccer.
It's clear something strange is happening.
So much so that Glenn ended up buying out a theater to showcase all of the weird stuff. It's time for Glenn's Theater of the Bizarre. Ooh.
All right, so there was a weird moment. I don't know if you saw this one, Guillermo, but there's a video that's circulating of the Argentine football, the Argentine FA, the president of Argentina. Now, I could say something about the presidents of soccer federations in the whole scheme of FIFA and the web of FIFA, but I'm not going to. The president of Argentina's name is Chiqui Tapia. So they show him in New Jersey at MetLife for the Argentina-Canada game. And he's got a guy behind him throughout the game with like a cloth who's tapping and wiping down the sweat on his neck. And he was sitting in the seat directly behind him. And I was just like, does that not epitomize some of these federation heads who just want their ring kissed? They want to be catered to. You saw the president of CONMEBOL. He was kind of weird when he was giving the medals out. He was like shaking guys' hands, but like pulling them into him. It's freaking weird. But these guys all want their moments, and this was an interesting one with Tapia for sure. And then to add on to this, in Miami, you had the Colombian Federation president and son arrested and jailed. Ramon Jesusran and his son Ramon Jr. 3 felony counts of battery, beating up or attacking an employee. Another bizarre thing. That was from the Colombian Federation president. So it's a lot of bizarre stuff.
Yep, that was weird.
All right, let's get back to it here. All right, let's go to top goal scorer in the Euros, had 5. That was Lautaro Martinez. Top goal scorers in the Copa America were, in the Euros. Copa America was Lautaro Martinez of Inter Milan with 5 in Argentina. Top goal scorers in the Euros. Danny Olmo had 3 for Spain, a couple of key goals. Cody Gakpo, 3 for the Netherlands. He didn't show up in the semis, though. Harry Kane for England, 3. And then Georgios Mikautadze of Georgia, who at one point was the leading scorer in the tournament. He was an interesting story. Jamal Musiala, one of the great young talents for Germany. Ivan Schranz, the 30-year-old from Slovakia. Mikautadze, by the way, of Georgia, is younger. Schranz is 30 years old. Now, he had staked out Slovakia to the lead, I think, over England, right? And then England came back to win that 2-1. They scored very, very late. But he's a great story. Ivan Schranz played his whole career in the Czech Republic, places like Cyprus, Slovakia, and then these guys show up in the Euros and you learn about them. And not a lot of people will talk about those guys because it's easy to go to, Harry Kane and the big names. Lamine Yamal as a young guy. And then Mikautadze, the Georgian, is 23 years old and played at Metz. That's the same place that the Dynamo's Amin Bassi played. So there you go. All right. Best match for you, Guillermo, in either the Euros or Copa America?
Best match? I gotta. Well, that's a tough one, but I will give it to. I really like the England-Switzerland match.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that. That was a good end to that one.
Nice call on that one. I like the Spain-Germany match, and Germany was the closest to putting Spain out, in my opinion. I also liked the Turkey 2-1 Austria game. But I think Austria, Switzerland, some of these teams played great. Slovakia, some of the Eastern European countries. All right, best goal of the Euros for you.
I'm going to have to give it to Lamine Yamal. I just have to.
I knew you would. All right, so Lamine Yamal, the goal versus France. So here's a couple good ones to remember, right? Ollie Watkins, the turn and finish against the Netherlands. Jude Bellingham, the overhead bicycle to save him. Arda Güler, Turkey versus Georgia, another one of the young rising talents. Now, in that same game, though, I'm trying to remember his name, but the first Turkish goal I thought was even better than Güler's. It was the guy, and I got to pull the name up. Maybe you can pull it up for me who it was because we got to give him credit. But dips his left shoulder, swivels, just smashes this volley, and I mean it rifles in. It's just a spectacular goal. Best player, I went with Rodri, I think. Rodri was excellent, right? Who would you have maybe thought about?
To go differently, I'll go with Nico Williams.
Yeah. A player has to come from Spain. I mean, you'd even be talking about Dani Olmo, I think. I mean, some critical plays, and headed the one off the line from England as well.
The guy that scored the Turkey goal that you were talking about, his name is Mert Muldur.
Yeah, Muldur. Yeah, because I talked to my Turkish friend today. I couldn't remember it. That was a fantastic goal, too. Nobody really talked about it. All right, young players that stood out to you. Let's go Euros.
I'm actually gonna put Dani Olmo there because there was conversation of Lamine, there was conversation about Nico, but Dani Olmo was a name that wasn't really, I guess, thought of.
Yeah. Kobe Mainoo, England, rising star, big time. Manchester United. Arda Güler, Turkey. Obviously, we mentioned Lamine and Nico Williams, exceptional. Biggest busts.
I'm gonna give that to France as a whole.
Yeah, there was France, Belgium as teams. I agree. They were kind of busts. And then if you go to singular players, Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal, I think it's over for him there. Kylian Mbappe, now he did have a broken nose. He had the problem with the mask. But, yeah, France was boring as heck. They only won 2 games, I think. And they got to the semis. Romelu Lukaku, maybe he didn't play so well. What do you got here?
This one's Alucin.
I like this. Nice little beat. There's a little 80s in here. There's a little 80s poppy synthesizer in here. Very nice. All right, we're going to take a break here. Remember, Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 is presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com. John and his firm, they're personal injury attorneys. Nobody wants to get in an accident. If you do, though, you got to have the best. And John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm are the best. They've been putting soccer on the air forever. They're going to work 24/7 nights and weekends for you. Get in a car accident, boat, motorcycle. Maybe it's maritime. Maybe you work in a plant. You might drive an 18-wheeler. You call a Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW, DaspitLaw.com, 713-CALL-NOW. And a good reminder, you probably watched a lot of the games out at Hugh O'Connor's Pub, out on I-10 and the Marquee Entertainment Center. Get out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub, great English pub food. A lot of disappointed England fans. They got to the final. Southgate almost got them over the edge. Some people are saying Gareth got too defensive. Should have played Cole Palmer more. Should have played Ollie Watkins more. That's why they pay these guys the big bucks. But it is Hugh O'Connor's Pub out on I-10. Okay, we're going to take a break. We're coming back. We'll be joined by our live guest, Eric Sviatchenko, the Houston Dynamo defender who formerly played at Midtjylland in Denmark and Celtic in Scotland.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. As we continue on here, Houston Dynamo this weekend, 1-1 draw with Minnesota United. They come back in that one to get the draw at home. And the Dynamo will head on the road to San Jose and Vancouver. So they got some big games coming up, and then it's into the Leagues Cup where they'll take on Atlas of Mexico. We always love those games against Mexican teams, and Liga MX, and then they will take on very hot RSL, although I think they got beat this weekend pretty handily 3-0, but Real Salt Lake has been one of the hotter teams in all of Major League Soccer. Last year, the Dynamo made a huge signing. They brought in a very experienced defender, played at FC Midtjylland in Denmark, one of the bigger clubs there, Celtic in Scotland, a world-renowned club, and also with the Danish national team. He is defender Eric Sviatchenko, and Eric joins us now. Eric, thanks so much for coming on tonight live.
Thank you so much, Glenn, as always.
Yeah, I always appreciate you coming on. You're one of my favorite interviews. So let me just get a quick thought or two from you about what you saw overall from the Euros and Copa America, and maybe a slight comparison of the two tournaments.
Yeah, I was obviously watching a bit more Euros than the Copa Americas. So I would say that the Euros for me was exciting. Unfortunately, I would have wished to have England winning it. I think they've been kind of screaming for a title for so many years, but Spain was kind of the better team and fully deserved. And then the Copas, it was a experience too. I went actually to NRG Stadium and watched Argentina against Ecuador, which was a big experience. Much more intense the games, I would say, than the European games. It's kind of a bit of football, a bit of fight, a bit of football, a bit of fight. So there is some intensity, and that's also what we kind of saw when we met these League MX teams. There's a bit more intensity in everything that there's going on.
Eric, is that the first time you've gone to a game at Energy and experienced, an international piece of content coming through Houston?
Yes, it was, and it was actually a really, really great experience that I'll remember for many years. I went with my teammate Jan Dragus, and we had incredibly nice seats, so it was a big experience. And just kind of watching how they play and the excitement that obviously Argentina brings to the people, it was incredible. I think 99.9% wore Messi jerseys, and someone tried to sell us a jersey too, but I politely declined.
Yeah, you and me, I went too, and you and I might have been the only people without a Messi jersey on. It was unbelievable.
Probably,
it was
yeah,
unbelievable.
Probably.
It was unbelievable. We're talking to Eric Sviatchenko, Dynamo defender. Your time at Celtic, I mean, look, you played in front of massive crowds there and big pressure, and I can get the sense that you love that, right? That's why you play.
I do. That's some of the nice perks of playing at Celtic is you kind of every second weekend you would play in front of 60,000 people. And in Midtjylland we played for only 10,000, but it was always packed, so it also felt like a full crowd. The same with the Champions League nights was big. I've always experienced some cool stuff over here in the MLS, going especially some of the away stadiums has been high level. The playoffs last season was for me also the height for kind of the Shell Energy Stadium. So yeah, we can obviously get better, but every time we play and we win, that's kind of the medicine that gives the Houstonians kind of the tickets to the game, and we need to keep winning games. So that's our plan.
Eric Sviatchenko joining us. Had the flick on. Man, you beat Mikael to that, didn't you? To flick that on so Sebas could get the tying goal against Minnesota. That happened so fast when I called the game. I was almost sure it was you, but you have been banging on the door. If there was ever a guy who needs to get a goal off a header, I mean, you've come so close so many times.
Yeah. It's coming soon. I know I'm working hard, and I think with my kind of chances and saves, I think it could have been 5 or 6 goals. But sometimes it's just kind of poking the hole, and then it's gonna flood with goals from me. I've put on a lot in my games lately. I've really kind of been giving a position now in the right center back there where I can go forward and also kind of have an impact, and I showed that as well with that kind of assist that was disallowed, unfortunately. But yeah, it's great to put myself in this spot to help the team.
And a lot of people fail to remember how important that slightest of touches and you beating everybody to that, and just altering the direction of that ball that led to a tying goal and ultimately getting a point where it looked like for a moment there Minnesota might get out of there winning. Eric, I sense there is a little frustration with you though.
Yeah, 100%. It was an unnecessary kind of comeback trying to win a game that we controlled for, I think 79% we had the ball, and that's not kind of always the case of winning games, but it's a good indicator of us kind of dominating, but we also need to be much more kind of decisive in those moments offensively and defensively. We still have coming off games where we unfortunately make some mistakes that has cost us goals lately, and that's something that we need to kind of see if we can pile away. So that's not something going to be an issue coming forward to the next coming games. So that's frustrating, especially when we kind of are playing really, really well. And I know that this team is such a good team, and I'm frustrated to see ourselves positioned in the league where we are, where we should have been much higher. And it's easy to say we should have. We haven't had the points, but it's kind of every game we have a chance, and that chance kind of, I want us to know that we are so difficult to beat, and we are difficult to beat, but we also need to win those games that are kind of on the edge going for a draw. We need to win those games.
So I don't want to sound negative here, but I do want to lay this out because it is MLS. You can recover very quickly in this league. All it takes is a couple of wins and you jump 4 or 5 places in the standings. This can happen. And you're coming from Europe in your career playing in a single table, but in the last 15, the Dynamo have only won 4 games. 4 wins, 4 losses, 7 draws. And like you said, there are a lot of games where you dominate the data and you don't take what you deserve. And I'm assuming, well, let's just get your comment and thought on that, because I know that's part of your frustration.
No, but I would look at kind of the 4 wins and 4 draws. That's fair enough. But it's the losses and wins. It's the 7 draws that kind of gets us to where we are right now. A point doesn't really get you much in this league. And even though you're kind of having this feeling of being unbeaten, it's still kind of the games itself has presented themselves to be some easy goals we've let in. We still have a really, really solid defense and one of the best, but we could have been even better. And then it's about those kind of offensive chances that when we have the chances, we kind of just kill it and get that goal. And we had that again against Minnesota. We had a lot of kind of chances, enough, I would say, to get those 3 points. But in general, it's about kind of maintaining that kind of high chest and knowing that we can win a kind of every game we play, but it's also about the respect to each other and to what we want to achieve, that you got to stick the knife in, as Ben always says. It has to matter something, so it's not kind of enough just to say, no, it's fine to be number 7, we'll make the playoff, but we need to get ourselves to that kind of European standards of we want to win this league. And I think that's a mindset that we need to work on, so we're not kind of comfortable enough just kind of grinding, because we're too good for that. We have a team that can do more than this.
Let's talk about the new striker signing, Ezekiel Ponce. Now, I'm going to say this in the context of Sebas Ferreira scored, had a hat trick in D.C. He's doing some really good things right now. He's scoring some goals. He's involved, but Ponce is a big signing. Take us into him a little bit, what he looks like in training, what type of player he's going to be, and if, in fact, you need his personality now in the locker room to maybe give you guys a bump.
Yeah, I would also kind of say with Sebas Ferreira that he has come back from a long injury, kind of a very difficult situation for him and really, really helped us out, been assisting too. And he's really shown kind of what that DP striker that we have needed can do. And I think that's amazing. And as you said, we've brought in Ezekiel, who comes from Europe, who has the experience from the Greek league, scoring a lot of goals and almost winning the league there. So what he brings in training is obviously he's a really, really good finisher. He knows where the goal is, and you can see that in the small-sided games. We haven't had that many trainings because we've played kind of a lot of games. So we can't wait to see him on the pitch and get his some impact, not in training but on the games. And into the dressing room, he's kind of come in very, very quiet, but also kind of slowly adapting to his new teammates. And he's a good guy and speaks English well. So that also helps me and Griff that has him right between us in our locker at HSP.
It's two good guys to be between. That's for sure. Talking to Eric Sviatchenko. When it comes to Ezekiel Ponce, is he similar in some ways to Sebas Ferreira? Is he a similar type of striker? You know, I think there's a lot of people saying both can get on the pitch. I've heard Ben Olsen say, no, that's not going to happen, and I'm assuming they're kind of similar in some areas.
It's still kind of early days for me to 100% give a comparison, but I would say that maybe where the differential is kind of Ponce is more kind of threatening deep runs, where Sebas wants kind of to link up a bit more than he might be doing. So I think that will be two very good. They will complement each other. If one of them is going to play and the other is going to get on, I think that would help us in the way that the game's also going to evolve. So it's nice to have some competition up there. We have lacked strikers, and we have had Kowalczyk play the false number 9 for a long time, and he's a midfielder. So in that aspect, I think it's great to have two number 9s now, and that's good.
Big road trip, San Jose and Vancouver next for the Houston Dynamo. You can catch those games on Apple TV. And then it's into the Leagues Cup. And I don't want to jump ahead of these two very, very important road games. But how do you like the competition when you take on a Mexican team like Atlas, Eric?
No, I think it's cool. I think it's a great experience for all of us players to kind of have this matchup against another league. It feels a little bit like we're playing kind of a European tournament to kind of say what we did in Denmark when you played these other teams. So I think it was a great success last year with everything happening with the Leagues Cup. People watched it. People were really fond of it. So I think it's going to be a nice second season, and hopefully we can advance a bit more than we did last time. So that would be our aim.
Eric Sviatchenko, Houston Dynamo defender, joining us. We got a minute or two left with him. Just going back to your time at Celtic, playing in front of those types of crowds, the single table and all that, the other areas of pressure that come. I see you have a great relationship with a lot of the Dynamo faithful fans that come to the stadium, but I know you want more there, and you want a full stadium. I've heard you say it. Is that tough for you sometimes? Because, I see you in games trying to wave to the crowd to get them into it. Sebas's bicycle kind of brought him back into it in the last game. But is that hard for you? Because you're in some ways having to try and manufacture that, while at places like Celtic, you don't need to manufacture anything.
Yeah. No, it's of course, it's difficult to compare. It's just two different worlds, and with fully respect for Houston and Houston Dynamo, I think this club is still growing with the ownership coming in 3 years ago now. I think that kind of was the catalyst for a new kind of regime, a new kind of era. We've brought in some great players. I think it's just about the willingness to kind of, no matter what the results are, we are there to support. And I know that it would be nicer if it was kind of 65, 70 degrees outside at the stadium and it would be closed. But it's just not the fact that we have that. So we can't complain about anything. But I just always have this kind of, football is a sport that is played for someone, and that's what we 11 individuals go on as a collective to play for the fans. And the more fans there are, the better kind of synergy there will be. And I sometimes I would love to hear some of the fans perspective of why they aren't showing up in 20,000 people every time. Because we would love to help out and see what we can do in order to get that kind of crowd going and singing and get some kind of anthems going that we have helped them with, whatever. It has to be from the players to the fans and vice versa. And yeah, it's great. It's amazing to have this kind of goal that we want to grow as a club and as a team, and I'm here to help in that aspect too.
Yeah, you're fully aware of everything. I really appreciate your awareness beyond just what you're doing on the field, which is enough, but then to fully understand and be interested in the market. I know you're interested in past soccer history, and I know you know who Bobby Lennox is from Celtic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bobby Lennox played in Houston for the Houston Hurricane.
No way.
Back in the 70s, yeah. So
nice
you're
photos.
another Celtic player here along with the great Bobby Lennox.
Yeah.
Eric, as always, you're an excellent guest. Thank you very much. I really enjoy these interviews with you, and we'll get you on real soon. Best of luck in San Jose and Vancouver.
Thank you so much, Ben. Thank you.
All right, that's Eric Sviatchenko. How about that? Great interview. Really love when a player speaks from the heart. It's good. And you always know, as with somebody interviewing that type of player, you know they're engaged with you. You know, you don't feel like it's, hey, I'm just here, I got to get this interview done type of thing, all right? That's what happens to Guillermo Lazo Romero with all his fan base. He just says, hey, I've done too many interviews. Leave me alone. All right, that does it. Podcast, Spotify, Google, Apple, ESPN975.com. Presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Hit me up on Twitter and Instagram, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. Also, visit our YouTube channel, Soccer Matters. And until, right now it's Thursday. So until Thursday, remember, soccer matters.